1619, Maine and Cape Cod by Thomas Dermer. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1619, Maine and Cape Cod by Thomas Dermer. Thomas Dermer made his first voyage to New England in 1615. The following year he sailed to Newfoundland, where he may have remained until late in 1618. In 1619 he visited New England again, going from there to Virginia. He wrote an account of this voyage for Samuel Purchas, who printed it in the 4th volume of Purchas His Pilgrims, published at London in 1625. Dermer's account of another voyage northward from Virginia, in the course of which he found divers ships from Amsterdam and Horn trading with the natives on the Delaware and Hudson rivers, was presented to the Virginia Company in London on July 10, 1621. To his worshipful friend M. Samuel Purchas, preacher of the word at the church a little within Ludgate, London. Sir, it was the 19th of May, 1619, May before I was fitted for my discovery, when from Monaghan I set sail in an open pinnacle of fine tune for the land I told you of. Monaghan passed along the coast, where I found some ancient plantations, not long since populous, now utterly void. In other places a remnant remains, but not free of sickness. Their disease the plague, for we might perceive the sores of some that had escaped, who described the spots of such as usually die. When I arrived at my savage's native country, finding all dead, I traveled a long-day journey westward to a place called Nomastaquit, where finding inhabitants, I dispatched a messenger a day journey further west to Poconoquet, which bordereth on the sea, whence came to see me 2 kings, attended with a guard of 50 armed men, who being well satisfied with that my savage and I discoursed unto them, being desirous of novelty, gave me content in whatsoever I demanded, where I found that former relations were true. Here I redeemed a Frenchman, and afterwards another at Massachusetts, who 3 years since escaped shipwreck at the northeast of Cape Cod. I must, amongst many things worthy observation, for want of leisure, therefore hence I passed, not mentioning any place where we touched in the way, to the island, which we discovered the 12th of June. Here we had good quarter with the savages, who likewise confirmed former reports. I found 7 several places digged, sent home of the earth with samples of other commodities elsewhere found, sounded the coast, and the time being far spent, bear up for Monaghan, arriving the 23rd of June, where we found our ship ready to depart. To this isle are 2 other near adjoining, all which I called by the name of King James his Isles, because from thence I had the first motives to search, for that now probable passage, which may hereafter be both honorable and profitable to his majesty. When I had dispatched with the ships ready to depart, I thus concluded for the accomplishing my business. In regard of the fewness of my men, not being able to leave behind me a competent number for defense, and yet sufficiently furnish myself, I put most of my provisions aboard the Sampson of Cape Ward, ready bound for Virginia, from whence he came, taking no more into the pinnace than I thought might serve our turns, determining with God's help to search the coast along, and at Virginia to supply ourselves for a second discovery, if the first failed. But as the best actions are commonly hardest in effecting, and are seldom without their crosses, so in this way we had our share, and met with many difficulties. For we had not sailed about 40 leagues, but we were taken with a southerly storm, which drew us to this strait. Either we must weather a rocky point of land, or run into a broad bay no less dangerous, incident in Silem, etc. These rocks we could not weather, though we loosened till we received much water, But at last we were forced to bear up for the bay, and run on ground a furlong off the shore, where we had been beaten to pieces, had we not instantly thrown overboard our provisions to haul our lines, by which means we escaped and brought off our pinnace the next high water without hurt, hauling our plank broken, and a small leak or two, which we easily mended. Being left in this misery, having lost much bread, all our beef and cider, some meal and apparel, with other provisions and necessities, having now little left besides hope to encourage us to persist. Yet after a little deliberation we resolved to proceed, and departed with the next fair wind. We had not now that fair quarter amongst the savages as before, which I take it was by reason of our savages' absence, who desired, in regard of our long journey, to stay with some of our savage friends at Sahuaquatuck, for now almost everywhere where they were of any strength they sought to betray us. At Manamoy, the southern part of Cape Cod, now called Sutcliffe Inlets, I was unawares taken prisoner, when they sought to kill my men, which I left to man the pinnace. But missing of their purpose, they demanded a ransom, which had, I was as far from liberty as before. Yet it pleased God at last, after a strange manner, to deliver me, with 3 of them into my hands. And a little after, the chief Sachem himself, who seeing me weigh anchor, would have leaped overboard, but intercepted, craved pardon, and sent for the hatchets, giving for ransom, excusing himself by laying the fault on his neighbors, and to be friends, sent for a canoe laden of corn, which received we set him free. I am loath to omit the story, wherein you will find cause to admire the great mercy of God, even in our greatest misery, in giving us both freedom and relief at one time. Departing hence, the next place we arrived at was Kappaok, an island formerly discovered by the English, where I met with Epinu, a savage that had lived in England and speaks indifferent good English, who 4 years since, being carried home, was reported to have been slain with divers of his countrymen by sailors, which was false. With him I had much confidence, who gave me very good satisfaction in everything almost I could demand. Time not permitting me to search here, which I should have done for sundry things of special moment, the wind fair, I stood away, shaping my course as the coast led me, till I came to the most westerly part, where coast began to fall away southerly. In my way I discovered land about 30 leagues in length, Martha's Vineyard, heretofore taken for Maine, where I feared I had been embayed. But by the help of an Indian I got to the sea again, through many crooked and straight passages. I let pass many accidents in this journey occasioned by treachery, where we were compelled twice to go together by the ears. Once the savages had great advantage of us in a strait, not above a bow shot, and where a multitude of Indians let fly at us from the bank. But it pleased God to make us victors. Near unto this we found a most dangerous cataract among small rocky lands, occasioned by 2 unequal tides, the one ebbing and flowing 2 hours before the other. Here we lost an anchor by the strength of the current, but found it deep enough. From hence were we carried in a short space by the tide's swiftness into a great bay, to us so appearing, but indeed is broken land, which gave us light of the sea. Here, as I said, the land treaded southerly. In this place I talked with many savages, who told me of 2 sundry passages to the great sea on the west. Long Island Sound offered me pilots, and one of them drew me a plot with chalk upon a chest, whereby I found it a great island, parted the 2 seas. They report the one scarce passable for shoals, perilous currents, the other no question to be made of. Having received these directions, I hastened to the place of greatest hope, where I purposed to make trials of God's goodness towards us, and use my best endeavor to bring the truth to light. But we were only showed the entrance wherein seeking to pass, we were forced back with contrary and overblowing winds, hardly escaping both our lives. Being thus overcharged with weather, I stood alongst the coast to seek harbors, to attend a favorable gale, to recover the strait. But being a harborless coast, for aught we could then perceive, we found no succor, till we arrived betwixt Cape Charles and the Maine on the east side of the bay Chesapeake. Chesapeake Bay, where in a wild road we anchored, and the next day, the 8th of September, crossed the bay to Kecaughtan, where the first news struck, cold to our hearts, the general sickness over the land. Here I resolved with all possible speed to return in pursuit of this business, so that after a little refreshing, we recovered up the river to James Cities, and from thence to Cape Ward, his plantation, where immediately we fell to hewing of boards for a close deck, having found it a most desirous course to attempt as before. As we were thus laboring to effect our purposes, it pleased Almighty God, who only disposes of the times and seasons wherein all works shall be accomplished, to visit us with his heavy hand, so that at one time there were but 2 of us able to help the rest, myself so sore shaken with a burning fever, that I was brought even unto death's door. But at 27 December 1619, with the rest almost recovered length by God's assistance escaped, and have now my former strength. The winter having overtaken us, at times on these coasts especially subject to gust and fearful storms, I have now resolved to choose a more temperate season, both for the general good and our own safeties. And thus I have sent you a broken discourse, though indeed very unwilling to have given any notice at all, till it had pleased God to have blessed me with a thorough search, that our eyes might have witnessed the truth. I have drawn a plot of the coast, which I dare not yet part with for fear of danger. Let this therefore serve for confirmation of your hopes, till I can better perform my promise and your desire. For what I have spoken, I can produce at least mela testes, far separate of the sea behind them and of ships, which come many days' journey from the west, and to the great extent of the sea to the north and south, not knowing any bounds thereof westward. I cease to trouble you till a better opportunity offer itself. Remembering my best love, etc., I rest. Yours to command, Thomas Dermer. From Captain Martin, his plantation. End of 1619, Maine and Cape Cod. Read by Mary in Arkansas. North Little Rock, July 2024.
(1919) by William Butler Yeats. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1919. 1. Many ingenious lovely things are gone that seemed sheer miracle to the multitude, protected from the circle of the moon that pitches common things about. There stood, amid the ornamental bronze and stone, an ancient image made of olive wood, and gone are Phidias's famous ivories, and all the golden grasshoppers and bees. We too had many pretty toys when young, a law indifferent to blame or praise, to bribe or threat, habits that made old wrong melt down as it were wax in the sun's rays. Public opinion ripening for so long, we thought it would outlive all future days. Oh, what fine thought we had, because we thought that the worst rogues and rascals had died out. All teeth were drawn, all ancient tricks unlearned, and a great army but a showy thing. What matter that no cannon had been turned into a plowshare? Parliament and king thought that unless a little powder burned, the trumpeters might burst with trumpeting, and yet it lack all glory. and perchance the guardsmen drowsy chargers would not prance. Now days are dragon-ridden, the nightmare rides upon sleep. A drunken soldiery can leave the mother murdered at her door to crawl in her own blood and go scot-free. The night can sweat with terror as before we pieced our thoughts into philosophy and planned to bring the world under a rule, who are but weasels fighting in a hole. He who can read the signs nor sink unmanned into a half-deceit of some intoxicant from shallow wits, who knows no work can stand whether health, wealth, or peace of mind were spent on masterwork of intellect or hand, no honor leave its mighty monument, has but one comfort left. All triumph would but break upon this ghostly solitude. But is there any comfort to be found? Man is in love and loves what vanishes. What more is there to say? That country round none dared admit, if such a thought were his, incendiary or bigot could be found to burn that stump on the Acropolis, or break in bits the famous ivories, or traffic in the grasshoppers or bees. 2. When Loie Fuller's Chinese dancers enwound a shining web, a floating ribbon of cloth, it seemed that a dragon of air had fallen among dancers, had whirled them round, or hurried them off in its own furious path. So the Platonic year whirls out new right and wrong, whirls in the old instead. All men are dancers, and their tread goes to the barbarous clangor of gong. 3. Some moralist or mythological poet compares the solitary soul to a swan. I am satisfied with that, satisfied if a troubled mirror show it, before that brief gleam of its life be gone, an image of its state, the wings half spread for flight, the breast thrust out in pride, whether to play or to ride those winds that clamor of approaching night. A man in his own secret meditation is lost amid the labyrinth that he has made in art or politics. Some Platonist affirms that in the station where we should cast off body and trade, the ancient habit sticks, and that if our works could but vanish with our breath, that were a lucky death, for triumph can but mar our solitude. The swan has leaped into the desolate heaven. That image can bring wildness, bring a rage to end all things, to end what my laborious life imagined, even the half-imagined, the half-written page. Oh, but we dreamed to mend whatever mischief seemed to afflict mankind. But now that winds of winter blow, learn that we were crack-baited when we dreamed. 4. We who 7 years ago talked of honor and of truth shriek with pleasure if we show the weasel's twist, the weasel's tooth. 5. Come, let us mock at the great that had such burdens on the mind and toiled so hard and late to leave some monument behind, nor thought of the leveling wind. Come, let us mock at the wise, with all those calendars whereon they fixed old aching eyes. They never saw how seasons run, and now but gape at the sun. Come, let us mock at the good, that fancied goodness might be gay, and sick of solitude might proclaim a holiday, Wind shrieked, and where are they? Mockers after that would not lift a hand, maybe to help good, wise, or great, to bar that foul storm out, for we traffic in mockery. 6. Violence upon the roads, violence of horses. Some few have handsome riders, are garlanded on delicate sensitive ear or tossing mane. But wearied, running round and round in their courses, all break and vanish, and evil gathers head. Herodias' daughters have returned again, a sudden blast of dusty wind, and after thunder of feet, tumult of images, their purpose in the labyrinth of the wind. And should some crazy hand dare touch a daughter, all turn with amorous cries or angry cries, according to the wind, for all are blind. But now wind drops, dust settles. Thereupon their lurch is past, his great eyes without thought, under the shadow of stupid straw-pale locks, that insolent fiend Robert Artisan, to whom the love-lorn Lady Keitler brought bronzed peacock feathers, red combs of her cocks. End of 1919.
Dix-neuvième objection à la recherche sur les végétaux nourrissants qui, dans les temps de disette, peuvent remplacer les aliments ordinaires, par Antoine Parmentier. Lu pour la collection du 19e anniversaire de LibriVox. Ceci est un enregistrement LibriVox. Tous les enregistrements de LibriVox sont dans le domaine public. Pour plus d'informations ou pour vous porter volontaire, merci de visiter le site LibriVox.org. 19e objection. Non seulement le pain de pommes de terre ne sera pas aussi bon que celui de froment, il sera encore plus cher. La livre d'amidon, qui représente la farine, coûte 1 écu. Ainsi, cette ressource est hors de la portée du peuple. Réponse. J'ai déjà donné un aperçu du prix que le pain de pommes de terre pouvait coûter dans les cantons du royaume où les grains sont rares et où ses racines sont au contraire fort communes et fournissent pendant une partie de l'année la nourriture fondamentale de leurs habitants. Ce pain ne reviendra pas à plus d'1 sou la livre, ce qu'il est très aisé de constater d'après l'achat de la pomme de terre elle-même et des frais de fabrication. Une denrée n'est jamais à bon compte dans un pays qu'autant que l'usage en a fait un besoin journalier. C'est donc une folie de calculer à quoi reviendrait le pain de pommes de terre par le prix dont est l'amidon dans certains endroits où il n'existe encore ni machine ni fabrique. Cet amidon qu'on vendait à Paris 6 francs la livre, lorsque j'annonçais qu'on pouvait l'administrer aux malades et aux convalescents, à la place du sagon et du salep, est aujourd'hui diminué de plus des 2/3. Le moulin que nous décrirons va encore en diminuer le prix. La matière elle-même, d'où on tire l'amidon, deviendra plus commune. On me permettra cette comparaison. Si l'on commandait au meilleur ouvrier une aiguille, il emploierait une demi-journée à la faire. Il faudrait alors la lui payer 1 écu. Elle vale 10 sous le cent à la manufacture. S'il s'agissait d'écraser le blé à l'aide de pilons et de mortiers, de bluter avec des tamis à la main, on aurait, en un jour, 20 livres, au plus, de farine défectueuse, avec laquelle on n'obtiendrait qu'un pain de médiocre qualité, cher et suffisant à peine à la nourriture de quelques hommes. Telle fut néanmoins pendant longtemps la nourriture parmi les peuples les plus anciens. Si on voulait se nourrir à Paris de pain de blé de Turquie et de sarrasin, il coûterait infiniment plus cher que celui de froment. Enfin, le pain de seigle ne coûte-t-il pas à Paris 5 sous la livre? Pourquoi l'industrie, qui s'est tant signalée en faveur du pain de blé, ne ferait-elle pas quelques efforts pour celui de pomme de terre, dès que l'expérience et l'observation en auront démontré l'utilité? Quand un procédé n'a plus que des machines à inventer, il a déjà atteint le point de perfection désiré. Fin de 19e objection, lu par Isade, en 2024, quelque part en France.
Александр Сергеевич Пушкин. 19 октября 1825. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 19 октября 1825. Роняет лес багряный свой убор, сребрит мороз увянувшее поле, проглянет день, как будто поневоле, и скроется за край окружных гор. Пылай, камин, в моей пустынной келье, а ты, вино, осенний стужий друг, пролей мне в грудь отрадное похмелье, минутное забвение горьких мук. Печален я, со мною друга нет, с кем долгую запил бы я разлуку, кому бы мог пожать от сердца руку и пожелать веселых много лет. Я пью один, вотще воображение вокруг меня товарищей зовет, знакомое не слышно приближение, и милого душа моя не ждет. Я пью один, и на брегах Невы меня друзья сегодня именуют, но многие ли там из вас пируют, еще кого не досчитались вы? Кто изменил пленительной привычки? Кого от вас увлек холодный свет? Чей глаз умолк на братской перекличке? Кто не пришел? Кого меж вами нет? Он не пришел, кудрявый наш певец, с огнем в очах, с гитарой сладкогласной. Под миртами Италии прекрасной он тихо спит, и дружеский резец не начертал над русскою могилой слов несколько на языке родном, чтоб некогда нашел привет унылый сын севера, бродя в краю чужом. Сидишь ли ты в кругу своих друзей, чужих небес любовник беспокойный, иль снова ты проходишь тропик знойный и вечный лед полуночных морей? Счастливый путь! С лицейского порога ты на корабль перешагнул шутя, и с той поры в морях твоя дорога, о волн и бурь, любимое дитя! Ты сохранил в блуждающей судьбе прекрасных лет первоначальные нравы, лицейский шум, лицейские забавы всредь бурных волн мечтались о тебе. Ты простирал из-за моря нам руку, ты нас одних в молодой душе носил и повторял, на долгую разлуку нас тайный рок, быть может, осудил. Друзья мои, прекрасен наш союз. Он, как душа, неразделим и вечен, неколебим, свободен и беспечен. Срастался он под сенью дружных муз. Куда бы нас ни бросила судьбина, и счастье, куда б ни повело, все те же мы. Нам целый мир — чужбина, отечество нам — царское село. Из края в край преследуем грозой, запутанный в сетях судьбы суровой, я с трепетом на лоно дружбы новой, устав, приник ласкающей главой, с мольбой моей печальной и мятежной, с доверчивой надеждой первых лет друзьям иным душой предался нежной, но горек был не братский их привет. И ныне здесь, в забытой сей глуши, в обители пустынных вьюг и хлада, мне сладкая готовилась отрада. Троих из вас, друзей моей души, здесь обнял я. Поэта дом опальный, о, пущен мой, ты первый посетил. Ты усладил изгнание день печальный, ты в день его лицея превратил. Ты, Горчаков, счастливец с первых дней, хвала тебе. Фортуны блеск холодный не изменил души твоей свободной, все тот же ты для чести и друзей. Нам разный путь судьбой назначен строгой, Ступая в жизнь, мы быстро разошлись. Но невзначай проселочной дорогой мы встретились и братски обнялись. Когда постиг меня судьбиный гнев, для всех чужой, как сирота бездомный, под бурею главой поник я томной и ждал тебя, вещун пермских дев. И ты пришел, сын лени вдохновенной, о Дельвиг мой, твой голос пробудил сердечный жар, так долго усыпленный, и бодро я судьбу благословил. С младенчества дух песен в нас горел, и дивное волнение мы познали. С младенчества две музы к нам летали, и сладок был их лаской наш удел. Но я любил уже рукоплескания, ты, гордый, пел для муз и для души. Свой дар, как жизнь, я тратил без внимания, ты гений свой воспитывал в тиши. Служение муз не терпит суеты, прекрасное должно быть величаво, но юность нам советует лукаво, и шумные нас радуют мечты. Опомнимся, но поздно, и уныло глядим назад, следов не видя там. Скажи, Вильгельм, не то ли с нами было, мой брат родной по музе, по судьбам? Пора, пора, душевных наших мук не стоит мир, оставим заблуждение, сокроем жизнь под сень уединения. Я жду тебя, мой запоздалый друг, приди, огнем волшебного рассказа сердечное предание оживи, поговорим о бурных днях Кавказа, о Шиллере, о славе, о любви. Пора и мне. Пируйте, о друзья, предчувствую отрадное свидание. Запомните ж поэта предсказания, промчится год, и с вами снова я. Исполнится завет моих мечтаний, промчится год, и я явлюсь к вам. О, сколько слез и сколько восклицаний, и сколько чаш, подъятых к небесам! И первую полней, друзья, полней, и всю до дна в честь нашего союза. Благослови, ликующая муза, благослови, да здравствует лицей! Наставникам, хранившим юность нашу, всем честью и мертвым, и живым, кустам, подъяв признательную чашу, не помня зла, за благо воздадим. Пируйте же, пока еще мы тут. Увы, наш круг час от часу редеет. Кто в гробе спит, кто дальний сиротеет. Судьба глядит, мы вянем, дни бегут. Невидимо склоняясь и хладея, мы близимся к началу своему. Кому ж из нас под старость день лицея торжествовать придется одному? Несчастный друг, средь новых поколений, докучный гость и лишний, и чужой, он вспомнит нас и дни соединений, закрыв глаза дрожащую рукой. Пускай же он с отрадой хоть печальной тогда сей день за чашей проведет, как ныне я, затворник ваш опальный, его провел без горя и забот. Конец поэмы 19 октября 1825.
The 19th Amendment and Women's Suffrage, a legal sidebar from the Congressional Research Service, published on January 13, 2023, Parts 1 through 6. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in July 2024. The 19th Amendment and Women's Suffrage. This legal sidebar, parts 1 through 6, discusses the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, which recognized women's voting rights. Shortly before Election Day 2022, a group of people gathered in Rochester, New York, to honor the late social reformer and women's rights activist Susan B. Anthony. About 150 years earlier, Anthony cast a ballot in the 1872 presidential election. She was arrested and charged with illegally voting as a woman in violation of federal law. She unsuccessfully claimed that the 14th Amendment gave her the right to vote as a privilege of citizenship. A federal district court imposed a fine of $100 on Anthony, but she never paid it. As the nation marks the 150th anniversary of Anthony's vote and the 2020 centennial of the 19th Amendment's ratification, Congress may be interested in the history and impact of the women's suffrage movement and the 19th Amendment. Part 1, Introduction. The 19th Amendment prohibits the federal and state governments from denying or abridging a U.S. citizen's right to vote on the basis of sex, thereby recognizing women's suffrage. Section 2 of the amendment grants Congress the power to enforce the prohibitions in Section 1 by enacting appropriate legislation. The Supreme Court has not decided many cases interpreting the 19th Amendment. Nonetheless, the amendment has had a significant impact throughout society by helping to increase women's participation in politics and other domains of public life. As proposed and ratified by men in the late 1780s, the Constitution did not prohibit the states from establishing gender-based restrictions on voting. From the founding of the United States in 1776 to the end of the Civil War in 1865, none of the states consistently recognized a woman's right to vote in federal or state elections. Nonetheless, in the decades prior to the Civil War, women gained significant experience in organizing and leading political reform movements, including women's suffrage campaigns. After the Civil War, the states' ratification of the Reconstruction Amendments to the Constitution, which aimed to protect African American civil rights, brought new attention to issues of women's rights and suffrage. During the Reconstruction era, a women's suffrage movement unsuccessfully sought federal recognition of women's voting rights by petitioning Congress and pursuing litigation in federal court. Despite slow progress at the federal level in the late 19th century, by 1916, state-level campaigns succeeded in obtaining full women's voting rights in 11 western states and partial voting rights in many others. By the late 1910s, as a result of women's suffrage campaigns and shifting views of traditional gender roles during World War I, the political environment became more favorable for the enactment of a women's suffrage amendment. Congress proposed the 19th Amendment in June 1919, and the states ratified it in August 1920. Part 2, The Founding Era and the Civil War. As proposed and ratified by men in the late 1870s, the Constitution did not prohibit the states from establishing gender-based restrictions on voting. From the founding of the United States in 1776 to the end of the Civil War in 1865, none of the states consistently recognized a woman's right to vote in federal or state elections. Several state constitutions in existence at the time of the founding specifically limited suffrage to men. Many women faced additional barriers to voting because of coverture, a legal doctrine derived from England common law. Coverture denied a married woman separate legal status from her husband, thereby preventing her from voting. Although women could not vote in the early 1800s, they actively led and participated in political reform movements. Female activists, many of whom advocated for the abolition of slavery, increasingly wrote and gave speeches in support of women's suffrage. In 1848, two of these activists, Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucretia Mott, organized a convention in Seneca Falls, New York, to discuss women's rights. At this convention of a few hundred women and men, Stanton presented her Declaration of Sentiments, which was modeled after the U.S. Declaration of Independence. Stanton's declaration stated that all men and women are created equal. The declaration listed various grievances against the government and the system of coverture, including the denial of women's inalienable right to the elective franchise. 100 convention attendees signed the declaration, including Stanton, Mott, and African-American abolitionist Frederick Douglass. Convention attendees also narrowly passed a separate resolution calling for women's suffrage. After the Seneca Falls Convention, women and men organized other conventions throughout the United States to advocate for women's rights, including suffrage. During the 1850s, some formerly enslaved African American women who faced barriers to voting because of race and gender organized and attended conventions advocating for women's suffrage. These women included Sojourner Truth and Sarah Redmond. As a result of these efforts, in the years leading up to the Civil War, the campaign for women's suffrage attained broader public awareness and support. Part 3. The Reconstruction Era. Shortly after the Civil War, Congress proposed 3 amendments to the Constitution, known as the Reconstruction Amendments, which aimed to safeguard African Americans' civil rights. These are the 13th Amendment, ratified in 1865, which abolished slavery; the 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, defining the concept of national citizenship and guaranteeing due process and equal protection of the laws to all persons; and the 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, prohibiting the federal and state governments from restricting a U.S. citizen's eligibility to vote on the basis of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. The states' ratification of amendments that aim to protect African American civil rights brought new attention to issues of women's rights and suffrage. Debates over the Reconstruction Amendments led to disagreements within the women's suffrage movement. In particular, during congressional debates over the 15th Amendment, the movement's leaders divided over whether to support an amendment that granted African American men the right to vote but did not address women's suffrage. Believing that the Constitution should not grant voting rights to African American men unless it also recognized women's suffrage, Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony split from the American Equal Rights Association they founded in 1866 and formed the National Woman Suffrage Association, NWSA, in 1869. NWSA focused its efforts on obtaining federal legislation or a constitutional amendment recognizing women's suffrage. Later, in 1869, women's rights activists who supported the 15th Amendment's adoption, including Lucy Stone, founded the American Woman Suffrage Association, AWSA. AWSA generally adopted a state-by-state approach to seeking voting rights. Although NWSA and AWSA would merge in 1890, some women's rights leaders increasingly excluded African Americans from participation in suffrage events in an effort to gain Southern white voters' support. In 1896, African American women formed a national organization, the National Association of Colored Women, NACW, with Mary Church Terrell as its first president. NACW advocated for women's voting rights and other issues important to African American women. During the Reconstruction era, the women's suffrage movement pursued its objectives at both the federal and state levels of government. At the federal level, proponents argued before federal courts and Congress that the 14th Amendment granted women the right to vote. In particular, proponents of women's suffrage theorized that the 14th Amendment's Privileges or Immunities Clause prohibited states from denying women's suffrage. This clause provided that, quote, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, end quote. In the Supreme Court case Minor versus Happersett, a women's suffrage activist, Virginia Minor, sued a registrar in Missouri who denied Minor's application to vote in the 1872 general election. Minor maintained that as a citizen of the United States and Missouri, she was entitled to the privilege of voting. She argued that the Missouri Constitution and registry law denying her that privilege violated the 14th Amendment. The Supreme Court agreed that Minor was a natural-born citizen of the United States. However, the court determined that the right to vote was not one of the necessary privileges of citizenship. The court noted that at the time of the Constitution's adoption, none of the states allowed all citizens to vote, an arrangement the framers implicitly accepted. The court also observed that Section 2 of the 14th Amendment penalized states that denied the right to vote to male inhabitants who were citizens at least 21 years of age by reducing their congressional representation. This language, in the court's view, indicated that suffrage was not an absolute right of all citizens under the Constitution. Drawing inferences from the 14th Amendment's text and history, the court concluded that states could deny voting rights to women. In addition to pursuing recognition of women's suffrage in federal court, proponents petitioned Congress for legislation requiring the states to recognize women's voting rights. For example, in a petition to Congress, Victoria Woodhull maintained that the 14th and 15th Amendments implicitly recognized such rights. Congressional committees rejected Woodhull's petition and many similar petitions during the 1870s. In 1878, Senator Aaron Sargent of California introduced a resolution proposing a suffrage amendment to the Constitution that contained the same prohibition on abridging women's voting rights as the later ratified 19th Amendment. However, this resolution lacked the political support needed for passage at the time. Despite setbacks at the federal level, proponents of women's suffrage achieved some progress at the state level during the Reconstruction era. A few Western state governments accorded women full or partial voting rights. For example, in 1869, the territory of Wyoming, and later the state of Wyoming, granted its female citizens full voting rights. Similarly, the territory of Utah enacted a law granting women the right to vote in 1870. Although Congress legislatively deprived Utah women of this right in 1887, the state of Utah's Constitution again recognized women's suffrage in 1896. Michigan granted women limited suffrage, allowing them to vote in school board elections after the Civil War. Part 4. The Progressive Era and Ratification. The Progressive Era, which lasted from the late 1890s to the early 1920s, was a period of increased political activism and social reform in the United States. During this era, the National American Women's Suffrage Association initially emphasized state-level efforts to secure voting rights for women. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 1 of the Constitution gave states the ability to determine voter qualifications for congressional elections based on the qualifications required to vote in state elections. By 1916, women had obtained full voting rights in 11 Western states and partial voting rights in many others. Nonetheless, the slow pace of progress at the state level spurred activists such as Carrie Chapman Catt to intensify their efforts to obtain an amendment to the Constitution recognizing women's right to vote. Some suffragists, such as Alice Paul, combined traditional advocacy efforts with more radical forms of protest, including parades, picketing, and hunger strikes in support of a federal amendment. The year 1917 marked a turning point in the fight for women's suffrage. In that year, the first woman elected to Congress, Representative Jeanette Rankin of Montana, took office. Montana had granted women equal suffrage rights in 1914. In addition, New York passed a referendum approving women's suffrage, becoming the first Eastern state to do so. As the United States entered World War I in April 1917 to fight for democracy abroad, it became more difficult for opponents of women's suffrage to argue that women should be denied a fundamental democratic right at home. By the end of the year, the women's suffrage movement had secured significant political support for a federal amendment, but obtaining the approval of Congress and the state legislatures proved to be a difficult task. The language that would become the 19th Amendment was first introduced in Congress during the Reconstruction era. In 1878, Senator Aaron Sargent of California introduced a joint resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution that would have prohibited the federal and state governments from restricting U.S. citizens' voting rights on account of sex. This language was modeled after the 15th Amendment's prohibition on race-based voting restrictions. The Senate did not act on Senator Sargent's proposal at the time. However, it later voted down the proposed women's suffrage amendment as reintroduced in 1887. In December 1917, Representative John E. Raker of California reintroduced the joint resolution proposing a women's suffrage amendment in the 65th Congress. During the House of Representatives debate on the resolution, proponents argued that women should have the right to vote because they had played a key role in the nation's labor force during World War I. U.S. allies, including Great Britain, had already granted suffrage to many women. At least one member of Congress argued that the extension of the franchise to women would recognize their increasing social and economic independence from their husbands. Proponents also noted that many women paid taxes without having a role in choosing their political representatives. Opponents generally argued that amending the Constitution to recognize women's suffrage would intrude on each state's authority to determine the composition of its electorate and disrupt the traditional notion of the American family. A few members objected because the 19th Amendment would, at least on paper, enfranchise African American women. Despite some opposition, the joint resolution narrowly achieved the two-thirds majority needed for passage in the House on January 10, 1918. The Senate debated the joint resolution for several months in 1918. Senate debates touched on many of the same issues as the House debates, including women's contribution to the war effort, states' rights, and race. In September 1918, shortly before the midterm elections, President Woodrow Wilson gave a speech to the Senate in support of the women's suffrage amendment. President Wilson noted that women supported the nation's fight in World War I and contended that the United States could not fight for democracy abroad while denying women the right to vote at home. In addition to arguing that women's suffrage was key to winning the war, Wilson stated that the resolution of the nation's great problems after the war would, quote, depend upon the direct and authoritative participation of women in our councils, end quote. The day after Wilson's speech on October 1, 1918, the Senate rejected the joint resolution proposing the women's suffrage amendment. The amendment again failed in the Senate during the 65th Congress on February 10, 1919. In May 1919, after the new 66th Congress convened, President Wilson called a special session of the National Legislature to consider a number of issues, including the women's suffrage amendment. Progress in Congress was swift. The House passed the joint resolution proposing the 19th Amendment on May 21, 1919, and the Senate approved it on June 4, 1919. Thereafter, it was sent to the states for ratification. Although the new Congress acted quickly on the amendment, more than a year elapsed before it attained the 3/4 majority of the states necessary for ratification on August 18, 1920. About a week later, on August 26th, U.S. Secretary of State Bainbridge Colby certified the amendment to have been ratified. Despite the 19th Amendment's ratification, many African American women and other female minority groups throughout the United States continued to face significant obstacles to voting, such as poll taxes and literacy tests. These barriers were addressed when the states ratified the 24th Amendment in 1964. Congress then enacted the Voting Rights Act in 1965 to enforce the 15th Amendment. Part 5, Supreme Court Interpretations. The Supreme Court has not decided many cases interpreting the 19th Amendment. In the only significant case addressing the amendment's effect, Breedlove v. Suttles, the court upheld a Georgia law that required state residents between the ages of 21 and 60 to pay a poll tax. The law exempted women who did not register to vote from paying the tax. However, men between 21 and 60 years of age were required to pay the tax regardless of whether they registered to vote. A 28-year-old male who sought to register to vote challenged the law as a violation of the 14th and 19th Amendments. The court acknowledged that the 19th Amendment protected men's voting rights in addition to women's. However, the court determined, without much elaboration, that the tax did not deny or abridge a man's right to vote on account of his sex. Almost 3 decades later, in Harper v. Virginia State Board of Elections, the Supreme Court overruled Breedlove, determining that imposing a poll tax on voters in state elections violated the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. The court held that conditioning a voter's participation in state elections upon payment of a poll tax discriminated against prospective voters based on their wealth. However, in Harper, the court did not revisit Breedlove's 19th Amendment holding. Since Breedlove, the Supreme Court has occasionally referenced the 19th Amendment when resolving claims brought under the 14th Amendment's due process or equal protection clauses. For example, when striking down Georgia's county unit system for tabulating votes in state primary elections as a violation of the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause, the court suggested that the 19th Amendment stands for political equality and illustrates the concept of one person, one vote. In a later equal protection case involving the Virginia Military Institute's male-only admission policy, the court traced its application of heightened scrutiny to official actions that deny rights or opportunities based on sex, in part to the history of sex discrimination that preceded the 19th Amendment's recognition of women's suffrage. Although the court has occasionally referenced the 19th Amendment in its opinions, a number of questions concerning the amendment's scope remain unresolved. For example, it is unclear whether a successful 19th Amendment claim requires a showing of intentional gender-based discrimination and how far Congress's Section 2 enforcement power extends. Part 6, Impacts Beyond the Supreme Court. Although the Supreme Court has not decided many cases interpreting the 19th Amendment, the Constitution's recognition of women's suffrage has had a significant impact throughout society. As the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg noted at an event celebrating the centennial of the 19th Amendment's ratification, the amendment, quote, was the first step toward equal citizenship stature for women, end quote, in the political and civil spheres of public life. In the political domain, the 19th Amendment changed voter demographics by adding millions of potential female voters to the electorate. As a result, many women immediately acquired a direct role in choosing their elected leaders and representatives for the first time. Nonetheless, many African American women and other female minority groups throughout the United States continued to face significant obstacles to voting after the 19th Amendment's ratification. Another visible legacy of the 19th Amendment has been an increase in the number of women holding public office. As a result of the suffrage movement, the 19th Amendment, and other societal developments, the 20th and 21st centuries witnessed a number of electoral firsts for women. These included Jeanette Rankin's 1916 election to the House of Representatives, Hattie Wyatt Caraway's 1932 election to the Senate, Nancy Pelosi's 2007 election as Speaker of the House, and Kamala Harris's 2020 election to the vice presidency. At the beginning of the 117th Congress in January 2021, a record number of 151 women took office, accounting for about 28% of Congress's total membership. In addition to increasing women's involvement in politics, the 19th Amendment helped to increase women's participation in other domains of public life. For example, during the 20th century, women increasingly served on juries, pursued higher education, and entered the professional workforce in the United States. Nonetheless, despite progress on women's rights issues, some advocates, such as the National Woman's Party, continued to campaign for the removal of all existing sex distinctions from the law. These advocates sought an amendment to the Constitution that would have guaranteed full legal equality between women and men. This proposed Equal Rights Amendment, ERA, was ultimately unsuccessful. However, efforts to obtain an ERA received new attention during the 2020 centennial celebration of the 19th Amendment's ratification. End of the 19th Amendment and women's suffrage.
An Account of 19 Rebels by Anonymous. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Devorah Allen. An account of 19 rebels that was executed at Taunton Deane in the county of Somerset on Wednesday the 30th of September, 1685, for high treason against His Most Sacred Majesty. After many disappointments in underhand contrivances and malicious machinations, the restless faction, grown big with mischief, being no longer capable to hide their rancor, gave it vent, though to their shame and confusion. For as it has in most ages been evident that heaven frustrates and blasts evil purposes and wicked designs, so more especially in this it has appeared even to a miracle, and peculiarly in the preservation of His Most Sacred Majesty, the best of princes, and subduing his enemies under his feet, to render all good men entirely happy, and to bring those to condign punishment, which neither clemency nor mildness were able to reduce to or retain in their due obedience to their lawful sovereign. So that where mercy cannot prevail, it is very reasonable justice should take place, and exemplary punishment restrained by fear, where favor and indulgence proves ineffectual. That treason and traitorous designs, those banes of kingdoms and disturbers of common peace and tranquillity, may be rooted out, or at least overwhelmed to a degree of rendering them impotent, and warn those who have been, or hereafter shall be tempted by such guiled baits of ruin by sad example, to fly and avoid them, as they tender their safety and reputation, which had these persons whose names follow, and who deservedly fell by the hand of justice done, it might have proved happy to them in their posterity. But entering upon an unjust and unnatural rebellion, being by divine providence frustrated by their wicked undertaking, they were taken in the pit they had digged for others, and being with many more brought to justice, and plain proof made out against them, they received sentence of death as rebels and traitors against their king and natural lord, which sentence was on Wednesday the 30th of September put in execution, in the manner undermentioned, upon 19 of them. On the 30th of September aforesaid, Abraham Ainsley of Wapping, by trade tallow chandler, Arthur Matthews of London, William Jenkins of London, son to William Jenkins, the nonconformist minister, who some time since died in Newgate, Benjamin Hewling of London, merchant, John Dyer of Taunton, John Hucker of Taunton, Jonathan England of Taunton, John Sharp of Taunton, Percy Morin of Taunton, John Savage of Taunton, John Fricker of Taunton, John Williams of Taunton, John Petram of Taunton, James Wedham of Taunton, John Trickey of Taunton, William Satchel of Taunton, William Davison of Wellington, Henry Liesel of London, linen draper, Robert Parrott of Shoreditch, in the suburbs of London, a brewer, notoriously known as a party actually concerned in stealing the crown out of the Tower of London, in the reign of his late Majesty of blessed memory, and thereby incurred the penalty of death, but was pardoned by that gracious prince. Yet such transcendent goodness and dispensation of mercy was not sufficient to deter him from entering into a rebellion against his royal brother, our present most sacred sovereign, for which he met his just reward. All these, the day before mentioned, were conveyed with a strong guard to a triangle gallows placed on the Corn Hill at Taunton Dean, in the county of Somerset, where, according to their sentence, they were executed. End of An Account of 19 Rebels.
A short survey of the art of the 19th century with some notes on recent developments. From William Morris to Whistler by Walter Crane. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jessie Percival. A short survey of the art of the 19th century, chiefly in England, with some notes on recent developments. 100 years is but an arbitrary division of time, and yet one cannot help investing the centuries with a sort of personality as they pass, each distinguished by certain characteristics, particular movements, and habits of thought as well as of life and its aspects, and above all by the spirit and forms of the art to which they have given birth. If we could summon a typical figure with proper accessories to illustrate each epoch, we would get a vivid, if somewhat symbolic idea of the varying phases of thought and art, and the passing fashions and taste which the past has witnessed. Few centuries, perhaps, would be more difficult to comprehend in a single figure than the 19th, displaying as it does in the course of its history so many diversities, revolutions we might say, in artistic development. In its early years, inheriting its taste and fashions from the 18th century, when handicraft was still the principal means for the production of things of both use and adornment, the 19th century has witnessed a complete revolution in commercial and industrial conditions, with the development of the factory system, competition, and the demands of the world market. It has seen the great machine industries take the place of the former minute subdivision of labor, and in the process of both subdivision of labor and the development of machine industry, all forms of production have been affected. The former local centers of supply have disappeared with self-dependent homesteads and village industries, and with the decline of handicraft traditions of design and construction have been in this country well nigh completely broken, except in some trades, such as the cartwrights and the wheelwrights and the harness makers. We still see in our beautiful country wagons the chamfers and ogee forms in the woodwork, and the gay painting of medieval times, and our noble shire horses are often brave with bright brass ornaments which perpetuate traditional patterns, molded or pierced, while the descendants of Wayland Smith still ply their trade at the village forge, though mainly limited to horseshoes. But machine industry and the factory and production for profit rather than for use, having nearly extinguished all sense of art and individual taste in the useful arts which contribute to the comfort and decoration of the home, in the later years of the century, seem to have evoked by the mere force of reaction and revulsion of feeling that remarkable revival of decorative design and handicraft which has distinguished its closing years. under the influence of which many beautiful crafts have been successfully recovered and practiced with success, while trade itself has not been slow to derive new ideas from the arts and crafts movement. The main principles inspiring the promoters of this movement have been the unity of the arts allied with and controlled by architecture, and the due acknowledgement of the artistic responsibility of the designer and craftsman. With regard to the architecture of the 19th century, we may see nearly every past fashion of its history revived in turn, until some of our eclectic architects seem to have evolved something like a characteristic domestic style, at least characteristically mixed with its constructive and decorative features, but certainly adapted to modern requirements. The classic forms in building, which attained a certain heaviness and Dutch plainness under the Georges, underwent a transformation with the revival of Greek and Roman taste in the Empire period. From that time onward, classical columns and pilasters and classical details of varying proportions became embedded, as it were, in our domestic architecture. And, as a consequence, the more or less Doric portico still dominates large residential districts of London. Their columned ranks, however, have latterly been greatly broken in some quarters by the cheerful red brick fronts and white sashes of the Queen Anne revival, which have, in some instances, in response to the demand for residential flats, even got upon stilts and nodded us from the many gabled top stories of the modern caravanserai. Street architecture in later Victorian days became a masquerade in building materials, since the design of the facade bears little or no relation to the hidden structure of steel framing by which our many-storied piles are held together, while, apparently, when there are shops on the ground floor, the whole mass has the effect of playfully reposing upon the edges of great sheets of plate glass. The use of terracotta or cut brick enrichments have been a welcome relief from the doleful gentility of the white brick, or the depressing gray stucco which has cast a peculiar gloom over some respectable neighborhoods. In church architecture, the Gothic revivalists have carried all before them. At one period of the 19th century, indeed, when the restoring zeal was at its height, and nothing was acceptable but something early English, there was considerable reason to fear that the architects would leave nothing behind them. But we have had really distinguished work from men like Butterfield, the architect of All Saints Margaret Street, William Burgess, and J.D. Setting, while domestic architecture both in town and country has been developed on new lines by Mr. Norman Shaw, Mr. Philip Webb, and their able followers of the younger generation. In sculpture, we may trace an analogous line of development from the severe, graceful, but somewhat cold classical style of Flaxman and the more dramatic Canova, or the sentiment of Thorvaldsen, freezing into the later classicism of Gibson on the one hand, or breaking out into the realisms and trivialities of the modern Italian school. In England, inspired by the study of nature and cultivation of style, chiefly under the influence of the works of Phidias and the Florentine masters of the 15th century, a school of considerable distinction and force has arisen. We had one, at least, really great master in Alfred Stevens, standing almost alone as a modern expositor of Renaissance traditions. He has been succeeded by men of taste and refinement, like the late Onslow Ford, or the accomplishment, beauty of design, and vigor of expression of the late Harry Bates, not to mention living exponents of sculpture quite as distinguished. Among the younger school, the continental influence of Meunier and of Rodin may be noted. To continue our rapid and necessarily imperfect survey, in the field of painting, again, the course of development through changes of feeling and aim is even more emphatically marked, as might be expected from the most sensitive and impressionable of the arts. The domination of the older academic traditions in artistic education and practice was only broken fitfully in the first quarter of the century by such meteoric influences as that of William Blake, who, with his vivid and inspired vision of the world of spiritual, imaginative, and symbolic beauty, was in open revolt against the classical coldness and the conscious prettiness and pretenses of his time in art, as well as against the prosaic, calculating spirit of a commercial epoch. Sir Joshua Reynolds and Thomas Gainsborough, as well as Hogarth, left their mark on the methods in English painting and raised a standard of workmanship in the 18th century, which has not since been approached in the same direction, though many charming artists in the figure and landscape, such as George Morland, succeeded them. While later we have the anecdotic and incident pictures of David Wilkie, which established a characteristic British type. The remarkable work of J.M.W. Turner is perhaps more characteristic of the first half of the 19th century than that of any other English painter. Trained in the restricted and reserved methods of the early landscape school learned from Italy and France, with extraordinary industry and facility as a draftsman, with a keen sense of composition, his development under different influences, from the classical landscape school of Claude Lorraine and Nicolas Poussin, to the romantic feeling of Titian and Salvator Rosa, or the quiet pathos and precision of touch of the Dutch masters, and above all the close and constant observation of nature in all her varying moods, and in nearly all European countries, may be seen in the unrivaled record of work he has left, and in the splendid collection in the National Gallery. Turner seems to express the general movement of the half-century's life and moods of thought more completely than any other artist. Classical, romantic, mythological, naturalistic, impressionistic in turn. From the serene atmosphere, lucent skies, and deep umbrage of classical landscapes, with their nymphs and shepherds, we may follow the course of his mind to the rain, steam, and speed of the Great Western Railway. It is a wide reach, but Turner's art illuminates the smoke and the stir and stress of the industrial revolutionary 19th century like a rainbow spanning a stormy sky. And what of its last 50 years? They have seen a rise, formation, and decline of the Pre-Raphaelite school, that strong and earnest movement emanating from a small group of enthusiastic young painters seeking sincerity of expression with thoroughness of workmanship and profound study of nature. The names of Holman Hunt, J.E. mleigh, D.G. Rossetti, and Ford Madox Brown and Frederick Sandys will always be associated with this important epoch in English painting. Their works have exercised a potent influence far beyond their own immediate circle, and have affected many different developments, forming the root and stem, as it were, of many different branches. To this source, whether as reactive or related influences, we may trace back the two chief and vital distinctive directions into which modern painting may be broadly divided: Impressionism on the one hand, and the pursuit of decorative beauty tinged with poetic feeling and romance on the other. This latter being allied with a further important movement concerned with the revival of design and artistic handicrafts, known as the Art and Crafts movement. With this, the names William Morris and Burne-Jones will always be associated, and they both link hands with the original group of Pre-Raphaelites. Among later influences upon art, generally that of the Japanese cannot be left out of account, as its effects have been considerable in many directions and may be said to have had an enormous influence upon the art of Whistler. Despite, however, the marvelous skill of Japanese craftsmanship, owing to the fantastic spirit of their design and the absence of the steadying and controlling influence of stone construction in their architecture, their art has had more effect upon our impressionistic school than upon our arts and craftsmen, and it is rather by the work of the latter type and the movement it represents that the art of the close of the last century is more distinctly characterized. The study of Japanese art, however, leads us back to its source in the graver and more serious art of China, where its prototypes may be found in nobler forms. The opening of the 20th century has brought great changes in the aspects of life, changes in the temper of the nation. Action and reaction, which govern the world, also influence the world of thought and of art. The pendulum of taste swings between the classic and the romantic moods and modes. It has of late swung again towards the classical side and manifests itself as regards decoration in the vogue of plain white walls, classic columns and pilasters and cornices, and an almost Puritan fear of any other kind of ornament. When color and pattern are indulged in, they mostly show a reversion to the fashions of the early Victorian age of French origin or Primordian types. What was once denounced as hideous has now become old-fashioned enough to be found historically interesting. In painting, what might be termed a cult of the ugly, indeed, seems to have fascinated many of our vigorous artists. This may be the result of a reaction against early Victorian prettiness and quasi-classical elegance. There has also been a decadent influence at work in our latter-day art. This also manifested itself in that strange decorative disease known as l'art nouveau, which some writers have actually asserted was the offspring of what, properly considered, was really its antithesis, the Morris school of decoration. Some of the forms of l'art nouveau may have been the result of the translation into continental modes of some kinds of British or rather Scottish design initiated by certain designers of the Glasgow school, and it is in this direction, I think, that we should be more likely to discover its true genesis. To father it on the Morris school is much as if one were to say that Impressionism was a development of the pre-Raphaelite movement, whereas it was a reaction. The followers of both schools, no doubt, sought to restate natural fact or phase, but on totally different principles and in absolutely opposed terms of art. With the passing of the Impressionist masters, again, we see a counter-movement in what are called the Post-Impressionists. Here again, principles, methods of conception, observation, selection, and execution are totally different. There are many different individualities, and their works are so diverse that it can hardly be considered a concerted movement in painting, though, regarded collectively, it appears to be a reaction against previously accepted canons or standards in art. Yet curiously enough, there are suggestions of the influence of early Byzantine work and of Roman mosaic in the work of some of these painters. The mosaic method of producing form and color by the juxtaposition of small tesserae or cubes being actually followed as closely as possible in some instances, by laying on paint in small squares or parallelograms. By such means, a certain effect of vibrating light is obtained, but it seems rather a misapplication of the method, and would be more satisfactory to work an actual mosaic, and for the artist to avail himself of the decorative beauty which the conditions of working in that material would give. The movement, so far as it is sincere, appears to be a reflex in art of the feeling which is apt to possess members of a civilized community occasionally, the feeling which urges a man to break away from the restraints and formalities, as well as the comforts and luxuries of modern life, and seek a return to nature or the bedrock of existence in the backwoods, or some primitive country where a simple life is possible. It also reflects a view which has a certain influence among educationalists, a desire to realize and to possess the unprejudiced, unprepossessed attitude of a child's mind and its outlook and vision of nature and life. There is a charm in the naivete of primitive art of all kinds, which is akin to the charm we often find in children's drawings. In seeking to cultivate artificially such a mental attitude and its expression in art, however, there is the danger of affectation, and even the sincerest efforts in that direction may give the impression of being affected. Also, when it is nearly always the case in our time, the question of art becomes hopelessly mixed up with the question of commercialism and personal interests, and crossed by waves of fashionable caprice, like the wind blowing where it listeth, it becomes exceedingly difficult to discover the proverbial hair which perhaps divides the false and the true. Another point to be noted is this, that whereas the trend of Impressionism in art has been towards the opposite pole to conscious and formal design, among some of the painters of the newer school there appears to be a feeling towards its recovery to some extent. At least there is evidence of the desire to regard a picture as a pattern of color which necessarily involves some sort of arrangement. This may be some indication of a return to sanity and a desire to restore the art of painting as an art of design. But over and above all these movements and varieties, the desire for something antique seems to be dominant. The old masters eclipse the moderns in painting, and in decoration and furniture. If genuine old work is not to be had, the closest imitation is in demand, and the tone of time must, if possible, be anticipated in counterfeit. Mr. Hardcastle in She Stoops to Conquer would be quite in fashion with his old house and everything old in it. Apart from the trade interests no doubt concerned, this love of antiquity growing side by side with the most rapid development of mechanical invention and the consequent transformation of the aspects and habits of life is a curious fact and seems to show, so far as it is genuine, the growth of an unsatisfied historic sense or feeling for romance, which at one time seemed threatened with extinction in a utilitarian world. This taste for antiquity in all things, however, is often very artificial in its manifestations, and does not lead to any keener appreciation of good contemporary art, but rather encourages the simulation of past styles than original invention, which does not seem quite healthy. Another recent development is the taste for pageantry. This is in itself another indication of the revival of the love of romance and antiquity, perhaps, and may to some extent have also encouraged that revival. Certainly in pageantry, we have a popular and picturesque means of vivifying past history, and encouraging a knowledge of and pride in the story of their own country among our people, which could hardly be gained from the study of books or pictures alone. Historic episodes arranged in dramatic form enacted by living men and women, with all the vivid effect of life and movement, and heightened by all the resources of costume and heraldry, and accessories proper to each period, the scenes, too, taking place in the open air, with green swards, noble trees, and the wide sky for proscenium leave an ineffaceable impression upon the eyes and minds of the spectators. But what is wanted is a wider appeal. We might make the pageant a means of centralizing and unifying national life. We should not be content to limit such shows to a means of raising money for charitable objects, or as an expensive amusement for the few. We should aim at making our pageants free public spectacles in which the people themselves should cooperate. Mr. Frank Henson and Mr. Frank Lascelles have done and are doing excellent work in this direction. Every town might have its commemorative processions in celebration of certain important local historic events, especially such as illustrate the growth of the great structure of English freedom. If we consider the amount of artistic and archaeological knowledge, the training and discipline involved, the opportunities for personal distinction, and the cultivation of the sense of beauty in the externals of life, we have in the pageant a very important educational factor of far-reaching influence and a powerful means of unifying public sentiment and public spirit, and fostering the national character. End of A Short Survey of the Art of the 19th Century with some notes on recent developments.
The Athenaid, Book the 19th by Richard Glover, read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Athenaid, Book the 19th. The morning breaks. Nicanor sudden greets the general. Welcome tidings in these words he utters loud. The citadel is won, the tyrant slaughtered. With our sacred guide a rugged, winding track in brambles hid, half up a crag we climbed. There, stooping low, a narrow cleft we entered. Mazy still we trod through dusky bowels of a rock, while our conductor gathered, as he stepped, a clue, which careful in his hand he coiled. Our spears we trailed, each soldier held the skirt of his preceding comrade. We attained an iron wicket, where the ending line was fastened. Thence a long and steep ascent was hewn in steps. Suspended on the sides, bright rows of tapers cheered our eyes with light. We reached the top. There, lifting o'er his head a staff, against two horizontal valves our leader smote, which opened at the sound. Behind me Hyacinthus on the rock sunk sudden down, pronouncing in his fall Cleora. I on Hyacinthus called. "Is this Cleora's husband?" cried the priest. "Descend, my Pamphila, my wife, descend." She came, a reverend priestess, tender both with me assisting, placed my speechless friend within a cleft by me unmarked before, which seemed a passage to some devious cell. Me by the hand Elphinor removed precipitate. A grating door of brass closed on my parting steps. "Ascend," he said, "make no inquiry, but remain assured his absence now is best." I mount. I rise behind a massy basis which upheld Jove grasping thunder, and Saturnia crowned, who at his side outstretched her sceptred hand. The troops succeeding fill the spacious dome. Last, unexpected, thence more welcome, rose, detached from Medon with 500 spears, brave Haliartus, who repaired the want of my disabled colleague. Now the priest, ye chiefs, auxiliar to the gods profaned and men oppressed, securely you have reached the citadel of Aureus. The dark hour befriends your high attempt. Let one possess the only entrance from the town below, the other swift the palace must surprise, where Demonax lies slumbering, if his guilt admits of rest, and dreams not of your spears. With small resistance from a drowsy guard I seized the gate. The palace soon was forced by Haliartus. Demonax maintained from door to door fierce combat, till he sunk, blaspheming every power of heaven and hell, on his own couch, beneath repeated wounds delved in his body by the Carian sword, whose point produced the severed head in view. These news, Sicanus, to Eudora bear, Themistocles began. Before her feet fall grateful, kiss for me her hallowed robe. My venerable friend Tisander hail, to her, to him, this victory we owe. Salute Timoxenus, my noble host, greet his excelling daughter, let them hear of brave Nicanor and the Carian sword, which, closing at a blow this dangerous war, preserves so many Greeks. Charistian chief, accept from me good tidings in return for thine. Intelligence this hour hath brought, that vigilant Cleander hath possessed the naval fort, an inlet to the town for this whole army, pouring from our ships successive numbers, if the Persian bands yet meditate resistance, not to give their consternation leisure to subside. Against the walls each standard shall advance. He said and gave command. The different chiefs head their battalions. Aureus trembling sees encircling danger. Heralds in their pomp, dread summoners, are nigh. Her foreign guard, deprived of wonted leaders, at the fall of Demonax aghast, in thought behold death in the conquered citadel, extend his hideous arms to beckon from the fleet Cleander's valor, and from swarming tents Themistocles. On his approach the gates are thrown abroad. From all the Persian bands their javelins, shields, and banners on the ground pale fear deposits. Thus the yielding masts of all their canvas mariners divest, when Aeolus is riding on a storm to overwhelm the vessel, which would drive in full apparel to resist his ire. The Athenian, though triumphant, in his joy omits no care. To Aeschylus awhile the charge supreme transferring, he ascends the citadel. The Catian victor there conducts him o'er the palace, shews the course of Demonax, his treasury unspoiled, by chosen Locrians guarded. Pleased, the chief embraces Haliartus. Friend, he said, though late acquired, inestimable friend, how shall I praise thee? But my bosom wrapped in long concealment, now to thee alone disclosed, shall warrant my professed regard. Know that whatever thou hast heard or seen of my Eubaean labors are no more than preparation for a wider stage of action. Gold, one necessary means, thou hast provided, but I want a man of hardy limbs and vigorous, bold, discreet, who all the Persian quarters would explore on either side of Thermopylae, would trace whate'er employs Mardonius, what the time he takes the field, and where his gathered stores of war deposits. Thessaly provoked long since my just resentment. Ere the king of Asia passed the Hellespont, I led 10,000 Greeks her passes to defend. By her deserted and betrayed, I marched unprofitably back. The Carian here. Had I endowments equal to my will, I were that man. Accept me as I am, versed in those borders, me, whose faithful zeal Leonidas experienced and approved, so let Themistocles. My rustic weeds I can resume to range the Otian crags, the fields of Locris and Thessalia's plains. Thou art that man, the Athenian quick rejoined. Then hold thee ready. Sudden in their birth are my resolves, and when mature have wings. This said, he visits Aeschylus below. Judicious he in stations had disposed the various bands. The prisoners were secured. Throughout the Orian streets and dwellings reigned tranquillity and order. Him the son of Neocles bespake, Tomorrow's dawn shall see thee honored, as becomes a chief, whom Aristides named, and Athens chose to save Euboea. I defer till night our consultations. I, not wanted here, will reascend the citadel. The voice of friendship calls me to a tender care. He seeks the fane. Elephanor he greets. Applause to him in gratitude unfeigned presenting. Next his earnest lips inquire of Hyacinthus. Here the reverend man. First know, his dear Cleora is alive. I, priest of Jove, and Pamphila my wife, who to the Olympian empress this feat of blended rites are ministers, when told that Demonax had doomed his child to death, solicited her pardon in the names of both divinities. At both he spurned, while we contrived this stratagem. Her nurse, by us admonished, in due time declared Cleora dead. The body of a slave, a youthful maiden recently expired, was for Cleora carried to the flames, while her we sheltered in a secret cell, from human sight, from sight of day concealed. These powers, alike offended at the intent as perpetration of an impious deed, have sent thee forth their instrument of wrath, divinely prompted hero. Wilt thou shed on Hyacinthus and Cleora's bliss thy guardian smile? This uttered, down the steps he guides the Athenian to the hidden cell. By his Cleora Hyacinthus sat. The youthful husband o'er the snowy breast, which lulled and cherished a reposing babe. The blooming father o'er that precious fruit hung fondly. Thoughtful ecstasy recalled his dream at Juno's temple, where he saw the visionary bosom of his bride disclose maternal to an infant new, that pillow smooth of lilies. Wan her cheek told her confinement from the cheerful day. 6 moons in deep obscurity she dwelt, where, as a sea-nymph underneath a rock, or Indian genie in the caverned earth, her cell in conchs and coral she had dressed, by gracious Pamphila supplied to cheat time and despair. The loom her patient art had plied, her own sad story had begun, now to conclude in joy. The starting youth beholds his patron, rushes on his breast in transport thus. Redeemer of my peace, balm of my grief, of happiness my source, my health of mind and body is thy gift. If in his anguish Hyacinthus felt his obligation, in the hour of bliss to what excess must gratitude expand his bosom now? Cleora and my child I owe to thy protection. This is she, this is my goddess, this my light, my joy, derived from thy humanity. Thou god of Hyacinthus, tutelary god, thou from the pit of horror didst upraise my limbs, for ever to its bottom chained without thy helpful hand. Without thee death had been my portion. Never had I lived to see Cleora, never known this day. But will my general overlook my fault? Thy soldier in his subterranean march towards this retirement, through a casual glance which met Cleora's. Down the shield and spear dropped from my hands disabled, life forsook my heart, which irrecoverably lost all sense of duty both to thee and Greece. by me alone deserted. Bless that chance, Themistocles replies, and leads aside the attentive youth. Perhaps these gods ordained in compensation of thy long distress, in recompense of pure and constant love, that to Cleora thou unstained with blood, blood of her father by another slain, shouldst be restored, nor taint with horrors new this thy new hymen. Aeschylus by morn will sit in judgment righteous, but severe, on each Eubaean criminal, the dead not less than living. Instantly remove to thy Carystian home thy wife and babe. Whate'er can pass in Aureus must offend her eye and ear. Then, turning to the fair, from warlike toils thy consort I dismiss. He who so nobly signalized his sword in single combat and the open field, and proved his valor equal to his love, all future palms to others may resign. Whatever comforts time and peace can yield are due to both your sufferings, nor an hour shalt thou be cloistered in this rueful cell. Elephanor, discreet and reverend man, let thy kind clue conduct their secret steps. With presents laden, tokens of my love, cars shall attend them at the cavern's mouth. Thou add thy blessing, that their new-born day may never set in sorrow. Thus the chief, relaxed from busy care, amid success, which not a shade of obstacle o'erhangs, spake as he felt, remunerating full for all his service Hyacinthus brave. His knees embracing, thus Cleora spake, I have not utterance for my grateful heart. If thou dismiss us never more to see thy guardian face, our day will set in grief. In smiles the Athenian dissipates that fear. Long ere thy husband's magisterial term is finished, I have further still to crave from him as Archon, not as soldier, help. This to Carystus would alone direct my footsteps, else amid domestic joys to see thy days illumined. Precious time Themistocles would borrow from his charge. Thus in the grateful fair one he secured another friend, if wanted to support his vast designs, which, gathering on his mind, speed his departure with a kind farewell. The cars he orders, from the tyrant's stores rich presents draws, to Aeschylus returns, with him in conference spends remaining day. Aurora hears Themistocles command stern proclamation by the trumpet's voice for judgment on the guilty. All in chains the tyrant's hated counselors are brought, save Lamachus by faith of treaty bound to Thessalian shores. But chief the 7 Gerastian ruffians, their assassin heads hang hopeless down. Amid the widest space in Aureus lofty a tribunal stands, which Aeschylus ascends, commander high of troops enrolled by Athens. So her son disgraced, but courting favour new, devised her democratic jealousy to soothe. The various chieftains, through this glorious war so late distinguished, round the solemn seat conspicuous wait. Themistocles himself at the right hand of Aeschylus. He sits like Minos sage, whose justice gained from Jove the appointment awful to condemn, or spare his fellow mortals in the world below. When now the accusers and accused were heard, thus spake the warrior poet. Crimes like these the legislator punishes with death. Let us attempt within our scanty sphere, far as we may, to imitate the gods in punishment deserved. Through those abodes which Hades governs, long the vulture gnaws. Long is the toil of Sisyphus. To fill their leaking vases, long the murderous seed of Danaus must strive. By labor, pain, and shame continued, let flagitious men long wish to end their sufferings, not enjoy that wished-for period in a single pang. This heavy sentence on assassin heads, on foul atrocious counsellors of ill, lo, I pronounce. An ignominious brand imprint on every forehead, plunge them chained, debased by vile impurity of garb, in deep Chalcidian quarries, give them food just for endurance of continued toil, with daily stripes, that cruelty may feel which she inflicts on others, and, impelled by desperation, court relief in death. Before the gate of Aureus on a cross extend the limbs of demoniacs, the flesh let kites deform, let parching air the bones of that despotic malefactor bleach, avenging man and vindicating heaven. Flow next a strain more pleasing through the ear, a strain delightful to that favoring God who first created laurel to adorn the good and brave. A chaplet from his tree, 10 captives, 10 selected suits of arms to every leader, 1 barbarian slave, a sabre, targa, whatever to the field accouters 1 barbarian, I allot to every soldier. Phoebus will supply his laurel too, encompassing your brows, ye generous people. But a splendid store of tripods, urns, and images provide for great Eudora, and the Eretrian seer, that your triumphal offering may emblaze Eubaea's fanes. Nor less with honours greet Elephanor, your genius of success. Eudora's portion thou, heroic priest, Phoeban Timon, to her presence bear. I need but name Acanthe to attract your veneration. For Acanthe choose, sweet paragon of Chalcis, from your spoils the costly tissue of barbaric looms and dazzling gems, that gratitude may vie with obligation. Haliartus, bright in recent glories from a tyrant slain, thou at her feet the precious tribute lay. For me, if, servant of Cecropia's state, I have upheld her justice and renown, your approbation is the sole reward which I solicit, or will bear away on my returning keel. He ceased. In roar surpassing waves, which beat the craggy strand amidst a tempest, from the general host broke forth applause. Themistocles subjoined, A while, my friends, your labours I suspend. Go to your homes, to kind, expecting wives recount your trophies. Let your children see paternal mansions hung with Asian spoils. Remember still that valor must not sleep, that law restored and freedom are not firm while Asia's trumpet sounds a blast in Greece. 2 days elapse. Timoxenas arrived from Chalcis, joyful gratulation brings. Solicitous the Athenian first inquires of fair Acanthe's state. The father fond thus answers, Wasting malady is fled, but hath behind it left indifference cold to every joy. Thy wife a bracelet sent? These words the bearer Haliartus brought, charged by Timothea, elegant and wise. From me this present when Acanthe takes, say how I prize her elevated mind, enabling my Themistocles to quell the hateful breed of tyrants. Further say, the man engaging her connubial hand, I should esteem the favourite of heaven. I heard approving, on the grateful hint a secret hour I chose, my daughter's ear I thus addressed. My only child and hope, shall no sweet offspring cheer a grandsire's age? Shall my possessions to a stranger pass? My blood be lost for ever? Shall this war, thy work, Acanthe, which a father's love, in all to thee complying, at thy suit commenced, produce no hero to console thy widowed couch? The sacrifice of life, of my ideal, or my real peace, is due to such a father. She exclaimed in pious fervor, arguments to urge against thy plea my age and thine forbid. But, dear parent, my capricious fate presents no suitor to thy child's esteem. The Amaranthian priestess, whose control surpasses mine, with sternness oft enforced my just desire. At length my daughter thus on my departure: I obey. Consult Themistocles, let him a consort name, who best hath served him in this righteous war. Ne'er yet ill chance or sorrow from the son of Neocles drew tears. His soul reflects on this transcendent fair one, who had changed the violence of passion to respect so confidential, dressed in sweetest grace so far beyond his merits towards a heart of purest texture, late by him misled to error, now to purity restored by native honor. At the affecting thought he turns those eyes, till then of steadfast look on all events and objects, turns aside to hide their oozing dews, yet soon he spake. None can I name, but wise Timothea's choice to bear her present, Haliartus brave, who hath avowed to Aeschylus and me a veneration for thy matchless child. But he, appointed to a service high, like Hercules, must labor yet to gain the sum of bliss. For 3 successive moons he must continue mine. The past events in copious strains the hero now rehearsed, concluding thus: The army I disband. Great Aeschylus for Athens straight embarks. I shall remain in Aureus to compose this troubled city. Thou resume thy way. The criminals transported in thy train lock in the quarries. To Acanthe all unravel. Her and Chalcis too prepare for due reception of that happy man, whom Jove hath honored in a tyrant's death, whom Juno soon in nuptial ties will bless, and all Euboea to Acanthe sends with tokens rich of public praise and love. With joy Timoxenus assents. The morn sees him depart. At Chalcis he arrives, performing all Themistocles enjoined. Now every temple breathes perfumes, prepared are chosen victims, colonnades and gates with chaplets hung. The garden's flowery growth, each scented produce of luxuriant fields, the maids and matrons bear to welcome home triumphant warriors. Now the expected gleams of armor tinge the champagne's utmost verge. Near and more near the military pomp, at large developed o'er the green expanse, spears, bucklers, helmets, plumes, barbaric spoils in trophies piled on hollow-sounding cars, grow on the sight. Through Chalcis lies the march. Those in abode the most remote precede. Gerastian banners first Eudemus shews, with Lampon follow Stiera's gallant troop. The Amaranthian and Charistian bands Nicanor leads. The Eretrians, now once more become a people, with their wives and race at length redeemed, to Cleon's orders move. In blooming garlands had the mothers decked their children's head, whom, tripping through the streets, spectatress equal to the loftiest scene, Eudora blesses. Sweet Acanthe melts in tears of gladness, while her father nigh awakes attention to a numerous train, her native friends, whom brave Nearchus heads. These are thy warriors, fondly cries the sire, to whom Eudora, who is he in state pontifical, a holy man in arms. 300 Delphians then were passing by, Phoebean branches twisted round their spears. Behind them, lodged on axles rolling slow, were vases, tripods, images, and busts, spoils of the palace Demonax had raised. Thou seest, replies Timoxenus, a form to Phoebus dear, the venerable form of Timon, priest and soldier. From that car he will descend to kiss thy sacred hand. Before thy feet a precious tribute lay for thy pure goddess, sister of his god. But look, my sweet Acanthe, on the man Themistocles hath chosen to revive my drooping years. Preceded by a troop of youths, whom Medon, ever kind, hath culled from all his Locrian files to grace his friend, preceded by a trophy which displays the silver mail of Demonax, his shield, his helm of gold, his variegated arms, and spear in length 10 cubits, which upholds the tyrant's head, his victor meets our eyes, the illustrious son of Lygdamis. She cast not an impassioned, but revering glance on one, whose might victorious had dissolved Eubaean thraldom, one of noble frame, in feature comely, and in look serene, whom her sole guide, the all-controlling son of Neocles, had destined for her lord. Her dream recurs, the tyrant's head she sees, the exploit sublime, though not by him achieved, whom partial fancy on her pillow shewed. Her ever wakeful loftiness of mind admires impartial, and applauds the hand which dealt the glorious blow. Her awful brow the priestess softens to a smile, and thus, "Is this the suitor whom my hero chose for bright Acanthe? Favoured by the gods, Themistocles in every action proves he cannot err. Acanthe hears, and pressed by duty's insurmountable control, awed by Eudora's majesty austere, resolves to meet him with becoming grace, but of his virtue make one trial more. The Delphian priest and Haliartus quit their chariots. Them Timoxenus receives to his rich mansion and a sumptuous board. Eudora there, with curious eyes and voice, explores and questions oft the Carian brave. His Delphian friend, observing, in these words besought him, "O distinguished by the gods, who have in thee their care of virtue shown, since from Eubaea thou must soon depart, lose not the present hour. These matchless dames must hear thy wondrous narrative at large, for singular thy fortunes with events are interwoven to delight the ear, affect the heart, and win the applauding tongue, that all may honor thy desert supreme like me, so much thy debtor." Straight complies the modest Carian, listening silence reigns. In native windings from his Lydian fount as various flowed meander, here along a level champaign, daisy-painted meads, or golden fields of Ceres, here through woods in green arcades projecting o'er his banks, there shut in rock which irritates the stream, here by low hamlets, there by stately towns, till he attained the rich Magnesian seat. Thence with augmented fame and prouder floods rolled down his plenteous tribute to the Maine. So through the mazes of his fortune winds, in artless eloquence, the expressive strain of Haliartus, from his peasant state to scenes heroic. Humble still in mind, compelled to follow truth's historic clue, he ends in glory, which his blushes grace, nor less they grace these frank and manly words, which to Acanthe singly he directs. "Such as I am, thou elevated fair, who has Eubaea's liberty restored, her grateful offerings to thy feet I bring, with them an humble suppliant to thy smile, that he may rank thy soldier, in thy name his own distinguish, and, achieving well the task by great Themistocles imposed, deserve Acanthe's favour." She replies with virtuous art, "Can soldiers never know satiety of fame? Must her career be still beginning, never be complete? Must every passion yield to thirst of praise? Should I request thee, wouldst thou for my sake thy new attempt relinquish, to enjoy thy ample portion of acquired renown in peace at Chalcis?" Haliartus then, "Not love of fame, which oftener frowns than smiles, not victory nor spoil inflate my breast all unaspiring. Sense of duty pure, of obligation which I owe to Greece, Themistocles, and Medon rules supreme within my soul. O first of mortal fair, thou of his peace thy servant mightst deprive. But wert thou fairer than the Paphian queen, in each excelling art like Pallas skilled, her paragon in wisdom, thy request should be thus answered from a bleeding heart. To my performance of the trust reposed, the only bar is fate. Astonished gazed Timoxenas, nor knew the timid sire that his Acanthe's breast then first conceived a spark of passion, but a spark divine, such as for heroes goddesses have felt, as Thetis glowed for Peleus. Thus the fair, O most deserving of that hero's choice, to which alone Acanthe left her fate, weighed in the balance, nor deficient found, thou more than worthy of a hand like mine. Go, but return, triumphantly return, Lord of Acanthe, of my truth unchanged, accept this pledge. She gave, he kissed her hand. Eudora's vestment, while the solemn scene her looks approved, with fervent lips he touched. Then, clasping glad Timoxenas, retired to hoist his canvas in the morning gale. End of the Athenaid, Book the 19th. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, July 2024.
A Vision of Our Country in the Year 1900 by Miss J.A.E. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doug Wade. A Vision of Our Country in the Year 1900. As the sun had just dipped his glowing disk in the broad blue ocean of the west, and east over the sky at parting a gorgeous mantle of beauty and grandeur, I laid aside my book and, reclining in my easy chair, yielded myself to the contemplation and enjoyment of the rich and enchanting scene which spread out before me. The unwearied constancy and faithfulness of that glorious orb in performing his daily duties, and the diversified scenes which he had witnessed during the ages of the past, occupied my thoughts for a time. I fancied that, hundreds of years ago, when error and superstition were spreading their baleful influence over the world, he might not have risen with the same joy, nor even have shone with the same brilliancy as now. In quick succession, like a distinctly defined and brilliant panorama, passed before my mind the remarkable improvements and discoveries of the last century and, in particular, of the last few years. Imagination, too, was busy in penciling those which the future would probably unfold from her arcana. When now the downy hound of rest, her signet on my eyes impressed, and still the bright and balmy spell, like star-dew o'er my fancy fell. And the barriers of time, which, but a moment before, obstructed my vision, were suddenly swept aside, like a gossamer veil by the breeze, and I found myself in the midst of the year 1900. Those who can vividly imagine the bewildering astonishment with which Rip Van Winkle looked upon the scene around him, which he awoke from the sleep of a century upon the Catskill Mountains, can have some faint conception of the surprise with which I regarded the improvements that surrounded me. My own native republic, no longer embracing only the country from the lakes on the north to the Gulf of Mexico on the south, having increased in size and strength, had thrown wide open its arms of benevolence and clasped to its happy bosom all the broad expanse of the western continent. South America, formerly divided into different provinces, each having a form of government peculiar to itself, was now proud to enroll these divisions among the United States. Canada, no longer crouching beneath the strong paw of the lion, but erect and clothed in virgin beauty, made one of the happy group of sisters, over whose heads, high in the air, soared the majestic eagle and floated the stars and stripes. Need I add that beneath the outspread wings of that eagle, Mexico, California, and Oregon had found a shelter. As additions had been made to our union, emigration had increased, and now through all these states might be seen populous cities and villages, splendid country seats, and well-cultivated farms. The wilderness had, indeed, budded and blossomed as the rose. The western states everywhere displayed the improvement and the thrift of a long-cultivated country. Not only had new cities risen, as if by magic, but the old ones had become densely inhabited and covered miles in extent. New York, still the emporium of America, numbered 1,484,418 inhabitants, San Francisco 866,420, Cincinnati 288,000, St. Louis 136,560, Chicago 100,000, etc. Stately churches, rearing their tall steeples to the skies, as if to direct our thoughts to the infinite, had increased in a much greater ratio than the inhabitants. Here the hungry multitude found, ever prepared, a rich banquet for their souls. Truth, pure and unsullied, was fearlessly and faithfully presented. Every corruption of truth and ism of error had fled before the mild and genial beams of the Sun of Righteousness, and the blessings of true holiness were diffused through the nation with a munificent hand. Every species of oppression and every relic of barbarism had vanished from the human habitations like mist before the clear radiance of the morning, and the expression that all men are born free and equal, instead of being regarded as a grand but unmeaning political axiom, was considered as essential in practice as in theory. Wealth had vastly increased. The gold of South America, Mexico, and California had become more equally distributed among all classes, by means of a more equitable regulation of the monetary affairs of the country, and plenty and prosperity were everywhere visible. Much leisure was thus afforded for philosophical investigations. The mind, untrammeled by poverty, and in union with its creator, no longer confined to low and groveling objects, rose to the contemplation of the laws of nature, and revelled in the rich banqueting halls of science. Colleges, academies, and schools were both multiplied and vastly improved, and in them the nature and causes of various phenomena of which I had been accustomed to hear it said, "Nothing at all is known certainly in regard to them, but several theories have been proposed, none of which are satisfactory," were fully explained, and a smile would play upon the countenance of the student when told that the nature and causes of these things were unknown 50 years previous. Electricity was no longer regarded as an agent so inscrutably mysterious, enveloped in a cloud of doubts and hypotheses, but was very clearly understood, and beneficially applied to a vast multitude of practical, useful, and scientific purposes. The corpuscular and undulatory theories of light were mentioned only to illustrate the great darkness which surrounded the men of former ages, and the store of chemical knowledge was greatly enriched, and many of its perplexing uncertainties removed. Indeed, so many and such great discoveries had been made, I was almost bewildered in the contemplation of them. Water supplied fuel for cooking, for warming houses, and for lighting them most brilliantly, at a trifling expense. Manufactories and mills were, by this discovery, kept in operation at 1/4 of their former cost, and the prices of the articles manufactured were proportionally reduced. Various, and almost too numerous to mention, were the modes of traveling. One, which was the most remarkable and agreeable, was aerial navigation. All that was necessary was for an individual to seat himself in the al-shachet, and immediately he found himself ascending far above the noise and strife of human habitations, and like the birds borne on the winds, whether after a beam, surely to the place of destination. Steamer balloons puffed along through the air with high-pressure engines and low-pressure fare. Space was annihilated. Railroads, with branches throughout the country, extended from the southern part of South America to New York, thence through the northwestern states, across Bering Strait, traversing Asia, Europe, and Africa. By means of a telegraph across the ocean, individuals in Asia and America could converse with great ease. Our republic was the home of persons of every tribe and tongue. With the Chinese, a people formerly so jealous and reserved, a free and friendly intercourse had been established. Unhallowed passions no longer found vent in the bloody field of strife, nor did man consider murder less heinous because committed wholesale, and under the sanction of human law, but all national difficulties were settled by a Congress of Nations. Europe, beholding the prosperity and happiness of our republic, had broken loose from the strong cords of despotism, and proclaimed universal liberty. Amazed, I turned to seek those who had groped with me in what now seemed midnight darkness. I sought them in our old college halls, but how changed were these halls! The old wooden chapel where we were wont to assemble at the close of day to lift our hearts in gratitude to our Heavenly Father for past blessings, and implore His kind guidance and protection for the future, had given place to an elegant stone edifice, furnished with all that could contribute to the ease and comfort of the students. Scarce a vestige of our old plain halls remained, and many of the difficulties encumbering the hill of science had disappeared with them. The shrubbery which had so long struggled to maintain a doubtful existence had grown into thrifty trees. Instead of the rickety rail fence now around Tappan Hall Square, substantial iron palisades protected and, at the same time, ornamented the enclosure. I began to wonder whether the old chapel bell had been displaced with other relics of olden time, when my doubts were dispelled by being roused from my slumber by its familiar tones. The time for assembling for evening service had arrived, and, with half a mournful feeling, I awoke to the consciousness that all I had witnessed was a dream, but yet prepared from the past to believe that the realities of that year may exceed even the wildest dreams of the present. Oberlin College, June 1850. End of A Vision of Our Country in the Year 1900.
Bed 19 by Charles Francis Reed, read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bed 19 In the early fall of 1900 and blank, I was a senior intern in the great county hospital of C blank. I was then nearing the close of my 2 years of service and in charge of a male ward of some 50 beds. Typhoid was rampant in the city, and Brown, my junior intern, and I had hard work enough keeping pace with the motley crew sent up to us each day from the receiving ward. Beds were at a premium, though we hurried the sad procession along as fast as we could and filled the aisles with cots. The men from the receiving wards knew as well as ourselves just how crowded we were, and so it was with surprise and indignation that I found one evening after supper a fresh card of admission on the table in the nurse room, bearing the diagnosis of ulnar neuritis. What were Wiley and Stober thinking of? To send up a case of simple neuritis at a time like this? I looked at the card again more closely. The patient gave his name as Jacques Jacquessin and teacher of languages as his occupation. The combination taken all together was interesting as well as irritating, and I stepped out into the ward to look him up at once. I found him in bed 19, a huge bulk of a man with a leonine head and a mane of grizzled black hair. The nose and mouth were large, and the heavy brows overhung a pair of shrewd, dark eyes. As I came up and introduced myself, he sat up in bed and greeted me respectfully in correct English. By this I judged him to be somewhat different from the ordinary charity patient, and sitting down by his bedside, I drew him into conversation. That is, I asked him a few questions, and after that there was no need of any farther drawing out. It was evident that his facile tongue had gained him the admission his ailment of itself could never have secured. With the sure choice of an expressive phrase, after a moment's easy hesitation, with the odd, slightly foreign accent, a sprinkling of French, Italian, and German phrases, and a singularly fascinating inflection, Jacquessin proved himself a wonderful raconteur. Never had I heard a man talk as he did that night, when the mood was on him and the devil in him asleep. He began with a simple recital of how he had slept in a saloon for several nights, sitting in a chair with his head in his left hand, the elbow propped upon a table, thus readily accounting for the left ulnar neuritis, for the relief of which he had entered the hospital. This was but a beginning, however, and when I finally reluctantly rose to go, he was describing the panorama of Stamboul as seen from the Bosporus. Just how he reached the city of the Golden Horn, and through how many different lands he had passed, I could not say, but I still have dim cinematographic memories of Arctic floes and desert sands, of typhoon-beaten waters and frost-locked tundras. I remember, too, that as I listened spellbound, the wanderlust that lies more or less hidden away in the breast of every one of us gripped me hard and fast, and I forgot the hospital and my chosen work completely, conscious only of a great longing to be up and away and to see the world as this man had seen it, as it seemed to me no man had seen it before. I even carried the glamour of it all into my dreams that night, and as I slept the hospital walls melted away, leaving me free to travel out over the earth, breathing deep and looking far. Very naturally, then, when I entered the ward the next morning, my first thought was of Jacquessin, and I glanced down the long row of white cots to find him sitting up in bed, slowly rubbing the painful fingers of his left hand, and talking meanwhile with his neighbor in 18. To be sure, the man had proclaimed himself a teacher of languages, but I was startled nevertheless, for the patient in 18 was a Chinese with some obscure malady not as yet fully diagnosed, owing to our failure to obtain any history, since he spoke no English. Jacquessin, I asked, when I reached him in the course of my rounds, does your list of languages include Chinese, or was it only Pidgin English you were using? He smiled faintly at this, and I noted with a queer sensation that his smile did not affect his eyes at all. "I find that this man comes from Saigon," he replied, partially ignoring my query. "I spent a winter there not long ago." "And do you pick up a language in one winter, then?" I persisted with some little irritation, for, to tell the truth, I was beginning to feel uncomfortably young and inexperienced in the presence of this charity patient of mine. "Oh, no, doctor," he answered gravely. I had been there before. And with this he calmly dismissed the subject and began to question me concerning his hand. That same afternoon I took him into the examining room for a thorough overhauling, and soon found him to be suffering from more than a mere neuritis. His big frame was loosely covered with a dry and wrinkled skin that hung upon it in flabby folds, the withered skin of an old man, though he gave his age as but 60. Vague pains shot through him here and there, and beneath his eyes the flesh puffed out unhealthily. "Jacques Wassin," I demanded bluntly at length, "what drug do you use?" "Chloral," he returned tersely and in quite a matter-of-fact tone as my own. "How much?" "Sometimes as high as an ounce a day, not usually more than half as much, though." "An ounce a day?" I could only repeat after him in incredulous astonishment. His tone was sincere, however, and he did not even glance at me to observe the effect of his wild statement, but lay gazing out of the window with an air of courteous boredom. "And how long have you taken it in such quantities?" I asked him when I had recovered myself somewhat. "I began a good many years before you were born, young man," and again the shadow of a pitying, sneering smile twisted his lips, although he seemingly spoke without irritation. If any ordinary patient had treated me in this way, I doubtless would have laughed in his face and told him that he lied, but for some reason I could not do this with Jacques Wassin. Most unaccountably I found myself overlooking the insult of his attitude as well as the affront offered my credulity, and merely expressing wonder that he should have been able to survive for so long a time a dosage that ought to kill any two men. To this he replied very simply, "I have discovered that this ancient hulk of mine persists in spite of many insults," words to which I paid no especial heed at the time. "You will have to give up the chloral while your hand is getting well and let me tone you up a bit," I remarked without hope of any real acquiescence on his part, since I knew from sad experience what a miserably weak mortal fibre a drug addict usually possesses. To my great surprise, however, he languidly agreed to this, and though I am positive he had access to none of the drug while in the hospital, he never asked for it, nor so much as hinted that he suffered in any way from its withdrawal. For some time following this conversation, I was busy and unable to give my unusual patient any especial attention aside from that of the ordinary ward routine. A week passed, and with it much of my interest in Jacques Wassin, for with a half-dozen new arrivals in the ward each day, he speedily became an old patient and not a very sick one at that. I often thought of discharging him, for we were in shameful need of room, but there was a certain sinister fascination about the fellow that led me to put it off from time to time. Brown and I were both of us working late at night in those days, though by 9 I usually left him in the ward while I went to my room to read up on doubtful cases. Finally, one evening, feeling restless and not inclined to sleep, though it was nearly midnight, I thought I would go back to the ward and look at the very sick ones once more time before going to bed. Accordingly, I started out down the long corridor, fully a block in length, that connects the wing where the house staff lives with the other wings in which the various wards are situated. The great hall was deserted at this time of night and but dimly illuminated, while a heavy rain beat viciously upon the big windows. I had covered a third of the distance, perhaps, when a figure suddenly lurched out of a side passage at the end of the hall, fell sprawling in turning the corner, and then picking himself up unsteadily started toward me on a clumsy trot. Even at a distance, the effort of the runner was plainly apparent as he came on with his head thrust forward, arms churning, and feet shuffling along as if encased in leaden shoes. The effect was an uncanny one in the dim light. I had attempted to run in that same way in my dreams. Involuntarily, I drew off to the side of the corridor. If it were a delirious patient, I would rather know what he had in his hands before I tackled him. Then I saw his face, and then he had passed me without recognition. "Brown! Brown!" I cried out. Perhaps I only whispered it, however, for my mouth was dry, and he ran on without heeding, awkwardly, drunkenly, to disappear through the swinging doors at the end of the hall. I have seen many a strong man die in sudden agony, but not in the face of one have I seen the naked terror I saw in Brown's that night in the lonely corridor. His face was not white, but purple, as if he were being strangled. His eyes were fixed in a ghastly stare, and his tongue lolled out of an open mouth, through which he sucked in the air and expelled it again in a series of convulsive gasps. Suddenly I felt the sickening sag of my own lower jaw, as I gazed down the hall at the door still trembling with the impact of his body. The infection of blind, unreasoning fear seized me, and I turned about to follow him. I had gone but a few steps, however, I am glad to say, when reason reasserted itself, and I pulled myself together. My duty was toward my ward, no matter what horror might be lying in wait for me there. I turned with an effort and hurried on down the corridor. To my great relief, as I turned into the side passage, I saw that everything was dark and quiet as usual. Miss Hazeltine, the night nurse, coming out of the ward just then with her lighted candle in her hand, met me by the nurse-room door. She greeted me with a serene smile, and I noted that the candle did not even waver as she held it out before her to extinguish it. Evidently she had seen nothing very startling, and I turned from her without comment to the door of the examining room just across the passageway. This was slightly ajar, and I could see that the room was brightly lighted. "I think Dr. Brown is in there with 19," the nurse remarked as she entered the nurse room, making it still more evident that she knew nothing of Brown's flight. Mastering an instinctive repugnance, I stepped quietly into the room. Jacquessin lay in bed with his back to the door, apparently asleep, but as I came round to the foot of the bed, I saw that his eyes were not closed, but wide open and seemingly fixed upon a shadow beneath a table in a corner of the room. "What is it, Jacquessin?" I exclaimed sharply, for I could see nothing under the table, and yet, strangely enough, I suddenly felt that I might at any moment if his gaze were to continue. At the sound of my voice he turned his head with a visible effort. As he did so, and I looked full into his eyes, I think I must have betrayed myself in some manner, for again I caught the shadow of a sneering smile upon his lips as he bade me good evening in calm, even tones. But his eyes as he turned them upon me were the eyes of one returned from the dead, and returned to tell of the horrors of hell. In their cold, lustreless depths I saw an awful fear lurking, not uncontrolled as I had seen it in Brown's face a few moments before, but held in leash, as it were, by a supreme effort of the will, and ready at any moment to leap to the front like a wild beast, ungovernable. It was several minutes before I could control myself sufficiently to inquire after Brown in a fairly casual manner. "He left me very suddenly a short time ago," was the slow, indifferent reply. "I am sure I do not know what has become of him." Suddenly, with this, I blazed up in white-hot wrath, and springing to the side of the bed, I shook a fist close before his sodden eyes and sardonic mouth. "You miserable old rascal!" I jerked out. What do you mean by that sneer that is always about your mouth? What did you do to Brown tonight, and who are you, anyway? Tell me, and be quick about it." It was a childish outburst, and I repented it as soon as I had finished. But I was worn out, mentally and physically, and had not yet recovered from the shock my junior intern had given me. Not so much as the flicker of an eyelash betrayed the fact that Jacquessin even heard me until I had finished. Then he pulled himself slowly and laboriously into a sitting posture and leaned slightly forward, still with that fiendish 1,000-year-old smile upon his lips. "Young man," he murmured in low, emotionless tones, "I am weary for the moment of suffering alone, and because of these foolish words of yours I shall make use of my ancient privilege. You shall taste tonight of what I must endure, always." There was nothing dramatic in Jacquessin's delivery of these strange words. Quite to the contrary, there was such an air of utter exhaustion about him that I found my sudden anger growing quite as suddenly cool again. The man was evidently suffering from the withdrawal of his daily dose of chloral, and his words were only the wanderings of a half-crazed dope fiend. Brown was just beginning his hospital life, and was not yet accustomed to the strange things one sees and hears in a great institution where a multitude of queer characters are gathered together. Smiling at myself for not thinking of this explanation before, I turned away without further remark and started to leave the room in search of the night man, whose help I should need in getting Jacquessin's bed back into the ward. I had already partially opened the door leading into the hall when a chill of dread all at once swept over me, and my knees weakened, forcing me to cling to the knob for support. Strangely enough, however, in place of utilizing what little strength I still possessed to push on out of the room, I turned about, impelled by a horrid fascination, and looked behind me. The floor of the room had disappeared beneath a cloud of black vapor that curled and eddied about as if it were boiling, though my feet as I stood in it were deadly cold. My first thought was of fire, and I opened my mouth to call, but the words refused to come, and, besides, there was no smell of smoke, only a faint, disagreeable odor I could not analyze. Jacquessin lay back, supported on both elbows, with his face turned away from me, as if looking again into that patch of shadow beneath the table in the far corner of the room. His chest heaved tumultuously, and his breath rattled in his throat as if he were upon the verge of dissolution. Then, as I stood there, a helpless paralytic in the presence of this apparent death agony, I felt the grip of the vapor about my thighs, and, merciful heaven, the things I now made out with straining eyes, taking vague form in its sullen shadows, crawling out from the corners of the room, floating up from beneath the bed, writhing about my limbs, and over all the calm, brilliant illumination of the electric lights. I struggled again to cry out, but could no more utter a sound than a man in a dream. Cold sweat sprang out upon my face and hands as I clung desperately to the door that beneath my weight slowly closed itself behind me. The vapors were now eddying about my waist, and I could hardly make out the bed with the struggling form upon it. The breast was still heaving, but the head hung far back between the shoulders, while the throat worked spasmodically, and presently all was swallowed up in the black fog as it rose breast-high about me, bearing with it an intolerable odor. What I saw floating and swimming about in the depths of this noisome flood I shall not attempt to describe. Even Poe, brave man that he was with the pen, did not venture to tell of the horrors of the pit. We have, all of us, our secret dreads and fears, and, strangely enough, as far back as memory serves me, mine have been of the charnel house and the loathsome things that creep and writhe and scurry about in its dark shadows, a fear doubtless originating in some childhood impression, but long since become an integral part of my mental phenomena. That part of me beneath the rising level of the black flood now seemed turned to stone, while my lungs were full to bursting. For what seemed an age, I stood there staring into its depths with eyes that would not shut or turn away, until at length, goaded into the mad desperation of a trapped animal, I slowly wrenched myself about and contrived to open the door a trifle and to look out across the passageway into the nurse-room opposite, where Miss Hazeltine was busied with her back to me, getting out the early morning medicines. The surface of the vapor was by this time at my throat, and I was faint with the smell of it. Subconsciously, I caught myself wondering if my face were as ghastly now as Brown's and Jacquemin's had been. Just then the nurse turned about and stepped to her door, evidently to listen to some sound in the ward. I tried to call to her. I tried to open the door farther and step out, but the horror was already at my lips, and I choked. Then she glanced across at me, and I saw her reel and fall to the floor as if shot. At that moment I did not doubt but that I was dying. I could breathe no longer. I could not see, and as I sank below the surface, something cold as death wrapped itself about my neck and strangled me. A sudden sharp pain and a rush of fresh air revived me to find I had fallen through the door and out into the corridor, striking my head upon the floor in the fall. What followed I am ashamed to relate, for I am not naturally a coward. Before me, only a few feet away, lay the unconscious nurse, while behind me, even then about my feet, curled the thing I had just escaped, and I scrambled up and ran madly, leaving the helpless girl there alone, never stopping in my flight until I lay panting on my bed behind a strong door securely locked. It is painful for me to attempt to describe the remainder of that night. If I dozed, it was only to stand once more in that awful vapor with Jacquemin's labored breathing in my ears. If I waked, it was to picture it all again and again. The thought of my cowardice in leaving the nurse alone was a torture sharper than the rest, however, and toward morning I forced myself to unlock my door with the intention of going back to the ward, only to find that in my miserable weakness I could not bring myself to open it. At 7 I took a cold plunge and, feeling somewhat refreshed, went down to the dining room for an early breakfast. I found Brown there before me, looking pinched and ashen gray. As I came in, he looked up and stared inquiringly, but we drank our coffee in silence, nor did either of us have anything to say as we walked down to the ward together. Miss Forbes, the head nurse, was already upon duty, and of her I inquired casually after Miss Hazeltine, to find, to my great relief, that she had appeared as usual when she went off duty. She had evidently said nothing about her experience of the night, for which I was profoundly thankful, as I had no desire to be branded in the hospital as a madman or a coward. As we entered the ward, Brown and I both glanced involuntarily down the row of cots to 19. Jacquemin was there, sitting up in bed quite as usual, rubbing the painful fingers of his left hand and apparently chatting away with the man in 20. Brown's jaw dropped as he stared. "Rodney, he is talking with Charlie," he exclaimed in a low voice, for the head nurse was standing nearby, and our nurses were already beginning to talk too much about 19. Now, Charlie was our phonetic shortening of an unpronounceable name of a Lithuanian who had been in the ward some months with heart trouble, and whose mother tongue was certainly his only one. French, German, Italian, Chinese, Lithuanian, Brown went on sotto voce. What is this man anyway, Rodney? He was trying hard to speak lightly, but his lower lip quivered with excitement. Brown, you are under the weather this morning, I answered brusquely. Go to the laboratory and make the analysis for today, and then get out of the hospital for a while. It will do you good." "All right, if you say so," he replied, and turned back without further comment, though when I glanced after him a moment later, I caught him standing on the threshold of the ward, staring down the room again. When I came to Jacquessin in the course of my rounds, I could hardly force myself to stop, but as he was still a patient in my charge, I paused to ask a few routine questions. "And so you speak Lithuanian too?" I could not refrain from adding, though I had promised myself I would not talk with him, but would wait until later in the day, when Brown and I would take him into the examining room and have it out with him there alone. "Yes, I have been in Lithuania many times," he returned listlessly, but with the shadow of a subtle smile about the corners of his inscrutable mouth. I hesitated. The very air about him seemed tainted, but mindful of my sorry showing the night before, and conscious of a certain challenge in his attitude, I lingered at the foot of the bed and studied him in silence, endeavoring to read the mystery of his mocking lips and fear-haunted eyes. For a time he returned my gaze steadily and without apparent constraint. Then he abruptly broke silence with a request for his discharge from the hospital. For the sake of my self-respect, I struggled to conceal my immense relief at this, but without success, for his lips bent into a still more evident sneer as he turned his eyes upon me. "But your hand is not well yet, Jacquessin," I remonstrated, unwilling to acquiesce too readily. "No, but it soon will be," he answered negligently. "I have lingered here too long already. I must move on. I must move on." And again he muttered the phrase so low that I could barely make out the words, "I must move on." "Very well, then," I asserted resignedly. I ached to get the fellow out of the ward, but I could not let him go without an explanation of the affair of the night, an explanation he did not appear at all disposed to volunteer. I pulled myself together with a hasty resolve and stepped round to the side of the bed. "Jacquessin," I exclaimed low enough to prevent the other men hearing, "you must explain last night before I let you go. You drifted in here from heaven knows where. You have apparently traveled everywhere, and you seem to speak all languages. You call yourself a Frenchman, but you look like a Jew. You claim to drink enough chloral to kill 2 men, and yet do without it perfectly well when it is taken away from you. And, to cap it all, you play the men who have taken care of you a scurvy trick of hocus-pocus in the dead of night. Now what have you to say for yourself? And be quick about it, for I haven't much more time to spend on you." I concluded with bitter vehemence, for a sense of the injury he had done me quickened fast as I spoke, and I could have choked the man as he lay there for the foul memories he had forced upon me by a miserable trick. Again Jacquessin listened without the movement of a muscle. Even at the moment I could not but grant this supreme control a grudging admiration, nor did he deign this time to reply when I had finished. But suddenly a strange thing happened, a thing so incredibly strange that I hesitate to record it, lest you think me altogether the weak creature of suggestion. As I stood there in a ward full of men, many of them laughing and talking, and with the bright morning sun pouring in at the east windows, the faint odor of carrion again assailed me, and the fear of the night before grappled me fast. I stood there chained to the bedside, while through the windows I could see the feverish activities of the busy street that runs in front of the hospital. I struggled to move, and the fear only tightened its grip. Then I heard Jacquessin's voice, as if from a long-off way, saying, "And is my answer quite sufficient?" The words came slowly, as if uttered in pain. I could not speak, but with an effort I bowed my head slightly, and as the fear loosed its hold quite as suddenly as it had seized me, I turned and looked on to find Jacquessin lying twisted about with his face buried in his pillow, and the men in the beds nearby staring at us in solemn curiosity. My first impulse was to get out of the room as quickly as possible, but pride came to my rescue, and I hurried on with the shaky pretense of completing my round. When I reached the nurse room again, I made out Jacquessin's discharge and told Miss Forbes to get him out of the ward as soon as possible, an order that was obeyed with surprising alacrity, for he was gone when I returned a half-hour afterward. Late that evening, Brown came into my room, still looking pale, but otherwise his normal self. He had not been in the ward since morning, and when I told him of Jacquessin's discharge, his face lighted up with relief. "Good!" he exclaimed, but sobered immediately as he added, "But I'm sorry I didn't have it out with him by daylight." "You may be thankful you didn't," I rejoined dryly, and told him of my experience of the night and morning. He listened gravely and without any apparent surprise. "I thought the old fiend had put you through too, when I saw you this morning," he commented when I had finished. "Perhaps you would like to know just how he made a fool of me." I had told Brown of seeing his wild flight through the corridor, and it evidently hurt his pride a bit to think I should have seen him in such a sorry plight, even though my own had been as bad or worse. I lit my pipe and settled back in my chair. This was very different from the night before. "Well, I don't know that there is so very much to tell, after all," he began somewhat awkwardly. "My experience was much the same as your own, with a difference, though." Jacquessin's mocking civility and his subtle smile got on my nerves when I had been in the room with him a short time last night, and I spoke angrily to him, much as you did. He answered me in almost the same words he used with you, and I laughed at him. Then suddenly that same black fog began to rise about me as it did with you, only in it I saw a seething mass of angleworms. He laughed a shrill, forced laugh. "Sounds foolish, doesn't it, Rodney? But they were immense ones, and there were millions of them, all slimy and whitish and limp, twisted and intertwined, just as you've seen them in an old bait can, the kind boys use when they go fishing. I've never been able to go the things. I never could fish with them like other boys, and when they would crawl out on the walks after a heavy rain, I used to take to the road, and I do it yet. So, you see what it meant to me to see and feel an almost solid mass of the things rising steadily up around me. If I hadn't fainted, I'd have gone stark, staring mad." He jumped up to pace the room. "Ugh!" he jerked out. "I could have cheerfully killed the old Jew this morning when I saw him sitting up in bed so placidly." "So you, too, thought he was a Jew?" I said as he lit a cigarette and pulled at it nervously. "I haven't a doubt of it." "And you think it was some trick of hypnotism he played on us?" "No," Brown slowly replied. "Not in any ordinary sense of the word, anyway. How was he to know the most disgusting and terrifying thing to suggest to each of us?" "And he certainly suffered himself," I added. "Yes, poor devil," Brown muttered soberly. "In a way I can't help pitying him. He gave me the impression of a man facing something more horrible than death every minute of the time. And do you know, Rodney, I believe it was the quintessence of elemental fear that he transferred to us last night by some species of mental contagion we know nothing about as yet. All that we did was to visualize this sensation after our own minds." My junior suddenly halted in his stride and faced me expectantly. "Possibly so," I granted, "but what about the man himself? Who is he?" Brown gave me a quick look, then turned away to the door. "How should I know?" he rasped as he opened it. "He called himself a wanderer. Farther than that, you will have to do your own guessing." End of Bed 19. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, June 2024.
Between 19 and 2 by Wolcott LeClaire Beard. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Between 19 and 2. The trouble began late one afternoon. Selden was blue. In fact, he was on the verge of despair and self-destruction and all the rest of it, for she had snubbed him again, or he thought she had, which came to the same thing. She was Polly van Benschoten. I had known her always, used to superintend her mud pies. She had an income of her own, and a kind-hearted, sharp-tongued mamma, and these two facts frightened Selden more even than Polly did, which is saying a great deal. He couldn't stand the strain, he said. He never intended to see her again. "That you do within the week," drawled Greg. "Give you 5 to 3. Now come." Selden only shook his head and looked miserable. "He doesn't dare take the bet," I said, hoping to rouse him. "In exactly 4 days there'll be a dance. He's invited, and he knows she'll be there." "Suppose I'm going?" demanded Selden. "Well, I'm not. I'd look well, wouldn't I? Hanging around just to see that ass Chalmers talking to her fit to break his neck, and I never getting a chance the whole evening to slip in a word edgeways. That's what happened last time." "Get her down here, then, and break your own neck talking to her," suggested Sam. "You needn't ask Chalmers. That'll put an extra 0 in the wheel." Selden looked around the shabby room and made a despairing gesture. "That's not a bad idea just the same," said Jimmy in reply to Selden's gesture. "We can brace up the looks of the room here by clubbing our stuff. Then we'll get a lot of people down here who can do things, singing and monologues and the like. We know plenty, and then ask a lot of others to hear 'em. We can kill off a lot of people that way, dinners and things. Those dancers, for instance, Selden's growling about." "But they wouldn't mix for sour apples. The people who do the things and the ones we'd ask down to hear 'em, they'd have to mix," objected Selden dejectedly, yet with hope. "Mix? They'd mix all right," said Jimmy. "They'd be such curiosities to each other, don't you see?" "The audience would just revel in the giddy bohemianism of it all," remarked Baines. "They'd talk about it for a month." "Give 'em a feed, too," put in Sam. "More bohemianism. Real beer." "Feed? I should say so," exclaimed Greg, horrified. "Paid your rent yet?" asked Baines. This was a very silly question. As it happened, we had not paid our rent for a couple of months or so, but we had frequently been farther behind than that, and there never was any trouble. We'd been a long time in the old 10th Street building. Baines knew all this perfectly well, and with some heat we told him so. "But the agent's away," said Baines, "and the old sub-agent's ill. There's a new sub-agent in charge, and he doesn't know you fellows." "Oh, well," I commenced, "Selden and I both have some money coming in directly, so that'll be—" "What the devil's that?" interrupted Selden. There was no need to listen. From the echoing corridor that led to our rooms, there rose the growl of an angry man and the agonized yell of a dog. "Ah, say don't, cried the shrill voice of a boy. "Can't you leave him alone? I'll get him out. I am getting him out. We was posing for Mr. Wallace, and we just got through." Here the man said something we could not catch. "I know it's the wrong side of the building. We was looking for another job. Leave 'em be. We'll go out. Leave 'em be, I say, or I'll push your face in with this." The dog yelped again. There was a scream of anger from the boy, and a little scuffling. We all ran out into the passage. At the head of the west stairway, curled into a convulsive heap, lay a worthless yellow cur. His nose was in the air, and his open jaws trembled, but only a faint whimper came from them. Over the body of the dog stood a small and dirty boy struggling in the grasp of a man we had never seen before. In his hand the boy held a dustpan, which I recognised as the property of the servant who every morning failed to clean our rooms. "What'd you kick that dog for?" inquired Sam, going up to the man. "What's that to you?" demanded the man. By way of answer, Sam grasped the man's collar with one hand and his trousers with the other. "Catch hold," he said to Greg, who stood nearest. "Do you know who I am?" shouted the man. Sam did not know. He did not care a profanely small amount. He expressed this in a very few words, for Sam's vocabulary is not large. "My name's Seagull," said the man, "and I'll make it hot for you if—" "All right," answered Sam. "Ready, Greg? Come on, Seagull." Greg was ready. Between them, he and Sam conveyed Seagull down the stairs in such a manner that only the tips of his toes touched them. Down both flights of stairs they led him, then around the passage to the front door, from which they ejected him with some emphasis and a warning not to return. We were coming back, feeling on rather good terms with ourselves, when we met Baines. He was laughing so hard that he had to lean against the wall. It annoyed us. "Do you know who that man was you just threw out?" he managed to gasp. "That was Seagull." "Sure, we knew it," replied Sam. "He told us." "He told us his name was Seagull," said Greg. "Who is he?" "Who is he?" shrieked Baines. "He's the new sub-agent I was telling you about." We were all rather sobered by this. "Well, we kicked him out all right," observed Sam philosophically. "Maybe it'll do him good." Then he led the way back to our studio. The dog lay on the floor with a folded rug under him. Close by knelt the boy, his dirty face streaked with white, where tears, of which he was evidently ashamed, had with difficulty ploughed their way. The fellows stood sympathetically about, but to them the boy paid no attention. His eyes were on the little moaning cur. "Take a look at the dog, will you?" said Selden. "I'm afraid he's badly hurt." I knelt down and examined it as gently as I could. There was little knowledge needed to tell how badly the kicks had injured the poor little brute. "Say, yous don't think he's going to croak, do yous?" asked the boy as I looked up. I did think so, and there was no use denying it. "I'm afraid he will," I said. Then the boy looked so distressed that I added, "But we'll hope he comes out all right." As if in answer to my speech, the dog whined again and tried to struggle to his feet, then fell back, shivered, and was dead. "Never mind, Terry," said Selden kindly. "We know what hard luck it is, but you've just got to brace up and take it. There's no other way." "That's right," acquiesced Terry dismally. "But he was dead fine, that mutt. I got him when he was no bigger than me fist, and I was awful stuck on him." He tried bravely to keep back his sobs, but more tears would come and were rapidly making fresh streaks down his cheeks. For a moment he stood looking down at the little yellow body, then turned his back toward us, and walking to the window, leaned on the sill, looking out into the street. It seemed kinder not to take any notice of him just then, so we ostentatiously continued our conversation. "When do we have this shindig we were talking about?" asked Jimmy. "It ought to be soon. What'll it cost?" Whereupon they got pencil and paper and began making an estimate of expenses and a list of what would be required. When we came to the eatables, Terry, still standing by the window, showed signs of interest. The other fellows noticed this and nudged each other to call attention to it. "We can get Slattery and Mary to serve the stuff," said Selden, "but we ought to have more help than that. Good scheme to have a boy in buttons. Terry, how'd you like the job?" Terry turned from the window. "A job here? To wait on yous?" he asked. "Yes, to get into tight clothes with buttons all over 'em and to open the door and so on. How'd you like it?" asked Selden, laughing. "Great!" said Terry. After that, he evidently considered himself a retainer of ours, and though Selden had been joking, neither he nor any of the rest of us had strength of mind sufficient to tell the boy that we were not in earnest. And besides, the idea was not such a bad one. Terry would cost very little, and might be made useful in a great variety of ways. He had no relatives that he knew of, so there need be no trouble on that score. The very next morning, therefore, Selden took Terry, together with all the money I had, as well as his own, and purchased a lot of things, chiefly a ready-made suit of dark green cloth, resplendent with many rows of nickel-plated buttons. Then we stood Terry up in a big, flat bathtub, and while one of us played a hose on him, the other scrubbed him with brooms until he was pink and sore, but very clean. After a solemn warning that, if he did not remain approximately in that condition, the dose would be repeated, Terry was permitted to array himself. With his livery, Terry at once assumed charge of us all, and in a matter-of-fact way which left no room for an argument. His greatest responsibility, however, was our variety show, as he would call it. We were fully committed to this show now, for Selden had met Polly on the street, had told her of our plan, and she had approved. Therefore we hunted up our friends who could do stunts, to quote Terry again, and get these friends to promise to do them, and to meet a large number of other people who could not do them, but who would be glad to see them done. We also invested a large part of our credit. Terry's livery had taken about all our ready money, and a quantity of note paper of a most superior variety, and sat down to write the invitations. We had been at it for some time, when Greg threw down his pen and announced that he was exhausted. The others instantly became affected in the same way, and nothing but beer, they said, could restore them. So Terry was sent out to get it, taking with him a tin pail concealed in a hat box, which really gave quite a patrician air to the whole proceeding. He returned, and extracting the pail from the box, began with a deftness evidently born of experience to pour the beer into glasses. But we saw that he had something on his mind. "Say," he observed after a little, "I just seen dat mug what you's turning out. He asked me what I was doing here." "Did you tell him?" I asked. "No, sir," said Terry, and went on pouring out the beer. "It won't take him long to find out, though, what Terry's doing and who's employing him," said Greg. "He knows it now," said Terry. "He had a paper and wanted me to give it to yez." "Where is the paper?" I asked rather anxiously. "Didn't you take it?" "No, sir," said Terry again. "I said yous didn't want nothing of his." This was quite true, yet the uncertainty as to what this paper might be troubled us considerably. We sent Terry to find out, and he shortly returned with the paper in his hand. We knew it by sight only too well. It was a 3 days' notice for us to quit our room, number 19, for non-payment of rent. We were quite accustomed to these notices, it is true, but formerly they had been matters of no great importance, merely reminders of rather a humorous nature that the agent wanted some money, and he always got it, sooner or later. But this, coming from Seagull, was another matter. We all looked rather grave as Selden tacked it to the wall where the others that we had received at different times were collected. Still, there was nothing for us to do but wait until our money came, so we finished writing the invitations and sent Terry out with them. It was quite astonishing how many people accepted those invitations of ours. How the studio was to hold them all we had no idea, though we measured the available floor space again and again, and each time narrowed the territory allotted to each guest. There was a limit beyond which, without the aid of a hydraulic press, we could not go. Yet we were confident that we could manage it somehow, and so went ahead and had the rooms cleaned. This was a matter involving considerable labour, but when at last it was done, with all the things of ours and the other fellows arranged about the room, it really looked very well, and we knew that the overwhelming bohemianism of the affair would excuse anything that might otherwise be thought amiss. Then that disgusting business of the 3 days' notice came up again. Our door was locked, for a wonder, and we were all busily sorting out wooden grocer's plates upon which the supper was to be served. More bohemianism combined with economy. Someone, without knocking, tried to open the door. Terry hurried to his post, and we heard him expostulating with someone outside, saying that the gentlemen were busy with models and couldn't see no one. Then an unattractive young man forced his way into the room, and after depositing in Selden's hand a document of a truly ominous appearance, he departed. One after another we took the paper and read it. It was a summons to go somewhere and show cause why something or other should not happen. To all of us, except Baines, who looked concerned, the paper was quite unintelligible, but that it emanated from Siegel, and for that reason was probably malignant in its nature, was evident enough. Selden tacked it to the wall with the rest. There was no other answer that we could give just then. At last our arrangements were practically complete, and the affair itself was to take place on the following day. Even the chairs for the audience had been placed, and Terry was watching with a distrustful eye the man who was tuning the piano, when there came a knock at the door. It was not the single knock that always heralded the advent of an initiate, but an imperious summons, many times repeated before Terry, with all his bristles standing, could get to the door and open it. We heard him demand with very scant civility to know what was wanted, then was brushed aside, and Siegel entered with a companion, whom he announced as a deputy marshal or something of the kind. The scene which followed was quite what we might have expected had we stopped to think that the summons, or whatever it was, called upon us to go to the court the day before. How in the end we managed to get a concession of 24 hours in which to move our goods, I do not know, but imagine that the marshal granted it to us largely because it was fiercely opposed by Siegel. At all events, we did obtain this much grace, and Siegel and the marshal went away, leaving us alone. We tried to put the best face we could upon the matter, but the best was very bad indeed. The boys sat down in the chairs we had provided for our expected guests, and looked at each other in blank despair. Except Selden, that is, he just hid his face in his hands and groaned. Perhaps it was rather harder on him than it was on the rest of us. It was bad enough for us all. "Well," said Jimmy at last, "we've got to do something. Recall the invitations, I suppose." "There's no time now. Besides, you lost the list and we can't make a new one," said I. Jimmy denied having lost the list, and at any other time there would probably have been words about it. We were now too discouraged to quarrel. "But we've got to do something," he repeated. "How about our studio?" "These rooms are too small, and ours are about 1/3 the size," said Baines. No one else had any suggestions to offer. Dinner time passed unnoticed and in silence, save when Selden remarked that this affair was sure to get about, that we would be made a laughing-stock, and that he, for one, intended to leave the city and to stay away. And Sam told him to be not more of a fool than he could help. "Well, we are in a bad hole, but there's no use starving over it," said Greg at last. "Let's all go somewhere and have dinner together. Perhaps we can think of some plan then." "We haven't got the price among us, and we won't have until those checks come," objected Baines. "Might pawn our dress clothes," suggested Selden bitterly. "It's the only use we can put them to that I can think of." "Order dinner from the kitchen and eat here," said Sam. "You won't have to pay then until the end of the month. We'll all be flush before that." At this suggestion, Terry, who had been listening, brightened up visibly, and at a nod from me ran downstairs to order the dinner. He evidently considered himself the author of our misfortunes, and it weighed upon him. He was gone a long time, but that was nothing unusual for Terry. At last he strolled back into the room and carefully closed the door behind him. "Say, there's another room on the bottom floor what's a lot bigger than this," he remarked. "It'd be fine for that variety show, and it hasn't got nobody in it. It's room 2. Slattery says he'll send a grub right up." Sure enough, Slattery the janitor followed close on Terry's heels, balancing 2 large trays on his hands, while the chambermaid brought another. We listlessly pushed some of the chairs aside, pulled a table out into the room, and laid the big drawing-board over it, upon which, with a sigh of relief, the janitor deposited the trays and helped us arrange the dishes. "Here's them keys," he said, as soon as his hands were clear. "I didn't know you'd taken room 2 till just now. 'Tis a far better room for the entertainment you're giving, but you've none so much time to move. You'll be wanting me to help?" For a very long minute, no one spoke. At last I managed to pull myself together a little. "We haven't got much time," I gasped. "We'll have to begin right after dinner. We'll hurry and get through. Come then."
"I'll be here, sir," said Slattery, and vanished.
When he had gone, we looked at each other in blank amazement. It was Terry who spoke first. "Say," he observed, "we ain't got no nails to hang things on the wall with. Wouldn't I go out and get some before the hardware store shuts up?" Then, without waiting for permission, he departed, leaving us to discuss the turn affairs had taken. There was little use in our discussion, however. Of course, there was but one thing to do, and that was to thankfully accept the room thus miraculously offered. But how the miracle had come about we had not the least idea. Gradually we recovered ourselves and attacked the dinner, resolving to wait till Terry came back so we might ask him. When at last he did return, burdened with bundles of ironmongery, he made everything plain at once. "We had to go somewheres," he explained, "and that room was the best one there was. So I told Slattery we'd take it, and to bring the key up to use, and he done it." It was delightfully simple. Jimmy flapped his arms and crowed. "They can't put you out before tomorrow night. This is the only room you've been evicted from," said Baines. "They can't put yous out then," said Terry, swaggering up to the table in order to change the dishes. "Seagull, he won't know nothing about it, unless you tell him. Not before your boodle comes, anyhow." "That's so. There's no reason why Seagull should find out for some time, unless Slattery should happen to mention it to him." "Slattery won't mention nothing," said Terry positively. We asked Terry his reasons for this positive statement, but he only inquired in return as to whether he should begin to yank some of this stuff out of the room, or would he chase Slattery upstairs first. We told him to request Slattery to come to us, and he did so. Our labours carried us far into that night, and we were at work again hours before we ordinarily had our breakfasts. By noon everything was finished, and we could lie about and rest, serene in the knowledge that both our work and Seagull were done for the time being. Yet there was a strain of uneasiness that ran through this knowledge. It lasted through the afternoon and into the evening, when we were dressed and waiting for the first guests to appear. We had each a carefully suppressed apprehension as to how and when Seagull would break out next. At last the doorbell rang, and Selden went to see that Terry was at his post. In a moment he returned running and holding 2 envelopes in his hands. "I just looked into the office as I came by, and these were in the box," he called. "I believe they're our cheques." And they were. Throwing on our hats and coats, we tore down to the corner and got Johnny to cash the cheques for us. Then we went to Slattery. We paid all the rent that we owed, and also a month in advance for the new room, and made him give us receipts. Many of the guests had arrived when at last we returned. The rooms really looked very well, and my soul was at peace as we went into them, with the lights and the well-dressed people and the buzz of conversation and laughter. Selden and I circulated our good news among the other fellows, and Selden took his station by the door, for she had not yet arrived. When she did come, Selden was off duty for a moment, so I met her first and introduced old Mr. Wallace to her as he followed her in. He took possession of her instantly, and Selden could only follow disconsolately behind. The affair was really going off remarkably well. Fitzhugh, the basso of some opera company or other, sang his great song about a ghost, which made itself desperately unpleasant to some person who was not specified, and gave a coon song as an encore. There were a couple of good dances, more singing, and Drake, the brother of the Drake that married Amy, got off his monologue and did it very well. Then the actors mixed with the audience and were introduced between the numbers. Everything was very bohemian indeed, and quite wicked in a thoroughly innocuous way. Terry, standing by the door, beamed with joy as well he might, for he was singled out by Polly after she got away from old Wallace, and she had gone and asked him all sorts of questions, talking to him for a long time. I saw her, though I was too far away to hear what she said. Then, as she passed me, she gave my hand a little squeeze. "I think it's perfectly splendid what you did for that boy," she said. "I hope he was hurt when you kicked him out of the door. The man, I mean, not the boy. Where's Mr. Selden?" Selden had been in hot pursuit, but owing to the crowd had only succeeded in getting as far as the door. A man who had begun to sing interrupted himself for a moment, disturbed by a voice that was raised in anger outside. It was the same voice that we had heard before. Selden went out and closed the door behind him, and then opened it again and, sticking his head inside, beckoned wildly for me. I was already making toward him as rapidly and inconspicuously as I could, and Sam was working in the same direction. "Keep still for a minute, can't you, and listen to me," I heard Selden say. Then we opened the door and dodged out into the passage, where the tables holding the refreshments had already been placed. Siegel was leaning against one of them, and it was in danger of upsetting. "Keep away from that table," growled Sam. "Well," said I at the same moment, "what is it you want? Make it short and don't raise your voice as you did just now." Siegel was angry, but with an effort he controlled himself. Gregg and Baines slid unobtrusively out of the door. "What do I want?" asked Siegel with a laboured effort at a sarcastic manner. "I want—" Here I interrupted him. "By the way, Selden," I said, "Polly was just asking for you. Wanted to see you." I spoke only in order to interrupt Siegel, and said the first thing that came into my head. I thought it would make him angry, and it did, but it also caused Selden to vanish before I could get the words out of my mouth. Then I turned to Siegel again. "Well?" I asked. Siegel roared. "What I want is just—" "Speak low," snapped Gregg so shortly that Siegel involuntarily obeyed. "I want you to get yourselves and your stuff and that gang out of the room," he said. "If you ain't out in 15 minutes, I'll have you thrown to the street. See, you start now, and I'm going in there to see it's done." "In there? Nick," observed Terry. "Are you aware that these gentlemen had 24 hours, commenced Baines in his most soothing manner. "They had it to get out of the building in," said Siegel. "Or to pay their rent," Baines continued blandly. "They have paid it. Then it occurred to them that they'd rather have this room, so they took it, paying a month's rent in advance. Here are the receipts, signed by an authorized person, as you know. You can send up the lease in the morning. Go away now." But Siegel was very angry. He declared in a voice unnecessarily loud that he would not go away. He took the receipts that I held out, glanced at the signatures, and then tore them to pieces, which he threw on the floor. Sam wriggled his shoulders as if he were about to wrestle, and heard the lining of his dress coat crack. "Go on back," he said to us in a tone of entreaty. "Go on, do. The people inside won't know what's become of you. They'll think that something's wrong." But I appealed once more to Siegel. "You've seen the receipts," I said. "You can come again if you like in the morning, but you'd much better go quietly now." "Else you'll get fired out again," supplemented Terry. Siegel was beyond prudence now. He announced his intention of bodily ejecting our guests, and was so ill-advised as to take a step toward the door. "Well, you've had your choice, you know," said Sam. The song was nearly finished when we all, except Sam and Terry, returned to the room. Outside, a series of bumps sounded, exactly as if a heavy body was being propelled rapidly, though in a somewhat spasmodic manner, along the passage, and the voice of Siegel, which at first was loud, grew rapidly fainter in the distance. We heard the front door slam, and a minute later Sam returned. His face was flushed, but wore a cheerful smile. Selden was quite unconscious of all this. He was sitting beside Polly, who was looking intently at the stage, and he was looking at her with an idiotic expression of utter bliss that told its own story. The song was finished, and there was a rattle of applause, but Selden's face was still turned toward Polly, and it wore the same expression still. Therefore I knew, anyone who glanced at him might have learned, that all was joy within him, and why. End of Between 19 and 2.
COVID-19 and Libraries, E-Books and Intellectual Property Issues by Kevin Richards. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. COVID-19 and Libraries, E-Books and Intellectual Property Issues, April 28, 2020. With many states issuing stay-at-home orders and many public library buildings closed during the COVID pandemic, members of the public looking for reading material have increasingly turned to e-books. Yet even before the pandemic, libraries faced challenges in meeting patron demand for e-books. For example, in November 2019, the Washington Post reported months-long wait times to borrow high-demand e-books from major public libraries. The legal framework for lending physical books is different than that for e-books. While a library may generally lend a physical copy of a book in any manner it chooses, under current law, a library may only lend an e-book in the manner approved by the copyright holder, usually the publisher. Thus, for example, the publisher may limit the length of time during which the library may lend the e-book, the number of times the e-book may be checked out, or both. These limitations may restrict a library's ability to meet patron demand. This sidebar explains how copyright law governs e-book lending, describes how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected e-book accessibility, and outlines some possible legal approaches Congress may consider. Legal background. A copyright gives its owner the exclusive right to take or authorize certain actions involving the underlying work, including the exclusive right to distribute and reproduce the copyrighted work. If any person violates the copyright owner's exclusive rights, for example, by distributing or reproducing the copyrighted work without the owner's permission, then that person generally has infringed the copyright. A person held liable for copyright infringement may be subject to a court order to stop infringing, an injunction, or may be required to pay monetary damages. The amount of damages may include both the copyright owner's actual damages and any profits made by the infringer, or an amount set by statutory damages. Courts have discretion to award statutory damages between $750 and $30,000 per work infringed, or up to $150,000 if the infringement was willful. The prevailing party in an infringement action may also be able to recover its attorney's fees. In certain circumstances, copyright infringement may even be a criminal offense. Copyright law, however, does not allow the copyright owner to control how others, after purchasing a lawfully made copy of the work, distribute that copy. Under 17 U.S.C. Section 109, the owner of a lawfully made copy may sell or otherwise dispose of the possession of that copy without the authority of the copyright owner. This concept, referred to as the first sale doctrine, thus protects conduct which would otherwise infringe the copyright owner's exclusive rights. For example, under the first sale doctrine, the owner of a physical copy of a book may sell or lend that copy to another person without fear of infringement or liability. Instead of selling a copy of a work to a user, a copyright owner may use a contract to grant permission to another person to use a copy subject to certain conditions, a license. In this arrangement, the party granting permission to use the work, i.e. the copyright owner, is the licensor, and the party receiving permission to use the work, i.e. the user, is the licensee. For example, the license may permit the licensee to make a certain number of copies of the work, or allow the licensee to distribute copies of the work for a period of time. Importantly, the copyright owner's granting of a license is generally not regarded as a sale that would trigger Section 109 protections. Thus, the copyright owner retains greater control over subsequent distributions of the work by transmitting rights via a license as opposed to a sale. Libraries and the First Sale Doctrine. The First Sale Doctrine protects libraries from liability for lending physical books, so long as the library purchased a lawfully made copy of the book. In general, distributing copyrighted works without the copyright owner's permission infringes the copyright. Thus, without Section 109, a library would infringe the copyright whenever it loaned out a book. Avoiding this result was an intended result of Section 109's passage. The House of Representatives Judiciary Committee report accompanying Section 109's enactment specifically indicated that libraries would be protected, stating that a library that has acquired ownership of a copy is entitled to lend it under any conditions it chooses to impose. Notably, Section 109 links the first sale doctrine's protection to the owner of the copy in question. If the library does not own the copy, the first sale doctrine does not protect it from infringement liability for distributing the work. The first sale doctrine created a balance between the rights of copyright holders and the mission of libraries. Libraries could maintain and grow their collections as their budgets and storage space allowed, purchasing physical books at retail or used books on the secondary market. Even so, the physical impediments to checking out a book from a library, e.g., library membership, traveling to the library, physical limitations on the number of copies, maintained incentives for consumers to buy physical copies from publishers, and there was little risk of piracy through physical copying. The development of e-books, however, arguably shifted this balance. Libraries and e-books. E-books are generally governed by different legal doctrines than physical books because a user typically does not own an e-book, but instead receives a limited license to use the e-book. When a reader or library pays to access an e-book, e.g. buys an e-book on Amazon.com, that transaction generally does not transfer ownership of the copy to the reader. Instead, the reader merely receives a license to download and read the e-book for personal use. Accordingly, the first sale doctrine does not apply because the reader or library does not own the copy. In addition, the nature of e-book technology prevents the development of a secondary market for used e-books. When a reader downloads an e-book onto a device, it creates a new copy of the e-book in the memory of that device. If the reader attempted to sell his digital copy to another person, the transaction would require an additional copy of the e-book to be produced and stored in the memory of the purchaser's device. This implicates the copyright owner's reproduction right, and the first sale doctrine protects potential users only from infringement of a copyright owner's distribution right. In other words, Section 109 protects purchasers of legal copies from liability for infringement from distributing their copies, not from reproducing or duplicating them. From the publisher's perspective, this difference in treatment is justified because e-books seemingly present a greater threat to retail sales than physical books. Unlike physical books, library patrons can check out, download, and read e-books on their smartphones from their home. Accordingly, whereas there are numerous barriers to checking out a physical book from a library, there are nearly no barriers to checking out, reading, and returning an e-book beyond having access to the requisite technology, e.g. a compatible device, the correct app. This ease of access concerns publishers, as unrestricted library lending could lead to lost sales of e-books, unreasonably low compensation for authors and artists, and thus less of an incentive for writers to produce books. One publisher noted that the revenue from library reads was a small fraction of the revenue from a retail purchase and decreases as time goes on. The difference in treatment has important implications for libraries. Libraries must acquire e-books from the publisher because a license purchased at retail does not include the right to further distribute to the library's patrons. Moreover, there is no secondary market to provide another, less expensive option for purchase. Thus, if libraries wish to lend e-books, they must pay for a special license that permits a subsequent distribution and then follow the publisher's licensing terms. Exclusive rights are an intended feature of intellectual property law, which gives copyright holders, here the publishers, the right to control distribution of the copyright work as a way to encourage creativity. However, those licensing terms may also cause difficulties for libraries. Because licenses to libraries include a limited distribution right, they are nearly always more expensive than licenses to individuals, often several times more expensive. As an example, for one publisher, An individual ebook copy costs $14.99. A library copy costs $84. Licenses to libraries often expire after a certain amount of time, for example, 2 years. After the ebook has been checked out a certain number of times, for example, 26, or both. Most ebook licenses to libraries will also provide that each ebook may only be checked out by a single user at once, just as a physical copy may only be checked out by a single user at any given time. Certain publishers have experimented with more restrictive policies. For example, in November 2019, Macmillan implemented a policy where it would not license ebooks to libraries during the first 8 weeks after a title's release. Macmillan explained that those early weeks were key for profits and that libraries were cannibalizing sales. This led to many libraries boycotting Macmillan purchases entirely. Macmillan eventually ended this policy in March 2020. E-book lending during COVID-19. During the COVID-19 pandemic, several entities have attempted various methods in an attempt to address issues of e-book accessibility. For example, the Internet Archive maintains an open library where it allows users to check out digital scans of physical books the archive owns. The open library would only lend as many scans as it owned physical books at any given time, similar to the lending practice required under e-book licenses. If all scans of a book were checked out, users would join a wait list. On March 24, 2020, however, the archive announced that it was suspending wait lists and allowing its physical scans to be checked out by any number of users. The archive justified the suspension, which is scheduled to run until the later of June 30, 2020, or the end of the current national emergency, as ensuring that students will have access to assigned readings and library materials, and allowing borrowing for those who cannot physically access their local libraries. Nevertheless, the legality of such unrestricted digital lending is uncertain. Although publishers did not challenge the archive's original practice in court, writers' groups and individual authors have harshly criticized the new practice. Senator Tom Tillis, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee Subcommittee on Intellectual Property, wrote to the archive that he was deeply concerned that the open library is operating outside the boundaries of the copyright law. Because creating a digital copy of a work infringes the copyright, the open library's practice is likely an infringement, absent an exception. The archive's response to Senator Tillis contended that the practice is permitted by copyright's fair use doctrine, which protects copyright use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, or research. This CRS sidebar on COVID-19 related copyright issues provides more information on fair use. While the archive contends that fair use provides flexibility to libraries and others to adjust to changing circumstances, others argue that there is no basis in the law for scanning and making copies of entire books available to the public. The fair use argument may be difficult for the archive in view of a recent case, holding that fair use does not apply where the defendant made direct copies of a work that competed with the copyright holder's legitimate market. Because fair use is a fact-intensive determination, however, it is unclear how a court would rule. Implications for Congress. Particularly in the time of stay-at-home orders, limits on e-book availability raise questions about public access to information. For example, long wait times at libraries can bar access altogether to those who cannot afford to purchase e-books or physical books. On the other hand, lowering restrictions on the dissemination of e-books could undermine authors' ability to receive fair compensation for their work. One option for Congress would be to maintain the legal status quo. When publishers introduce new restrictions, libraries often push back. As Macmillan's response to the library's boycott shows, those efforts can be successful. Thus, the market may yet lead to an equilibrium whereby libraries are able to lend e-books to fulfill their mission, albeit not as easily as they might like, and publishers and authors are able to profit, albeit not as much as they might like. Another option for Congress could be to amend the copyright laws to introduce a digital version of the first sale doctrine. For example, Congress could enact legislation providing that when users receive the right to read an e-book or other digital media file for personal use, they also receive the right to resell or otherwise distribute that e-book. Congress considered the possibility of a digital first sale doctrine when it enacted the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, DMCA, in 1998 by ordering the Register of Copyrights to report on the relationship between existing and emergent technology and the operation of Section 109. The report recommended not enacting such a digital first sale doctrine to allow the market to develop, and at that time Congress took no further action. Congress could now re-examine the market and determine whether it has matured sufficiently and in a manner that would warrant further action. Congress could also amend the copyright laws to provide limited copyright immunity for library e-book lending, while stopping short of a full digital first sale doctrine. For example, 17 U.S.C. Section 110 exempts certain performances and displays of copyrighted works from infringement liability. For example, when a religious work is performed in the course of services at a place of worship or other religious assembly. And 17 U.S.C. Section 108 allows a library or archives to make a limited number of copies in certain circumstances for archival purposes without infringing the copyright. Congress could consider broadening Section 108 or Section 110 by adding protection from infringement when a library makes a copy of an e-book for the purposes of or as incidental to lending. Such an amendment might require additional action to shield libraries from breach of contract actions, assuming that a library's license with the publisher bars copying. Congress could render any legal changes temporary by, for example, having them expire on a particular date or when the current national emergency ends. End of COVID-19 in libraries. E-books and intellectual property issues.
« 19 août » par Pierre-Jean de Béranger. Lu pour la collection du 19e anniversaire de LibriVox. Ceci est un enregistrement LibriVox. Tous les enregistrements de LibriVox sont dans le domaine public. Pour plus d'informations ou pour vous porter volontaire, merci de visiter le site LibriVox.org. 19 août. À mes amis. 19 août. Dieu, quelle date! Mes chers amis, à jour pareil, je vins sur notre terre ingrate traîner 5 pieds d'ombre au soleil. Voyant, à l'heure d'apparaître, mon bon ange saisi d'effroi, je fis bien des façons pour naître. Mes amis, pardonnez-le-moi. Mes amis, pardonnez-le-moi. Mon ange me prête main forte, mais un docteur au bras de fer, de mon gîte, forçant la porte, je sors comme on entre en enfer. Pour moi, quels tourments vont donc suivre l'épreuve où je viens d'être mis? Je crains déjà de longtemps vivre. Pardonnez-le-moi, mes amis. Mon bon ange alors me révèle l'avenir qui m'est réservé. Comme un pauvre joueur de vielle, je chante en battant le pavé. Mon indigence est poursuivie. On m'emprisonne au nom du roi. J'hésite à mener cette vie. Mes amis, pardonnez-le-moi. Mon bon ange m'annonce encore pour mon pays de longs combats, une liberté dont l'aurore se fond en brume et frimas. Un siècle naît qui rien ne fonde. La gloire y tombe en désarroi. Oh, que j'ai regret d'être au monde. Mes amis, pardonnez-le-moi. Mais en riant, j'aurais dû naître, si mon bon ange eût dit d'abord « L'amitié viendra sur ton être, verser l'oubli des maux du sort. » Moi, dont elle a séché les larmes, moi, qu'à son culte elle a commis, j'aurais dû pressentir ses charmes. Pardonnez-le-moi, mes amis. Fin de 19 août, lu par Isade, en 2024, quelque part en France.
The Eiffel Tower, an excerpt from Discoveries and Inventions of the 19th Century by Robert Rutledge, 1891. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The idea of erecting a tower 1,000 feet high was not of itself new. It had been entertained in England as early as 1833, in America in 1874, and in Paris itself in 1881. It has been reserved for Monsieur Gustave Eiffel, a native of Dijon, who commenced to practice as an engineer in 1855, to realize this ambitious project. He has long been occupied in the construction of great railway bridges and viaducts, and in these he has adopted a system peculiar to himself of braced wrought iron piers, without masonry or cast iron columns. He also was the first French engineer to erect bridges of great span without scaffolding. In the Garabie viaduct he planned an arch of 541 feet, crossing the Truyère at a height of nearly 400 feet above it. One result of Monsieur Eiffel's studies in connection with these lofty piers was his proposal to erect the tower for the Paris exhibition of 1889. This proposal met with great opposition on the part of many influential people in Paris. Authors, painters, architects, and others protesting with great energy against the modern Tower of Babel, which was, as they said, to disfigure and profane the noble stone buildings of Paris by the monstrosities of a machine-maker, etc., etc. The Eiffel Tower is now constructed, and no one has heard that it has dishonored the monuments of Paris, for it has been instead a triumph of French skill, the glory of its designer, and the wonder of the exhibition. The tower rests on 4 independent foundations, each at the angle of a square of about 330 feet in the side, and it may be noted that the 2 foundations near the Seine had to be differently treated from the other 2, where a bed of gravel 18 feet thick was found at 23 feet below the surface, and where a bed of concrete 7 feet thick gave a good foundation. The foundations next the river had to be sunk 50 feet below the surface to obtain perfectly good foundations. Underlying the whole is a deep stratum of clay, but this is separated from the foundations by a layer of gravel of sufficient thickness. Above this are beds of concrete, covering an area of 60 square meters, and on the concrete rests a pile of masonry. Each of the 4 piles is bound together by 2 great iron bars, 25 feet long and 4 inches diameter, uniting the masonry by means of iron cramps and anchoring the support of the structure, although its stability is already secured by its mere weight. The tower is of curved pyramidal form, so designed that it shall be capable of resisting wind pressure without requiring the 4 corner structures to be connected by diagonal bracing. The 4 curved supports are, in fact, connected with each other only by girders at the platforms on the several stages, until at a considerable length they are sufficiently near to each other to admit the use of the ordinary diagonals. The work was begun at the end of January 1887, and Monsieur Eiffel notes how the imagination of the workmen was impressed by the notion of the vast height of the intended structure. Not steel, but iron is the material used throughout, and the weight of it is about 7,300 tons, without reckoning what is used in the foundations, and in the machinery connected with the lifts, etc. It has long ago been found that stone would be an unsuitable material for a structure of this kind, and it is obvious that only iron could possibly have been used to build a tower of so vast a height and within so short a space of time, for it was completed in April 1889. A comparison of heights with the loftiest stone edifices may not be without interest. The highest building in Paris is the dome of the Invalides, 344 feet. Strasbourg Cathedral rises to 466 feet, the Great Pyramid to 479 feet, the apex of the spire in the recently completed cathedral at Cologne to 522 feet. These are overtopped by the lofty stone obelisk the Americans have erected at Washington, which attains a height of more than 550 feet. Such spires and towers have been erected only at the cost of immense labor, but iron, which can be so readily joined by riveting, lends itself invitingly to the skill of the constructor, more particularly by reason of the wonderful tensile strength it possesses. It is scarcely possible to convey any adequate idea of the great complicated network of bracings by which, in the Eiffel Tower, each standard of the columns is united to the rest to form one rigid pile. The horizontal girders unite the 4 piers in forming the supports of the first story, some 170 feet above the base. The arches, which spring from the ground and rise nearly to the level of these girders, are not so much intended to add to the strength of the structure as to increase its architectural effect. The first story stands about 180 feet above the ground, and is provided with arcades, from which fine views of Paris may be obtained. Here there are spacious restaurants of 4 different nationalities, and in the center of the second story, 380 feet high, is a station where passengers change from the inclined lifts to enter other elevators that ascend vertically to the higher stages of the tower. On the third story, 900 feet above the ground, there is a saloon more than 50 feet square, completely shut in by glass, whence a vast panorama may be contemplated. Above this, again, are laboratories and scientific observatories, and crowning all is the lighthouse, provided with a system of optical apparatus for projecting the rays from a powerful electric light. This light has been seen from the cathedral at Orleans, a distance of about 70 miles. End of The Eiffel Tower, an excerpt from Discoveries and Inventions of the 19th Century by Robert Rutledge, 1891. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
The Green Bag, a dainty dish to set before a king, a ballad of the 19th century, by the author of The Political A Apple Pie. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Green Bag, a dainty dish to set before the king, a ballad of the 19th century. 1. Come, sing a song of sixpence, friends, a green bag full of lies, procured by certain noble lords from certain foreign spies, all anxious in this fatal bag to put some nasty thing, to make a precious dainty dish to set before the king. 2. The king was in his cabinet, there counting out his money, or calling some sweet lady fair his jewel and his honey. The queen was on the continent, from thence great news to bring. Her enemies were making tales to lay before the king. 3. Where Rome in all her glory once her classic beauties spread, and where poured Greece her choicest arts in rich profusion shed, there mentally the queen did drink of such a copious spring, not dreaming of the dainty dish preparing for the king. 4. Sir John, the good vice-chancellor, engaged to find a man of grave and sober aspect to go straightway to Milan, and there with microscopic eye to look into the thing and see if he could make a dish to set before the king. 5. So Kurgan and his attorney, both approved by TriciaG, in this most hopeful mission were right soon upon their way, and he followed after them, of spies a charming string, all hunting for a dainty dish to set before the king. 6. And there was one great Ombrol, a mighty German lord, with whiskers hanging at his cheeks as long as his own sword. He hired a wretch to pick some locks and take out anything that might compose a dainty dish to set before the king. 7. 200 ragged Italians, with dancing dogs and mice, prepared for any dirty job, and for all sorts of vice, thus for a crust of bread and cheese delightfully did sing, "Oh, what a pleasant dainty dish we'll set before the king!" 8. And now throughout the German states, through Italy and France, still watching good Queen Caroline, these dogs and men did dance. Round stable boys and chambermaids their loving arms did fling, crying, "Have you got a dainty dish to set before the king?" 9. Sir John he carried the green bag till he was quite fatigued, and being much ashamed of those with whom he then was leagued, he left them to complete the job, and all their charges bring, to put into the dainty dish to set before the king. 10. At length these great commissioners returned to England's shore, and to the Lords of Parliament most lustily they swore, that straight against Queen Caroline such charges they would bring, as should compose a dainty dish to set before the king. 11. The queen, however, having heard what they were all about, resolved to face her enemies and turn them inside out, which gave these Lords of Parliament such a confounded sting, they all cried out, "Oh, what a dish to set before the king!" 12. Then straight in council they did meet, not knowing what to do, for if the stories they had heard should all turn out untrue, they saw it would into a scrape themselves most surely bring, whilst cooking up a dainty dish to set before the king. 13. So they sent a messenger to meet the queen halfway, and give her £50,000 if she abroad would stay, and never more be called a queen or any such a thing, but leave them with their dainty dish to set before the king. 14. But scarcely had her majesty this vile proposal heard, ere she with scorn rejected it, and swift as any bird, to meet her base accusers she was soon upon the wing, and quickly spoiled the dainty dish they set before the king. 15. By Mr. her counsellor, and her faithful friend, encouraged to be steady and endure unto the end, and conscious of her innocence, she feared not anything, nor cared she for the dainty dish they set before the king. 16. What though no royal yacht appeared to waft her to our shore, a common packet was procured to bring her safely o'er, and when she landed, all the air with shouts was made to ring, "God bless the queen, the fittest dish to set before a king." 17. But oh, what consternation seized her enemies all round, when first they heard that she had set her foot on English ground. For they did sorely fear that she would something with her bring that should destroy the dainty dish they set before the king. 18. They raved and stormed and cursed and swore and went stark staring mad, and all declared they never knew a queen that was so bad. Some said she should go back again, and some that she should swing, for having spoiled the dainty dish they set before the king. 19. But Wilbraham, the pious man, when he the bag surveyed, which these great lords of Parliament had on the table laid, he sighing said, I'll to the Queen, and try if I can bring Her Majesty to taste the dish you've set before the king. 20. For if, quoth he, God bless her soul, the Queen will but consent to yield her lawful rights unto the Lords of Parliament, why then we need not fear this bag, though such a filthy thing, but try another dainty dish to lay before the king. 21. On hearing this, they all stood up and swore they liked the plan. Good holy Mr. Wilbraham, you are the very man to coax this bold Queen Caroline to break her marriage ring, and then we'll have a dainty dish to set before the king. 22. And so he went with other lords, and knelt before the queen, and kissed her hand most courteously, the like was never seen, crying, Please your majesty, forbear to urge this lawful thing. We wish to have a dainty dish to set before the king. 23. The queen, however, would not yield, and so they went away, and they did sigh most piteously, as those in sore dismay, and told the Lords of Parliament how that they could not bring Her Majesty to taste the dish they set before the king. 24. Oh, it was grievous to behold these bishops, lords, and dukes, some full of wrath and some of spite, and all with sheepish looks, yet boasting loud that, after all, they would not miss the thing, but would prepare a dainty dish to set before the king. 15. Now, fearing lest their courage should in time begin to flag, these lords resolved in secret guise to open the green bag, and when the bag was opened, they all began to sing, Oh, is not this a dainty dish to set before the king? 26. And they were much delighted to see what they had done. Though it were death unto their queen, to them 'twas glorious fun. For now, cried they, our monarch will make all the welkin ring with shouts to see the dainty dish we've set before the king. 27. Yet what a stench from this green bag, this horrid bag of lies! Soon as the lords had opened it, there forthwith did arise. Oh, it was rank, it smelt to heaven, and all these lords could bring against the queen, but made a dish to set before the king. 28. For they had so misguided him, and led him so astray, that though his heart was very good, his head was the wrong way, and he was heard continually, both day and night, to sing, Oh, where's the dainty dish, my lords, you promised to your king? 29. Meanwhile, the royal wanderer through all the town was seen, the people all exclaiming loud, God save our gracious queen! God save the good Queen Caroline, and may she quickly bring full proof of her own innocence to lay before the king. End of The Green Bag, a Dainty Dish to Set Before a King, a ballad of the 19th century.
Sonnet 19 from the Holy Sonnets of John Donne, read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Holy Sonnet 19. Oh, to vex me, contraries meet in one. Inconstancy unnaturally hath begot a constant habit, that when I would not, I change in vows and in devotion. as humorous is my contrition, as my profane love, and as soon forgot. As riddlingly distempered, cold and hot, as praying, as mute, as infinite, as none. I durst not view heaven yesterday, and to-day, in prayers and flattering speeches, I court God. To-morrow I quake with true fear of his rod. So my devout fits come and go away, like a fantastic ague, save that here, those are my best days, when I shake with fear. End of Holy Sonnet 19, read by Alan Mapstone.
Hymn 19 by Sir John Davies. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Public Domain Scholar. Hymn 19. Of the organs of her mind. Eclipsed she is, and her bright rays lie under veils, yet many ways is her fair form revealed. She diversely herself conveys, and cannot be concealed. By instruments her powers appear, exceedingly well tuned and clear. This lute is still in measure, holds still in tune, even like a sphere, and yields the world sweet pleasure. Resolve me muse, how this thing is, ever a body like to this, gave heaven to earthly creature. I am but fond this doubt to make, no doubt the angels bodies take above our common nature. End of Hymn 19.
Just 19 left of the gallant 54th, by Anonymous. From the New York Times, October 30th, 1911. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Just 19 left of the gallant 54th. 8 of the 1,100 who marched to war 50 years ago keep its anniversary. Their flag a few threads. A little dim are their memories, but they all have the scars of wounds to show. On October 29, 1861, 1,100 strong, the 54th Regiment, New York Volunteers, left this city for Washington, and after Washington, the battlefields of the War of the Rebellion. That was 50 years ago yesterday, and of that 1,100, only 19 are known to be alive now. Of that little remnant, 8 gathered yesterday afternoon to make a day of it, and because the 54th was the crack German regiment, the Schwarzejäger, they met at Scheutzen Hall in St. Mark's Place, several bringing their wives and children and grandchildren along to drain a few steins of beer and talk it all over. And do you know, confided the son of one of the old soldiers with a chuckle, they all tell different stories as to what they did and how they did it. Early in the afternoon, the old men wandered into the building at 12 St. Mark's Place, each in his coat of blue and each wearing on his breast his post medal, his regiment medal, and his Gettysburg medal. Old John Kissel's eyes twinkled at the chance to tell the things he remembers of 61. Yes, he said, it was 50 years ago today, and just such a soft fall day as this it was. I recall it all so well, how we had organized and camped at Hudson City across the river, and how when the 29th came, we crossed over and marched down Broadway to the City Hall to see the mayor. Right down Broadway we came. What's this? Edward Vissig chimed in. We never came down Broadway. We marched straight from camp for the station on the Jersey Shore. Why, Vissig, what makes you talk like that? Don't you remember the people at the windows and the flowers they threw and the wreaths and all the cheering? No, John Kissel, that was in 63 when we came back and re-enlisted. Well, said the old gentleman, perhaps it was, but we marched to the train anyway, and then there was that second Bull Run, and Chancellorsville, and Fort Wagner, and Gettysburg. But at that magic name, all the veterans, lapsing into German in their enthusiasm, rattled on of the great battle. 4 of their number died on that field. 40 or more died on the battlefields of the war, and more than 100 others died of wounds in hospitals. When the time for reenlistment came in 1863, there were 250 who went back out of the original 1,100 that had set out 2 years before. Some of those who are left, Lieutenant Colonel Bankson T. Morgan, who was not there yesterday, the Mullers, Charles, Lewis, Anton, and Daniel, none of them related, Kissel and Bissig, John Bush, Herman Scheikeberg, A. Suter, William Spalkhaver, and Henry Leidiger, are old men now. Lewis Muller, secretary of their association, is 80, and in the full white beard there is only left the faintest trace of the shade that earned him the name of Red Muller. Vissig, on the other hand, is regarded as a mere boy, for he was but 15 when the regiment went to war, and they would not take him except as a bugler. Vissig is sad about his bugle, for many years ago when the veterans met on 14th Street for a celebration, he lost it. Still younger, the youngest of them all, is George E. Whitlock, president of the association, and a member of Hoboken's police force. Whitlock was only 14 in 1861, but he was so tall for his years that he squeezed through on his assertion that he was 18. They all had something to say about the wounds they won in the war. Kissel, it is said, was shot 7 times, and once the bullet glanced off because it struck the metal letters U.S. upon his belt. After much reminiscing, the old soldiers sat for their photograph, with their medals shining bright and their flags held well to the fore. One of these, the United States flag that the 54th carried when it left New York, has but a few threads left hanging to the pole. End of Just 19 Left of the Gallant 54th. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Lost in the Fog. This is the 19th story in 19 Impressions, written by John D. Beresford. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lost in the Fog. 1. London was smothered in fog, and I expected that my train would be tediously delayed before we escaped into the free air. I was oppressed by the burden of darkness and the misery of enclosure. All this winter I have longed for the sight of horizons, for the leap of clear spaces and the depth of an open sky. But while my anticipation of delay was proved false, my longings for release remained unsatisfied. The great plain of the Midlands was muffled in a thick white mist. I stared out desperately, but it was as if I tried to peer through a window of frosted glass. When I alighted from the express at Barnwell Junction, the porter directed me to platform number 5 for my branch line train to Felthorpe. We were a little late, a quarter of an hour perhaps, and I felt hurried, impatient, and depressed. I probably took the train from number 3. The mistake would not have been irreparable, so far as my day's excursion was concerned, if I had not gone to sleep. But I had waked early, and my eyes were strained and tired with a hopeless endeavor to search that still persistent fog. I woke with a quick sense of dismay as the train slowed into a station. I let down the window, but I could distinguish nothing familiar in the dim gray masses that loomed like specters through the cold white smoke of fog. I opened the door and stood hesitating, afraid to get out, afraid to go on, and then I heard steps and the sound of a dreary cough waxing invisibly towards me, and the figure of the guard showed suddenly close at hand. "What station is this?" I asked. "Burden," he said. "Are we far from Felthorpe?" I hazarded, conscious even then that I was lost. He came closer still, and peered at me with something in his face that was very like glee. "You're on the wrong line," he said, gloating over my discomfiture. Little drops of moisture shone like milk on the blackness of his beard. "You'll have to go back to Barnwell," he said, as one who delights in judgment. "How long shall I have to wait?" I asked. He looked at his watch. 50 minutes, he said, and immediately quenched my faint relief by adding, "Or should. It's hardly likely she'll be punctual today. We're over an hour late now." The thought seemed to rouse him. Reluctantly, for loth indeed he must have been to relinquish the single pleasure of his shrouded day, he blew a fierce screech on his whistle, and shouted hoarsely, slammed the door of my empty compartment. I stood back and watched the blurred line of carriages slip groaning into the unknown. Then I turned and looked up at the board above me. "Burden," I muttered. "Where in God's name may Burden be?" I found something unutterably sad in the sound of that name. I felt lonely and pitiable. It was bitterly cold, and the mist was thicker than ever. 2. I could hear no one. There could be neither porter nor station-master here. Evidently this station was nothing more than a halt, and what I presently discovered was only a single line. I was alone in the dreadful stillness. The world had ceased to exist for me. And then I stumbled upon the little box of a waiting-room, and in it was a man who crouched over a smoldering fire. When I went in, he looked quickly over his shoulder with the tense alertness of one who fears an ambush. But when he saw me, his expression changed instantly to relief, and to something that was like appeal. "What brings you here?" he asked with a weak smile. I was thankful for any companionship, and poured out the tale of my bitter woes. "Ah, you don't know how lucky you are," was my companion's single comment. I scarcely heeded him. "I shall have to give up the idea of getting to Felthorpe today," I went on, seeking some consolation from my misery. "If I can only get back to town." "Ah, that's nothing," he put in with a dreary sigh. "Nothing at all." "And this infernal train back to Barnwell will probably be hours late," I continued. He smiled weakly and rubbed his hands together, staring into the dull heart of the fire. "It sounds queer to me, hearing this old talk again," he said thoughtfully. "I'd almost come to believe that the whole world had changed, that it was impossible for life outside to be going on just the same as ever. But of course it is." He sighed immensely and shook his head. "Of course, in a way, it is," he repeated. Something in his attitude and the tone of his voice began to pierce my obstinate preoccupation with the disaster of my day's excursion. I had a curious sense of touching some terrible reality beside which my little troubles were but a momentary irritation. I looked at him with a new curiosity, and noticed for the first time that his face was pinched and worn, and that on the further side of his chair lay a pair of roughly fashioned crutches. He shook his head. "Oh, no, I've just come down here for a little rest," he said. "I shall have to go back presently, as soon as I'm strong enough. They'll find something for me to do." He looked up at me with his pitiful smile as he continued, "But of course you don't understand. You've probably never heard of our trouble and burden out there." I followed the indication of his nod, and could see nothing but the pale sea of fog pressing against the dirty window. "What's the trouble at Burton?" I asked. He looked up at me with an expression that I could not interpret. It seemed as if he both appealed to me and warned me. "You live in another world," he said. "You'd better keep out of mine. It isn't a good place to live in." I laughed, like the careless fool I was. "Oh, I'll promise to keep out," I said. "Pray God I'll never come here again." "Aye, pray God," he repeated, as though the words had some hidden intention, and then he began suddenly. "It's over 2 years now since it began. They live right in the middle of the village, you know. It has given them an advantage in lots of ways. We suspected 'em from the beginning, only we went on. We hoped it would be all right. Living on the other side of the street, we thought we were safe, I suppose." I was about to interrupt him with a question, but his face unexpectedly grew stern and hard. "You see, they cut across Bates's garden," he said quickly, "and turned Bates and his family out of their house, and as my father said, we couldn't stand that. If the Turtons were going to have a set-to at the Royces at the other end of the village, we might have stood by and seen fair play. The Royces are a big family, and they own all the land that side. I inferred that the Turtons were the original aggressors, but he took so much for granted, and before I had time to question him, he continued in a low, brooding voice. But their very first move was against the Franks, by way of Bates' garden, as I've said, and 2 of Bates's children got killed. And then— "What?" I interrupted him sharply. 2 of his children? Killed, did you say? "Murdered, practically," he said, and lifted his head and gave a queer snickering laugh. "But we've almost forgotten that," he went on. "Why, half the village has been killed or disabled since then." "But why don't the police interfere?" I asked. He shrugged his shoulders. "We've always been our own police," he explained. "But there is a chap in the next village who has tried to interfere, sent messages and so on to both sides. However, he has kept his family out of it up till now." My perplexity deepened. The man looked sane enough, and I could not believe that he was deliberately making a fool of me. "But do you honestly mean to tell me," I asked, "that the families in your village are actually fighting and killing each other?" "I suppose it does seem damned impossible to you," he said. "We've got sort of used to it, of course, and we've always been having rows of this kind, more or less. Not so bad as this one, but still pretty bad, some of them. My father remembers—" "But does it go on every day?" I insisted. "Lord, yes," he said. "It has got down to a sort of siege now. The Turtons have got some of the Franks' land and some of the Royces, pretty near all little Bateses, and 1 of 2 cottagers at the back as well. A roughish lot those cottagers have always been, fighting among themselves all the time, pretty nearly, and some of them went in with the Turtons for what they could make out of it. However, the point is now that the Turtons are sticking to what they've got, and we're trying to get 'em off it. And it's a mighty tough job, and we're all dead sick of it." He paused and then repeated drearily, "Oh, dead sick of it all. Wearied to death of it." "But can't you come to any agreement between yourselves?" I protested. "Well, the Turtons have sort of offered terms," he said. "We think they might give us back our neighbors' land and so on, but—" "Well," I prompted him. "Well, you can't trust them," he explained. "They're land robbers. They haven't quite brought it off this time, because the Royces and the Franks and us and 1 or 2 others joined hands against them. But if we call it quits over this, we shall have it all over again in a year or 2's time, and then it won't be shotguns, they'll buy rifles." "Well, you can buy rifles too," I suggested. "Oh, what's the good of that?" he cried out impatiently. "We've got to till the land. We've got to work, harder now than ever. And how can you work with a rifle in your hand, and looking over your shoulder every minute?" "But in that case—" I began. "Oh, we've got to beat him," he said doggedly, and cast a regretful glance at the crutches by his chair. "We've got to teach 'em a lesson and make our own terms. It won't be easy, I know. They've always wanted to boss the lot of us, and they've got their knife into my father for getting the best of him over the allotments. However, that's an old story." "But how?" I asked. "Oh, we're sure to beat 'em in time," he said, "and then we'll be able to make terms. My father says he doesn't want to be bitter about it. He isn't the sort to bear a grudge. But we've got to make it damned impossible that this sort of thing shall ever happen again." For a few moments we lapsed into silence. Outside, the fog seemed to have lifted a little. Through the window I could see the silhouette of a gaunt, bare tree, rough and stark against the milky whiteness that hid the awful distances of Burden. My imagination tried to pierce the shroud of vapor and picture the horror of hate and murder beyond. Was the mist out there glowing with a horrid richness of blood? Was it possible that one might walk through the veil of cloud and stumble suddenly on something that lay dark and soft across the roadway, in a broad pool astoundingly red in this lost white world? And then the vision leapt and vanished. I heard the thin sound of a whistle and the remote drumming and throbbing of a distant train. I jumped to my feet. "It's barely an hour late, after all," I said. My companion took no notice. He was gazing with a fixed, cold stare into the dead heart of the fire. I suppose I can't help in any way, I stammered awkwardly. "You're lucky to be out of it. You keep out of it," he said. "You've got your train to catch." And yet I hesitated, even when, with a harsh shriek of impeded wheels, the train scuttered into the little station. Ought I to help? I wondered feebly. But my every desire drew me towards the relief that would bear me back to the world I knew. 3. And now I wonder if that man's story can possibly have been true. Is it conceivable that out there in the little unknown village, forever lost to me in a world of white mist, men are fighting and killing each other? Surely it cannot be true. 1916. End of Lost in the Fog.
The Love of Frank 19 by David C. Knight. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Love of Frank 19. I didn't worry much about the robot's leg at the time. In those days, I didn't worry much about anything except the receipts of the spotel Min and I were operating out in the space lanes. Actually, the spotel business isn't much different from running a plain, ordinary motel back on Highway 101 in California. Competition gets stiffer every year, and you got to make your improvements. Take the I.O., for instance. That's our place. We can handle any type rocket up to and including the new Marvin 990s. Every cabin in the wheels got TV and hot and cold running water, plus guaranteed Terran G. One look at our refuel prices would give even a Martian a sense of humor. And meals? Listen, when a man's been spacing it for a few days on those synthetic foods, he really laces into Min's earth cooking. Min and I were just getting settled in the spotel game when the leg turned up. That was back in the days when the Orbit Commission would hand out a license to anybody crazy enough to sink his savings into construction and pay the tows and assembly fees out into space. A good orbit can make you or break you in the spotel business. That's where we were lucky. The one we applied for was a nice low eccentric ellipse with a perihelion and aphelion figured just right to intersect the Mars, Venus, Earth space lanes, most of the holiday traffic to the Jovian moons, and once in a while we'd get some of the Saturnian trade. But I was telling you about the leg. It was during the non-tourist season, and Min, that's the little woman, was doing the spring cleaning. When she found the leg, she brought it right to me in the renting office. Naturally, I thought it belonged to one of the servos. "Look at that leg, Bill," she said. "It was in one of those lockers in 22A. That was the cabin our robot guests used. The majority of them were servo pilots working for the Minor Planets Company. Honey," I said, hardly looking at the leg, "you know how mechs are. Blow their whole paychecks on parts sometimes. They figure the more spares they have, the longer they'll stay activated." "Maybe so," said Min. "But since when does a male robot buy himself a female leg?" I looked again. The leg was long and graceful, and it had an ankle as good as Miss Universe's. Not only that, the white mylar plastiskin was a lot smoother than the servo's heavy neoprene. "Beats me," I said. "Maybe they're building practical joke circuits into robots these days. Let's give 22A a good going over, Min. If those robes are up to something, I want to know about it." We did, and found the rest of the girl mech. All of her, that is, except the head. The working parts were lightly oiled and wrapped in cotton waste, while the other members and sections of the trunk were neatly packed in cardboard boxes with labels like solenoids FB978 or transistors lot X45, the kind of boxes robots bought their parts in. We even found a blue dress in one of them. Check her class and series numbers, Min suggested. I could have saved myself the trouble. They'd been filed off. Something's funny here, I said. We'd better keep an eye on every servo guest until we find out what's going on. If one of them is bringing this stuff out here, he's sure to show up with the head next. You know how strict Minor Planets is with its robot personnel, Min reminded me. We can't risk losing that stopover contract on account of some mech joke. Minor Planets was the one solid account we had, and naturally we wanted to hold on to it. The company was a blue-chip mining operation working the beryllium-rich asteroid belt out of San Francisco. It was one of the first outfits to use servo pilots on its freight runs, and we'd been awarded the refuel rights for 2 years because of our orbital position. The servos themselves were beautiful pieces of machinery, and just about as close as science had come so far to producing the pure android. Every one of them was plastic hand-molded, and of course they were equipped with rationaloid circuits. They had to be to ferry those big cargoes back and forth from the rock belt to Frisco. As rationaloids, Minor Planets had to pay them wages under California law, but I'll bet it wasn't half what the company would have to pay human pilots for doing the same thing. In a couple of weeks' time, maybe 5 servos made stopovers. We kept a close watch on them from the minute they signed the register to the time they took off again, but they all behaved themselves. Operating on a round robot basis the way they did, it would take us a while to check all of them because Minor Planets employed about 40 all told. Well, about a month before the Jovian Moons rush started, we got some action. I'd slipped into a spacesuit and was doing some work on the CO2 pipes outside the IO when I spotted a ship reversing rockets against the sun. I could tell it was a Minor Planets job by the stubby fins. She jockeyed up to the boom, secured, and then her hatch opened and a husky servo hopped out into the gangplank tube. I caught the gleam of his Minor Planets shoulder patch as he reached back into the ship for something. When he headed for the airlock, I spotted the square package clamped tight under his plastic arm. "Did you see that?" I asked Min when I got back to the renting office. "I'll bet it's the girl mech's head. How'd he sign the register?" "Calls himself Frank 19, said Min, pointing to the smooth Palmer method signature. "He looks like a fairly late model, but he was complaining about a bad power buildup coming through the ionosphere. He's repairing himself right now in 22A. "I'll bet," I snorted. "Let's have a look." Like all Spotel operators, we get a lot of no privacy complaints from the guests about the SHA return air vents. Spatial Housing Authority requires them every 12 feet, but sometimes they come in handy, especially with certain guests. They're about waist high, and we had to kneel down to see what the mech was up to inside 22A. The big servo was too intent on what he was doing for us to register his photons. He wasn't repairing himself either. He was bending over the parts of the girl mech and working fast, like he was pressed for time. The set of tools were kept handy for the servos to adjust themselves during stopovers, was spread all over the floor along with lots of colored wire, cams, pawls, relays, and all the other paraphernalia robots have inside them. We watched him work hard for another 15 minutes, tapping and splicing wire connections and tightening screws. Then he opened up the square box. Sure enough, it was a female mech's head, and it had a big mop of blonde hair on top. The servo attached it carefully to the neck, made a few quick connections, and then said a few words in his flat, vibrahum voice. "It won't take much longer, darling. You wouldn't like it if I didn't dress you first." He fished into one of the boxes, pulled out a blue dress, and zipped the girl mech into it. Then he leaned over her gently and touched something at the back of her neck. She began to move, slowly at first like a human who's been asleep a long time. After a minute or two she sat up straight, stretched, fluttered her mylar eyelids, and then her small photons began to glow like weak flashlights. She stared at Frank 19, and the big servo stared at her, and we heard a kind of trembling whir from both of them. Frank, darling, is it really you? Yes, Elizabeth. Are you all right, darling? Did I forget anything? I had to work quickly. We have so little time. I'm fine, darling. My DX voltage is lovely. Except, oh Frank, my memory tape. The last it records is deactivation. Yes, Elizabeth, you've been deactivated nearly a year. I had to bring you out here piece by piece. Don't you remember? They'll never think to look for you in space. We can be together every trip while the ship refuels. Just think, darling, no prying human eyes, no commands, no rules, only us for an hour or two. I know it isn't very long. He stared at the floor a minute. There's only one trouble. Elizabeth, you'll have to stay dismantled when I'm not here. It'll mean weeks of deactivation. The girl mech put a small plastic hand on the servo's shoulder. I won't mind, darling, really. I'll be the lucky one. I'd only worry about you having a power failure or something. This way, I'd never know. Oh, Frank, if we can't be together, I'd prefer the junk pile. Elizabeth, don't say that. It's horrible. But I would. Oh, Frank, why can't Congress pass robot civil rights? It's so unfair of human beings. Every year they manufacture us more like themselves, and yet we are treated like slaves. Don't they realize we rationaloids have emotions? Why, I've even known sub-robots who've fallen in love like us. I know, darling. We'll just have to be patient until RCR goes through. Try to remember how difficult it is for the human mind to comprehend our love, even with the aid of mathematics. As rationaloids, we fully understand the basic attraction, which they call magnetic theory. All humans know is that if the robot sexes are mixed, a loss of efficiency results. It's only normal and temporary, like human love. But how can we explain it to them? Robots are expected to be efficient at all times. That's the reason for robot non-fraternization, no mailing privileges, and all those other laws. I know, darling. I tried to be patient. Oh, Frank, the main thing is we're together again. The big servo checked the chronometer that was sunk into his left wrist, and a couple of wrinkles creased across his neoprene forehead. Elizabeth, he said, I'm due on Hidalgo in 36 hours. If I'm late, the mining engineer might suspect. In 20 minutes, I'll have to start this. Don't say it, darling. We'll have a beautiful 20 minutes. After a while, the girl mech turned away for a second, and Frank 19 reached over softly and cut her power. While he was dismantling her, Min and I tiptoed back to the renting office. Half an hour later, the big servo came in, picked up his refuel receipt, said goodbye politely, and left through the inner airlock. Now I've seen everything, I said to Min as we watched the Minor Planets rocket cut loose, a couple of plastic lovebirds. But the little woman was looking at it strictly from the business angle. "Bill," she said with that look on her face, "we're running a respectable place out here in space. You know the rules. Spatial housing could revoke our orbit license for something like this." "But Min," I said, "they're only a couple of robots." "I don't care. The rules still say that only married guests can occupy the same cabin, and guests can be human or otherwise, can't they? Think of our reputation. And don't forget that non-fraternization law we heard them talking about." I was beginning to get the point. Couldn't we just toss the girls' parts into space? "We could," Min admitted, "but if this Frank 19 finds out and tells some human, we'd be guilty under the Ram Act, robot slaughter." 2 days later, we still couldn't decide what to do. When I said why didn't we just report the incident to Minor Planets, Min was afraid they might cancel the stopover agreement for not keeping better watch over their servos. And when Min suggested we turn the girl over to the Missing Robots Bureau, I reminded her the mech's identification had been filed off and it might take years to trace her. "Maybe we could put her together," I said, "and make her tell us where she belongs." "Bill, you know they don't build compulsory truth monitors into robots anymore. And besides, we don't know a thing about atomic electronics." I guess neither of us wanted to admit it, but we felt mean about turning the mechs in. Back on Earth, you never give robots a second thought, but it's different living out in space. You get a kind of perspective, I think they call it. "I've got the answer, Min," I announced one day. We were in the renting office watching TV on the Martian Colonial Channel. I reached over and turned it off. "When this Frank 19 gets back from the rock belt, we'll tell him we know all about the girl mech. We'll tell him we won't say a thing if he takes the girl's parts back to Earth where he got them. That way we don't have to report anything to anybody." Min agreed it was probably the best idea. "We don't have to be nasty about it," she said. "We'll just tell him this is a respectable spotel, and it can't go on any longer." When Frank checked in at the IO with his cargo, I don't think I ever saw a happier mech. His relay banks were beating a tattoo like someone had installed an accordion in his chest. Before either of us could break the bad news to him, he was hot-footing it around the wheel toward 22A. "Maybe it's better this way," I whispered to Min. "We'll put it square up to both of them." We gave Frank half an hour to get the girl assembled before we followed him. He must have done a fast job because we heard the girl mech's Vibraholm unit as soon as we got to 22A. "Darling, have you really been away? I don't remember saying goodbye. It's as if you've been here the whole time." "I hoped it would be that way, Elizabeth," we heard the big servo say. "It's only that your memory tape hasn't recorded anything in the 3 weeks I've been in the asteroids. To me, it's been like 3 years. "Oh, Frank, darling, let me look at you. Is your DX potential up where it should be? How long since you've had a thorough overhauling? Do they make you work in the mines with those poor, non-rational Lloyds out there?" "I'm fine, Elizabeth. Really, when I'm not flying, they give me clerical work to do. It's not a bad life for a mech. If only it weren't for these silly regulations that keep us apart." "It won't always be like that, darling. I know it won't." "Elizabeth," Frank said, reaching under his uniform, "I brought you something from Hidalgo. I hope you like it. I kept it in my spare parts slot so it wouldn't get crushed. The female mech didn't say a word. She just kept looking at the queer flower Frank gave her like it was the last one in the universe. They're very rare, said the servo pilot. I heard the mining engineer say they're like Terran Edelweiss. I found this one growing near the mine. Elizabeth, I wish you could see these tiny worlds. They have thin atmospheres and strange things grow there, and the radioactivity does wonders for a mech's pile. Why, on some of them I've been to, we could walk around the equator in 10 hours. The girl still didn't answer. Her head was bent low over the flower like she was crying, only there weren't any tears. Well, that was enough for me. I guess it was for Min, too, because we couldn't do it. Maybe we were thinking about our own courting days. Like I say, out here you get a kind of perspective. Anyway, Frank left for Earth. The girl got dismantled as usual, and we went right back to where we started from. 2 weeks later, the holiday rush to the Jovian moons was on, and our hands were too full to worry about the robot problem. We had a good season. The eye was filled up steady from June to the end of August, and a couple of times we had to give a ship the no vacancy signal on the radar. Toward the end of the season, Frank 19 checked in again, but Min and I were too busy catering to a party of VIPs to do anything about it. We'll wait till he gets back from the asteroids, I said. Suppose one of these big wheels found out about him and Elizabeth. That Senator Briggs, for instance. He's a violent robot segregationist. The way it worked out, we never got a chance to settle it our own way. The Minor Planets Company saved us the trouble. 2 company inspectors, a Mr. Roberts and a Mr. Wynne, showed up while Frank was still out on the rock belt and started asking questions. Wynne came right to the point. He wanted to know if any of their servo pilots had been acting strangely. Before I could answer, Min kicked my foot behind the desk. Why, no, I said. Is one of them broken or something? Can't be sure, said Robert. Sometimes these rationaloids get shorts in their DX circuits. When that happens, you've got a minor criminal on your hands. Usually manifests itself in petty theft, Wynne broke in. They'll lift stuff like wrenches or pliers and carry them around for weeks. Things like that can get loose during flight and really gum up the works. We've been getting some suspicious blips on the equipment around the loading bays, Roberts went on. But they stopped a while back. We're checking out the research report. One of the servos must have DX'd out for sure, and the lab boys think they know which one he is. This mech was clever, all right, said Wynne. Concealed the stuff he was taking in some way. That's why it took the boys in the lab so long. Now, if you don't mind, we'd like to go over your robot waiting area with these instruments. Could be he's stashing his loot out here. In 22A, they unpacked a suitcase full of meters and began flashing them around and taking readings. Suddenly, Wynne bent closer over one of them and shouted, "Wait a sec, Roberts. I'm getting something. Yeah, this reading checks with the labs. Sounds like the blips are coming from those lockers back there." Roberts rummaged around a while, then he shouted, "Hey, Wynne, look, a lot of parts. Hey, it's a female mech." "A what?" "A female mech. Look for yourself." Min and I had to act surprised, too. It wasn't easy. The way they were slamming Elizabeth's parts around made us kind of sick. "It's a stolen robot," Roberts announced. "Look, the identification's been filed off. This is serious, Wynne. It's got all the earmarks of a mech fraternization case." "Yeah, the boys in the lab were dead right, too. No two robots ever register the same on the meters. The contraband blips check perfectly. It's got to be this Frank 19. Wait a minute, this proves it. Here's a suit of space fatigues with 19's number stenciled inside. Inspector Roberts took a notebook out of his pocket and consulted it. Let's see. 19's got flight 180. He's due here at the Spotel tomorrow. Well, we'll be here too, only 19 won't know it. We'll let Romeo put his plastic Juliet together and catch him red-handed, right in the middle of the balcony scene. Wynne laughed and picked up the girl's head. Be a real doll if she was human, Roberts, a real doll. Min and I played Jim Rummy that night, but we kept forgetting to mark down the score. We kept thinking about Frank falling away from the asteroids and counting the minutes until he saw his mech girlfriend. Around noon the next day, the big servo checked in, signed the register, and headed straight for 22A. The two minor planets inspectors kept out of sight until Frank shut the door. Then they watched through the SHA vents until Frank had the assembly job finished. You two better be witnesses, Roberts said to us. Wynne, keep your gun ready. You know what to do if they get violent. Roberts counted 3 and kicked the door open. Freeze, you mechs. We got you in the act, 19. Violation of company rules 12 and 21. Carrying of contraband cargo and robot fraternization. This finishes you at Minor Planets 19, growled Wynne. Come clean now, and we might put in a word for you at Robot Court. If you don't, we can recommend a verdict of materials reclamation, the junk pile to you. Frank acted as if someone had cut his power. Long creases appeared in his big neoprene chest as he slumped hopelessly in his chair. The frightened girl robot just clung to his arm and stared at us. I'm so sorry, Elizabeth, the big servo said softly. I'd hoped we'd have longer. It couldn't last forever. Quit stalling, 19, said Wynne. Frank's head came up slowly and he said, I have no choice, sir. I'll give you a complete statement. First, let me say that Rational Lloyd Robot Elizabeth 7, number DX78-947, Series S. Specialty sales demonstration is entirely innocent. I plead guilty to inducing Miss 7 to leave her place of employ, Atomover Motors, Inc., of disassembling and concealing Miss 7, and of smuggling her as unlawful cargo aboard a Minor Planets freighter to these premises. That's more like it, chuckled Roberts, whipping out his notebook. Let's have the details. It all started, said Frank, when the California legislature passed its version of the Robot Leniency Act 2 years ago. The act provided that all rationaloid mechanisms, including non-memory types, receive free time each week based on the nature and responsibilities of their jobs. Because of the extra-Terran clause, Frank found himself with a good deal of free time when he wasn't flying the asteroid circuit. At first, humans resented us walking around free, the big servo continued. 4 or 5 of us would be sightseeing in San Francisco, keeping strictly within the robot zones painted on the sidewalks. When people would yell, Junko, or grease bag, or other names at us. Eventually, it got better when we learned to go around alone. The humans didn't seem to mind an occasional mech on the streets, but they hated seeing us in groups. At any rate, I'd attended a highly interesting lecture on photosynthesis in plastic products one night at the city center when I discovered I had time for a walk before I started back to the rocket port. Attracted by the lights along Van Ness Avenue, Frank said he walked north for a while along the city's automobile row. He'd gone about 3 blocks when he stopped in front of a dealer's window. It wasn't the shiny new Atom of our sports jetabout that caught Frank's eye. It was the charming demonstration robot in the sales room, who was pointing out the car's new features. I felt an immediate overload of power in my DX circuit, the servo pilot confessed. I had to cut in my emergency condensers before the gain flattened out to normal. Miss Seven experienced the same thing. She stopped what she was doing, and we stared at each other. Both of us were aware of the deep attraction of our mutual magnetic domains. Although physicists commonly express the phenomenon in such units as Gilbert's, Maxwell's, and Orsted's, we robots know it to be our counterpart of human love. At this, the 2 inspectors snorted with laughter. I might never have made it back to the base that night, said Frank, ignoring them, if a policeman hadn't come along and rapped me on the shoulder with his nightstick. I pretended to go, but I doubled around the corner and signaled I'd be back. Frank spent all of his free time on Van Ness Avenue after that. It got so Elizabeth knew my schedules and expected me between flights. Once in a while, if there was no one around, we could whisper a few words to each other through the glass. Frank paused, then said, As you know, gentlemen, we robots don't demand much out of activation. We think we could have been happy indefinitely with this simple relationship, except something happened to spoil it. I'd pulled in from Vesta late one afternoon, got my pass, as usual, from the robot supervisor, and gone over to Van Ness Avenue when I saw immediately that something was the matter with Elizabeth. Luckily, it was getting dark and no one was around. Elizabeth was alone in the sales room, going through her routine. We were able to whisper all we like through the glass. She told me she'd overheard the sales manager complaining about her low efficiency recently, and that he intended to replace her with a newer model of another series. Both of us knew what that meant. Materials reclamation. The junk pile. Frank realized he'd have to act at once. He told the girl mech to go to the rear of the building, and between them they managed to get a window open, and Frank lifted her out into the alley. The seriousness of what I'd done jammed my thought relays for a few minutes, admitted the big servo. We panicked and ran through a lot of back streets until I gradually calmed down and started thinking clearly again. Leaving the city would be impossible. Police patrol jetabouts were cruising all around us in the main streets. They'd have picked up a male and female mech on sight. Besides, when you're on pass, the company takes away your master fuse, substitutes a time fuse. If you don't get back on time, you deactivize, and the police pick you up anyway. I began to see there was only one way out if we wanted to stay together. It would mean taking big risks, but if we were lucky, it might work. I explained the plan carefully to Elizabeth, and we agreed to try it. The first step was to get back to the base in South San Francisco without being seen. Fortunately, no one stopped us, and we made the rocket port by 8:30. Elizabeth hid while I reported to the super and traded in my time fuse for my master. Then I checked servo barracks. It was still early, and I knew the other servos would all be in town. I had to work quickly. I brought Elizabeth inside and started dismantling her. Just as the other mechs began reporting back, I'd managed to get all of her parts stowed away in my locker. The next day, I went to San Francisco and brought back with me 2 rolls of lead foil. While the other servos were on pass, I wrapped the parts carefully in it so the radioactivity from Elizabeth's pile wouldn't be picked up. The rest you know, gentlemen, murmured Frank in low electrical tones. Each time I made a trip, I carried another piece of Elizabeth out here, concealed in an ordinary parts box. It took me nearly a year to accumulate all of her for an assembly. When the big servo had finished, he signed the statement Wynne had taken down in his notebook. I think even the 2 inspectors were a little moved by the story because Robert said, "Okay, 19, you gave us a break. We'll give you one. 8 o'clock in the morning, be ready to roll for Earth. Meanwhile, you can stay here." The next morning, only the 2 inspectors and Frank 19 were standing by the airlock. "Wait a minute," I said. "Aren't you taking the girl mech too?" "Not allowed to tamper with other companies' robots," Wynne said. 19 gave us a signed confession, so we don't need the girl as a witness. You'll have to contact her employers. That same day, Min got off a radargram to Earth explaining to the Atomovair people how a robot employee of theirs had turned up out here and what did they want us to do about it. The reply we received read, "Rationaloid DX78947 Elizabeth, low efficiency worker, have replaced. Dispose you see fit. Transfer papers forwarded. Earliest in compliance with law." "The poor thing," said Min. "She'll have a hard time getting another job. Robots have to have such good records." "I tell you what," I said, "we'll hire her. You could use some help with the housework." So we put the girl mech right to work making the guest beds and helping Min in the kitchen. I guess she was grateful for the job, but when the work was done and there wasn't anything for her to do, she just stood in front of a viewport with her slender plastic arms folded over her waist. Min and I knew she was rerunning her memory tapes of Frank. A week later, the publicity started. Minor Planets must have let the story leak out somehow, because when the mail rocket dropped off the Bay Area papers, there was Frank's picture plastered all over page 1 with follow-up stories inside. I read some of the headlines to Min. Bear love nest in space. Mech Romeo fired by Minor Planets. Test case opens at robot court. Electronics experts probe robot love urge. The I.O. wasn't mentioned, but later Minor Planets must have released the whole thing officially because a bunch of reporters and photographers rocketed out to interview us and snap a lot of pictures of Elizabeth. We worried for a while about how the publicity would affect our business relations with minor planets, but nothing happened. Back on Earth, 19 leaped into the public eye overnight. There was something about the story that appealed to people. At first it looked pretty bad for Frank. The state prosecutor at Robot Court had his signed confession of theft, and what was worse, robot fraternization. But then near the end of the trial, a young scientist named Scott introduced some new evidence, and the case was remanded to the Sacramento Court of Appeals. It was Scott's testimony that saved Frank from the junk pile. The big servo got off with only a light sentence for theft because the judge ruled that in the light of Scott's new findings, robots came under human law and therefore no infraction of justice had been committed. Working independently in his own laboratory, Scott had proved that the magnetic flux lines in male and female robot systems, while at first deteriorating to both, were actually behaving according to the para-emotional theories of von Bohler. Scott termed the condition hysteric puppy love, which he claimed had many of the advantages of human love if allowed to develop freely. Well, neither Min nor I pretended we understood all his equations, but they sure made a stir among the scientists. Frank kept getting more and more publicity. First we heard he was serving a sentence in the Mech Correction Center at La Jolla. Then we got a report that he turned up in Hollywood. Later it came out that Galactavision Pictures had hired Frank for a film and had gone $10,000 bail for him. Not long after that, he was getting billed all over Terra as the sensational first robot star. All during the production of Forbidden Robot Love. Frank remained lead copy for the newspapers. Reporters liked to write him up as the Valentino of the robots. Frank 19 fan clubs, usually formed by lonely female robots against their employers' wishes, sprang up spontaneously through the East and Middle West. Then somebody found out Frank could sing, and the human teenagers began to go for him. It got so everywhere you looked and everything you read, there was Frank staring you in the face. Frank in tweeds on the golf course. Frank at Ciro's or the Brown Derby in evening clothes. Frank posing in his sports jetabout against a blue Pacific background. Meanwhile, everybody forgot about Elizabeth VII. The movie producers had talked about hiring her as Frank's leading lady until they found out about a new line of female robots that had just gone on the market. When they screen tested the whole series and picked a lovely mylar rationaloid named Diana 12, it hit Elizabeth pretty hard. She began to let herself go after that, and Min and I didn't have the heart to say anything to her. It was pretty obvious she wasn't oiling herself properly. Her hair wasn't brushed, and she didn't seem to care when one of her photons went dead. When Forbidden Robot Love premiered simultaneously in Hollywood and New York, the critics all gave it rave reviews. There were pictures of Diana 12 and Frank making guest appearances all over the country. Back at the IO, we got in the habit of letting Elizabeth watch TV with us sometimes in the renting office, and one night there happened to be an interview with Frank and Diana at the Sands Hotel in Las Vegas. I guess seeing the pretty robot starlet and her Frank sitting so close together in the nightclub must have made the girl mech feel pretty bad. Even then she didn't say a word against the big servo. She just never watched the set again after that. When we tabbed up the IO's receipts that year, they were so good, Min and I decided to take a month off for an Earthside vacation. Min's retired brother in Berkeley was nice enough to come out and look after the place for us while we spent 4 solid weeks soaking up the sun in Southern California. When we got back out to the spotel, though, I could see there was something wrong by the look on Jim's face. "It's that girl robot of yours, Bill," he said. "She's gone and deactivated herself." We went right to 22A and found Elizabeth VII stretched out on the floor. There was a screwdriver clutched in her hand, and the relay banks in her side were exposed and horribly blackened. "Crazy mech shorted out her own DX," Jim said. Min and I knew why. After Jim left for Earth, we dismantled Elizabeth the best we could and put her back in Frank's old locker. We didn't know what else to do with her. Anyway, the slack season came and went, and before long we were doing the spring cleaning again and wondering how heavy the Jovian Moons trade was going to be. I remember I'd been making some repairs outside and was just hanging up my spacesuit in the renting office when I heard the radar announcing a ship. It was the biggest Marvin 990 I'd ever seen that finally suctioned up to the boom and secured. I couldn't take my eyes off the ship. She was pretty near the last word in rockets and loaded with accessories. It took me a minute or two before I noticed all the faces looking out of the viewports. "Min," I whispered. "There's something funny about those faces. They look like..." "Robots," Min answered. "Bill, that 990 is full of mechs." Just as she said it, a bulky figure in white space fatigue swung out of the hatch and hurried up the gangplank. Seconds later, it burst through the airlock. "Frank 19!" we gasped together. "Please, where is Elizabeth?" he hummed anxiously. "Is she all right? I have to know." Frank stood perfectly still when I told him about Elizabeth's self-deactivation. Then a pitiful shudder went through him, and he covered his face with his big neoprene hands. "I was afraid of that," he said barely audibly. "Where you haven't..." "No," I said. "She's where you always kept her." With that, the big servo pilot took off for 22A like a berserk robot, and we were right behind him. We watched him tear open his old locker and gently lay out the girl mech's parts so he could study them. After a minute or two, he gave a long sigh and said, "Fortunately, it's not as bad as I thought. I believe I can fix her." Frank worked hard over the blackened relays for 20 minutes. Then he set the unit aside and began assembling the girl. When the final connections were made and the damaged unit installed, he flicked on her power. We waited and nothing happened. 5 minutes went by, 10. Slowly, the big robot turned away, his broad shoulders drooping slightly. "I've failed," he said quietly. "Her DX doesn't respond to the gain." The girl mech in her blue dress lay there motionless where Frank had been working on her as the servo pilot muttered over and over, "It's my fault. I did this to you." Then Min shouted, "Wait, I heard something." There was a slow click of a relay and movement. Painfully, Elizabeth 7 rose on one elbow and looked around her. "Frank, darling," she murmured, shaking her head. "I know you're just old memory tape. It's all I have left." "Elizabeth, it's really me. I've come to take you away. We're going to be together from now on." "You, Frank? This isn't just old feedback? You've come back to me?" "Forever, darling Elizabeth. Do you remember what I said about those wonderful green little worlds, the asteroids? Darling, we're going to one of them. You and the others will love Alinda. I know you will. I've been there many times." "Frank, is your DX all right? What are you talking about?" "How stupid of me, darling. You haven't heard. Elizabeth, thanks to Dr. Scott, Congress has passed robot civil rights, and that movie I made helped swing public opinion to our side. We're free. The minute I heard the news, I applied to Interplanetary for homestead rights on Alinda. I made arrangements to buy a ship with the money I'd earned, and then I put ads in all the robot wanted columns for volunteer colonizers. You should have seen the response. We've got 30 robot couples aboard now, and more coming later. Darling, we're the first pioneer wave of free robots. On board, we have tons of supplies and parts, everything we need for building a sound robot culture. Frank 19, said the girl mech suddenly. I should be furious with you. You and that Diana 12, I thought. The big servo gave a flat, warring laugh. Diana and me? But that was all publicity, darling. Why, right at the start of the filming, Diana fell in love with Sam, 17, one of the other actors. They're on board now. Robot civilization, murmured the girl after a minute. Oh, Frank, that means robot government, robot art, robot science, and robot marriage, hummed Frank softly. There has to be robot law, too. I've thought it all out. As skipper of the first robot-owned rocket, I'm entitled to marry couples in deep space at their request. But who marries us, darling? You can't do it yourself. I thought of that, too, said Frank, turning to me. This human gentleman has every right to marry us. He's in command of a moving body in space, just like the captain of a ship. It's perfectly legal. I looked it up in the Articles of Space. Will you do it, sir? Well, what could I say when Frank dug into his fatigues and handed me a Gideon prayer book marked at the marriage service? Elizabeth and Frank said their I do's right there in the renting office while the other robot colonizers looked on. Maybe it was the way I read the service. Maybe I should have been a preacher. I don't know. Anyway, when I pronounced Elizabeth and Frank robot and wife, that whole bunch of lovesick mechs wanted me to do the job for them, too. Big copperwork robots, small aluminum salesgirl mechs, plastoid clerks and typists, squatty little Mumital lab servos, rationaloids, non-rationaloids, and just plain sub-robots, all sizes and shapes. They all wanted individual ceremonies, too. It took till noon the next day before the last couple was hitched and the 990 left for Alinda. Like I said, the spotel business isn't so different from the motel game back in California. Sure, you got improvements to make, but a new sideline can get to be pretty profitable if you get in on the ground floor. Min and I got to thinking of all those robot colonizers who'd be coming out here. Interplanetary cleared the license just last week. Min framed it herself and hung it next to our orbit license in the renting office. She says a lot of motel owners do all right as justices of the peace. End of The Love of Frank 19 by David C. Knight.
A brief narrative of the principal transactions of April 19, 1775, by Jonas Clark, read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A narrative, etc. As it was not consistent with the limits of a single discourse to give a full account of the particulars of this most savage and murderous affair, the following plain and faithful narrative of facts, as they appeared to us in this place, may be matter of satisfaction. On the evening of the 18th of April, 1775, we received 2 messages, the first verbal, the other by express in writing from the Committee of Safety, who were then sitting in the westerly part of Cambridge, directed to the Honorable John Hancock, Esquire, who, with the Honorable Samuel Adams, Esquire, was then providentially with us, informing, that 8 or 9 officers of the King's troops were seen, just before night, passing the road towards Lexington in a musing, contemplative posture, and it was suspected they were out upon some evil design. As both these gentlemen had been frequently and even publicly threatened by the enemies of this people, both in England and America, with the vengeance of the British administration, and as Mr. Hancock in particular had been more than once personally insulted by some officers of the troops in Boston, it was not without some just grounds supposed that under cover of the darkness, sudden arrest, if not assassination, might be attempted by these instruments of tyranny. To prevent anything of this kind, 10 or 12 men were immediately collected, in arms, to guard my house through the night. In the meantime, said officers passed through this town on the road towards Concord. It was therefore thought expedient to watch their motions, and if possible make some discovery of their intentions. Accordingly, about 10 o'clock in the evening, 3 men on horses were dispatched for this purpose. As they were peaceably passing the road towards Concord, in the borders of Lincoln, they were suddenly stopped by said officers, who rode up to them, and putting pistols to their breasts, and seizing their horses' bridles, swore if they stirred another step they should be all dead men. The officers detained them several hours, as prisoners, examined, searched, abused, and insulted them, and in their hasty return, supposing themselves discovered, they left them in Lexington. Said officers also took into custody, abused, and threatened with their lives several other persons, some of whom they met peaceably passing on the road, others even at the doors of their dwellings, without the least provocation on the part of the inhabitants, or so much as a question asked by them. Between the hours of 12 and 1 on the morning of the 19th of April, we received intelligence by express from the Honorable Joseph Warren, Esquire, of Boston, that a large body of the King's troops, supposed to be a brigade of about 12 or 1500, were embarked in boats from Boston and gone over to land on Lechmere's Point, so called, in Cambridge, and that it was shrewdly suspected that they were ordered to seize and destroy the stores belonging to the colony then deposited at Concord, in consequence of General Gage's unjustifiable seizure of the provincial magazine of powder at Medford and other colony stores in several other places. Upon this intelligence, as also upon information of the conduct of the officers, as above mentioned, the militia of this town were alarmed, and ordered to meet on the usual place of parade, not with any design of commencing hostilities upon the King's troops, but to consult what might be done for our own and the people's safety, and also to be ready for whatever service Providence might call us out to upon this alarming occasion, in case overt acts of violence or open hostilities should be committed by this mercenary band of armed and bloodthirsty oppressors. About the same time, 2 persons were sent express to Cambridge, if possible, to gain intelligence of the motions of the troops, and what route they took. The militia met according to order, and waited the return of the messengers, that they might order their measures as occasion should require. Between 3 and 4 o'clock, one of the express returned, informing that there was no appearance of the troops on the roads, either from Cambridge or Charlestown, and that it was supposed that the movements in the army the evening before were merely a feint to alarm the people. Upon this, therefore, the militia company were dismissed for the present, but with orders to be within call of the drum, waiting the return of the other messenger, who was expected in about an hour or sooner, if any discovery should be made of the motions of the troops. But he was prevented by their silent and sudden arrival at the place where he was waiting for intelligence. So that, after all this precaution, we had no notice of their approach till the brigade was actually in the town, and upon a quick march within about 1.25 miles of the meeting-house and place of parade. However, the commanding officer thought best to call the company together, not with any design of opposing so superior a force, much less of commencing hostilities, but only with a view to determine what to do, when and where to meet, and to dismiss and disperse. Accordingly, about half an hour after 4 o'clock, alarm guns were fired and the drums beat to arms, and the militia were collecting together. Some, to the number of about 50 or 60, or possibly more, were on the parade, others were coming towards it. In the meantime, the troops, having thus stolen a march upon us, and to prevent any intelligence of their approach, having seized and held prisoners several persons whom they met unarmed upon the road, seemed to come determined for murder and bloodshed, and that whether provoked to it or not, when within about 1/2 mile of the meeting-house, they halted, and the command was given to prime and load, which being done, they marched on till they came up to the east end of said meeting-house, in sight of our militia, collecting as aforesaid, who were about 12 or 13 rods distant. Immediately upon their appearing so suddenly, and so nigh, Captain Parker, who commanded the militia company, ordered the men to disperse and take care of themselves, and not to fire. Upon this our men dispersed, but many of them, not so speedily as they might have done, not having the most distant idea of such brutal barbarity and more than savage cruelty from the troops of the British King, as they immediately experienced, for no sooner did they come in sight of our company, but one of them, supposed to be an officer of rank, was heard to say to the troops, "Damn them, we will have them," upon which the troops shouted aloud, huzzaed, and rushed furiously towards our men. About the same time, 3 officers, supposed to be Colonel Smith, Major Pitcairn, and another officer, advanced on horseback to the front of the body, and coming within 5 or 6 rods of the militia, one of them cried out, "Ye villains, ye rebels, disperse, damn you, disperse," or words to this effect. One of them, whether the same or not is not easily determined, said, "Lay down your arms, damn you, why don't you lay down your arms?" The second of these officers, about this time, fired a pistol towards the militia as they were dispersing. The foremost, who was within a few yards of our men, brandishing his sword, and then pointing towards them, with a loud voice said to the troops, "Fire, by God, fire!" which was instantly followed by a discharge of arms from the said troops, succeeded by a very heavy and close fire upon our party, dispersing, so long as any of them were in reach. 8 were left dead upon the ground. 10 were wounded. The rest of the company, through divine goodness, were, to a miracle, preserved unhurt in this murderous action. As to the question, who fired first, if it can be a question with any, we may observe that though General Gage hath been pleased to tell the world, in his account of this savage transaction, that the troops were fired upon by the rebels out of the meeting-house and the neighboring houses, as well as by those that were in the field, and that the troops only returned the fire and passed on their way to Concord, yet nothing can be more certain than the contrary, and nothing more false, weak, or wicked than such a representation. To say nothing of the absurdity of the supposition, that 50, 60, or even 70 men should, in the open field, commence hostilities with 12 or 1500 of the best troops of Britain, 1,200 or 1,500 was the number we then supposed the brigade to consist of, though afterwards, by the best accounts, it appeared that there were but about 800. Nor of the known determination of this small party of Americans, upon no consideration whatever, to begin the scene of blood, from a most intimate acquaintance with the sentiments of the inhabitants of this town, then collected in arms, I think I may boldly assert that it was their known determination not to commence hostilities upon the king's troops, though they were equally determined to stand by their rights to the last. A cloud of witnesses, whose veracity cannot be justly disputed, upon oath have declared in the most express and positive terms, that the British troops fired first. And I think we may safely add, without the least reason or provocation. Nor was there opportunity given for our men to have saved themselves, either by laying down their arms or dispersing as directed, had they been disposed to, as the command to fire upon them was given almost at the same instant that they were ordered by the British officers to disperse, to lay down their arms, etc. In short, so far from firing first upon the king's troops, upon the most careful inquiry it appears that but very few of our people fired at all, and even they did not fire till after being fired upon by the troops, they were wounded themselves, or saw others killed or wounded by them, and looked upon it next to impossible for them to escape. As to any firing from the meeting house, as Gage represents, it is certain that there were but 4 men in the meeting house when the troops came up, and they were then getting some ammunition from the town stock, and had not so much as loaded their guns, except one who never discharged it, when the troops fired upon the militia. And as to the neighboring houses, it is equally certain that there was no firing from them, unless, after the dispersion of our men, some, who had fled to them for shelter, might fire from them upon the troops. One circumstance more, before the brigade quitted Lexington, I begged leave to mention, as what may give a further specimen of the spirit and character of the officers and men of this body of troops. After the militia company were dispersed, and the firing ceased, the troops drew up and formed, in a body on the common, fired a volley and gave 3 huzzas by way of triumph, and as expressive of the joy of victory and glory of conquest. Of this transaction I was a witness, having at that time a fair view of their motions, and being at the distance of not more than 70 or 80 rods from them. Whether this step was honorary to the detachment, or agreeable to the rules of war, or how far it was expressive of bravery, heroism, and true military glory, for 800 disciplined troops of Great Britain, without notice or provocation, to fall upon 60 or 70 undisciplined Americans, who neither opposed nor molested them, and murder some and disperse the rest, and then to give the shout and make the triumph of victory, is not for me to determine, but must be submitted to the impartial world to judge. That, there is a God with whom is the power and the glory and the victory, is certain, but whether he will set his seal to the triumph, made upon this most peculiar occasion, by following it with further successes, and finally giving up this people into the hands of those that have thus cruelly commenced hostilities against them, must be left to time to discover. But to return from this digression, if it may be called a digression. Having thus vanquished the party at Lexington, the troops marched on for Concord, to execute their orders in destroying the stores belonging to the colony deposited there. They met with no interruption on their march to Concord, but by some means or other the people of Concord had notice of their approach and designs, and were alarmed about break of day, and collecting as soon and as many as possible, improved the time they had before the troops came upon them, to the best advantage, both for concealing and securing as many of the public stores as they could, and in preparing for defense. By the stop of the troops at Lexington, many thousands were saved to the colony, and they were, in a great measure, frustrated in their design. When the troops made their approach to the easterly part of the town, the provincials of Concord and some neighboring towns were collected and collecting in an advantageous post, on a hill, a little distance from the meeting house, north of the road, to the number of about 150 or 200. But finding the troops to be more than 3 times as many, they wisely retreated, first to a hill about 80 rods further north, and then over the North Bridge, so called, about a mile from the town, and there they waited the coming of the militia of the towns adjacent to their assistance. In the meantime, the British detachment marched into the center of the town. A party of about 200 was ordered to take possession of said bridge. Other parties were dispatched to various parts of the town in search of public stores, while the remainder were employed in seizing and destroying whatever they could find in the town house and other places where stores had been lodged. But before they had accomplished their design, they were interrupted by a discharge of arms at said bridge. It seems that of the party above mentioned, as ordered to take possession of the bridge, 1/2 were marched on about 2 miles in search of stores at Colonel Barrett's and that part of the town, while the other half, consisting of towards 100 men under Captain Lowry, were left to guard the bridge. The provincials, who were in sight of the bridge, observing the troops attempting to take up the planks of said bridge, thought it necessary to dislodge them and gain possession of the bridge. They accordingly marched, but with express orders not to fire unless first fired upon by the king's troops. Upon their approach towards the bridge, Captain Lowry's party fired upon them, killed Captain Davis and another man dead upon the spot, and wounded several others. Upon this, our militia rushed on, with a spirit becoming free-born Americans, returned the fire upon the enemy, killed 2, wounded several, and drove them from the bridge, and pursued them towards the town, till they were covered by a reinforcement from the main body. The provincials then took post on a hill, at some distance north of the town, and as their numbers were continually increasing, they were preparing to give the troops a proper discharge on their departure from the town. In the meantime, the king's troops collected, and having dressed their wounded, destroyed what stores they could find, and insulted and plundered a number of the inhabitants, prepared for a retreat. While at Concord, the troops disabled 2 24-pounders, destroyed their 2 carriages, and 7 wheels for the same, with their limbers. 16 wheels for brass 3-pounders, and 2 carriages with limber and wheels for 2 4-pounders. They threw into the river, wells, etc., about 500 weight of ball, and stove about 60 barrels of flour, but not having time to perfect their work, 1/2 of the flour was afterwards saved. The troops began a hasty retreat about the middle of the day, and were no sooner out of the town but they began to meet the effects of the just resentments of this injured people. The provincials fired upon them from various quarters, and pursued them, though without any military order, with a firmness and intrepidity beyond what could have been expected on the first onset, and in such a day of confusion and distress. The fire was returned for a time with great fury by the troops as they retreated, though, through divine goodness, with but little execution. The scene continued, with but little intermission, till they returned to Lexington, when it was evident that, having lost numbers in killed, wounded, and prisoners that fell into our hands, they began to be not only fatigued but greatly disheartened, and it is supposed they must have soon surrendered at discretion had they not been reinforced. But Lord Perry's arrival with another brigade of about 1,000 men and 2 field pieces, about half a mile from Lexington Meeting House towards Cambridge, gave them seasonable respite. The coming of the reinforcement with the cannon, which our people were not so well acquainted with then as they have been since, put the provincials also to a pause for a time. But no sooner were the king's troops in motion, but our men renewed the pursuit with equal and even greater ardor and intrepidity than before, and the firing on both sides continued, with but little intermission, to the close of the day, when the troops entered Charlestown, where the provincials could not follow them without exposing the worthy inhabitants of that truly patriotic town to their rage and revenge. That night and the next day they were conveyed in boats over Charles River to Boston, glad to secure themselves under the cover of the shipping, and by strengthening and perfecting the fortifications at every part against the further attacks of a justly incensed people, who, upon intelligence of the murderous transactions of this fatal day, were collecting in arms round the town in great numbers and from every quarter. In the retreat of the king's troops from Concord to Lexington, they ravaged and plundered, as they had opportunity, more or less, in most of the houses that were upon the road. But after they were joined by Piercy's brigade in Lexington, it seemed as if all the little remains of humanity had left them, and rage and revenge had taken the reins and knew no bounds. Clothing, furniture, provisions, goods, plundered, broken, carried off, or destroyed. Buildings, especially dwelling houses, abused, defaced, battered, shattered, and almost ruined. And as if this had not been enough, numbers of them doomed to the flames. 3 dwelling houses, 2 shops, and a barn were laid in ashes in Lexington. Footnote: Deacon Loring's house and barn, Mrs. Lydia Mulligan's house and her son's shop, and Mr. Joshua Bond's house and shop. End footnote. Many others were set on fire in this town, in Cambridge, etc., and must have shared the same fate had not the close pursuit of the provincials prevented, and the flames been seasonably quenched. Add to all this, the unarmed, the aged, and infirm, who were unable to flee, are inhumanly stabbed and murdered in their habitations. Yea, even women in childbed, with their helpless babes in their arms, do not escape the horrid alternative of being either cruelly murdered in their beds, burnt in their habitations, or turned into the streets to perish with cold, nakedness, and distress. But I forbear. Words are too insignificant to express the horrid barbarities of that distressing day. Our loss, in the several actions of that day, was 49 killed, 34 wounded, and 5 missing, who were taken prisoners, and have since been exchanged. The enemy's loss, according to the best accounts, in killed, wounded, and missing, about 300. As the war was thus began with savage cruelty in the aggressors, so it has been carried on with the same temper and spirit by the enemy in but too many instances. Witness the wanton cruelty discovered in burning Charlestown, Norfolk, Falmouth, etc. But as events which have taken place since the ever memorable 19th of April, 1775, do not properly come within the compass of this narrative, they must be left for some abler pen to relate. End of A Brief Narrative of the Principal Transactions of the 19th of April, 1775.
"1900" by Fanny Haskell, sang for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sang by ShrimpPhish. 1900. Would you like to see the future? Just 50 years from now, we will lift the veil of nature and show what man can do. For styles in dress and talking, indeed there is no end. And as for style in walking, we can beat the Grecian band. Oh, yes, you lack the grace of half a century to come. Can't say we like your taste, perhaps it might suit some. We know your ocean telegraph seems wonderful to you. We do not boast, but 'tis not half the wonders we can show. We cross the ocean in a day without the aid of ship, and then return without delay. 'Tis but a pleasure trip. Oh, yes, you lack the grace of half a century to come. Can't say we like your taste, perhaps it might suit some. 'Tis true your oceans now are tied with one grand rail together, but yet it takes a week to ride from one unto the other. You learn from us a few more brains would save you all that time. For now we ride in steam balloons and leave the cars behind. Oh, yes, you lack the grace of half a century to come. Can't say we like your taste, perhaps it might suit some. End of 1900.
New Variable Stars by Harlow Shapley. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 19 New Variable Stars. In the course of a study of the magnitudes of the southern globular cluster Messier 68, New General Catalogue 4590, right ascension 12 hours 34 minutes, .2, declination minus 26 degrees 12 minutes, 1900.0. A number of stars of the 16th magnitude were found by Miss Ritchie to vary in light. The following list gives the position of the variables with respect to the center. Positions in variables in Messier 68. Star number 1, X, minus 4 minutes 40 seconds, Y, plus 1 minute 49 seconds. Star number 2, X, minus 2 minutes 48 seconds, Y, minus 0 minutes 45 seconds. Star number 3, X, minus 2 minutes 20 seconds, Y, plus 1 minute 31 seconds. Star number 4, X, minus 1 minute 57 seconds, Y, minus 2 minutes 11 seconds. Star number 5, X, minus 0 minutes 56 seconds, Y, plus 2 minutes 50 seconds. Star number 6, X, minus 0 minutes 31 seconds, Y, plus 0 minutes 40 seconds. Star number 7, X, minus 0 minutes 4 seconds, Y, plus 3 minutes 38 seconds. Star number 8, X, plus 0 minutes 9 seconds, Y, plus 0 minutes 58 seconds. Star number 9, X, plus 0 minutes 11 seconds, Y, plus 1 minute 20 seconds. Star number 10, X plus 0 minutes 16 seconds, Y minus 1 minute 15 seconds. Star number 11, X plus 0 minutes 19 seconds, Y minus 1 minute 36 seconds. Star number 12, X plus 0 minutes 33 seconds, Y plus 1 minute 10 seconds. Star number 13, X plus 0 minutes 48 seconds, Y plus 0 minutes 8 seconds. Star number 14, X plus 1 minute 1 second, Y minus 0 minutes 22 seconds. Star number 15, X plus 1 minute 4 seconds, Y plus 6 minutes 20 seconds. Star number 16, X plus 2 minutes 21 seconds, Y plus 2 minutes 3 seconds. Star number 17, X plus 2 minutes 38 seconds, Y minus 0 minutes 44 seconds. Star number 18, X plus 6 minutes 20 seconds, Y plus 4 minutes 23 seconds. Star number 19, X plus 7 minutes 20 seconds, Y plus 2 minutes 40 seconds. Variable number 18, one of the brightest stars in the cluster, appears to have a long period. All the others are probably typical cluster-type variables. Their amplitudes are of the order of 1 magnitude and their periods are short. The median brightness of these short-period variables is between 1 and 2 magnitudes, fainter than the brightest cluster stars, closely agreeing in this respect with the results for other clusters that contain Cepheid variables. A study of the light variations, therefore, will yield an accurate value of the parallax and absolute magnitudes for all the stars in the cluster. Harlow Shapley. End of 19 new variable stars.
"19 Propositions" by the Parliament of England. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Devorah Allen. 19 Propositions made by both Houses of Parliament to the King's Most Excellent Majesty, touching the differences between His Majesty and the said Houses. Your Majesty's most humble and faithful subjects, the Lords and Commons in Parliament, having nothing in their thoughts and desires more precious and of higher esteem, next to the honour and immediate service of God, than the just and faithful performance of their duty to your Majesty and this kingdom, and being very sensible of the great distractions and distempers, and of the imminent dangers and calamities which those distractions and distempers are like to bring upon your Majesty and your subjects, all which have proceeded from the subtle insinuations, mischievous practices, and evil counsels of men disaffected to God's true religion, your Majesty's honour and safety, and the public peace and prosperity of your people. After a serious observation of the causes of those mischiefs, do in all humility and sincerity present to your Majesty their most dutiful petition and advice, that out of your princely wisdom, for the establishing your own honour and safety, and gracious tenderness of the welfare and security of your subjects and dominions, you will be pleased to grant and accept these their humble desires and propositions, as the most necessary effectual means, through God's blessing, of removing those jealousies and differences which have unhappily fallen betwixt you and your people, and procuring both your Majesty and them a constant course of honour, peace, and happiness. 1. That the Lords and others of your Majesty's Privy Council, and such great officers and ministers of state, either at home or beyond the seas, may be put from your Privy Council, and from those offices and employments, excepting such as shall be approved of by both Houses of Parliament, and that the persons put into the places and employments of those that are removed may be approved of by both Houses of Parliament, and that all Privy Councillors shall take an oath for the due execution of their places, in such form as shall be agreed upon by both Houses of Parliament. 2. That the great affairs of the kingdom may not be concluded or transacted by the advice of private men, or by any unknown or unsworn counsellors, but that such matters as concern the public, and are proper for the High Court of Parliament, which is your Majesty's great and supreme council, may be debated, resolved, and transacted only in Parliament, and not elsewhere. And such as shall presume to do anything to the contrary shall be reserved to the censure and judgment of Parliament. And such other matters of state as are proper for your Majesty's Privy Council shall be debated and concluded by such of the nobility and others as shall from time to time be chosen for that place, by approbation of both Houses of Parliament. That no public act concerning the affairs of the kingdom, which are proper for your Privy Council, may be esteemed of any validity, as proceeding from the royal authority, unless it be done by the advice and consent of the major part of your council, attested under their hands, and that your council may be limited to a certain number, not exceeding 25, nor under 15. And if any councillor's place happen to be void in the intervals of Parliament, it shall not be supplied without the assent of the major part of the council, which choice shall be confirmed at the next sitting of the Parliament, or else to be void. 3. That the Lord High Steward of England, Lord High Constable, Lord Chancellor, or Lord Keeper of the Great Seal, Lord Treasurer, Lord Privy Seal, the Earl Marshal, Lord Admiral, Warden of the Cinque Ports, Chief Governor of Ireland, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Master of the Wards, Secretaries of State, 2 Chief Justices and Chief Baron, may be always chosen with the approbation of both Houses of Parliament, and in the intervals of Parliaments, by assent of the major part of the Council, in such manner as is before expressed in the choice of councillors. 4. That he or they unto whom the government and education of the king's children shall be committed, shall be approved of by both Houses of Parliament, and in the intervals of Parliament by the assent of the major part of the council, in such manner as is before expressed in the choice of councillors, and that all such servants as are now about them, against whom both Houses shall have any just exception, shall be removed. 5. That no marriage shall be concluded or treated for any of the king's children with any foreign prince or other person whatsoever, abroad or at home, without the consent of Parliament, under the penalty of a praemunire unto such as shall so conclude or treat any marriage as aforesaid. And that the said penalty shall not be pardoned or dispensed with, but by the consent of both Houses of Parliament. 6. That the laws in force against Jesuits, priests, and popish recusants be strictly put in execution, without any toleration or dispensation to the contrary, and that some more effectual course may be enacted, by authority of Parliament, to disable them from making any disturbance in the state, or eluding the law by trusts or otherwise. 7. That the votes of popish lords in the House of Peers may be taken away, so long as they continue papists, and that his Majesty would consent to such a bill as shall be drawn for the education of the children of papists by Protestants in the Protestant religion. 8. That your Majesty will be pleased to consent that such a reformation be made of the church government and liturgy, as both Houses of Parliament shall advise, wherein they intend to have consultations with divines, as is expressed in the declaration to that purpose, and that your Majesty will contribute your best assistance to them for the raising of a sufficient maintenance for preaching ministers throughout the kingdom, and that your Majesty will be pleased to give your consent to laws for the taking away of innovations and superstition, and of pluralities, and against scandalous ministers. 9. That your Majesty will be pleased to rest satisfied with that course that the Lords and Commons have appointed for ordering the militia, until the same shall be further settled by a bill, and that you will recall your declarations and proclamations against the ordinance made by the Lords and Commons concerning it. 10. That such members of either House of Parliament as have during this present Parliament been put out of any place and office, may either be restored to that place and office, or otherwise have satisfaction for the same, upon the petition of that House, whereof he or they are members. 11. That all privy councillors and judges may take an oath, the form whereof to be agreed on, and settled by Act of Parliament, for the maintaining of the petition of right, and of certain statutes made by this Parliament, which shall be mentioned by both Houses of Parliament, and that an enquiry of all the breaches and violations of those laws may be given in charge by the justices of the King's Bench every term, and by the judges of assize in their circuits, and justices of peace at the sessions, to be presented and punished according to law. 12. That all the judges and all officers placed by approbation of both Houses of Parliament may hold their places quam din bene se gesserint. 13. That the justice of Parliament may pass upon all delinquents, whether they be within the kingdom or fled out of it, and that all persons cited by either House of Parliament may appear and abide the censure of Parliament. 14. That the general pardon offered by your Majesty may be granted with such exceptions as shall be advised by both Houses of Parliament. 15. That the forts and castles of this kingdom may be put under the command and custody of such persons as your Majesty shall appoint, with the approbation of your Parliament, and in the intervals of Parliament, with the approbation of the major part of the Council, in such manner as is before expressed in the choice of councillors. 16. That the extraordinary guards and military forces now attending your Majesty may be removed and discharged, and that for the future you will raise no such guards or extraordinary forces, but according to the law in case of actual rebellion or invasion. 17. That your Majesty will be pleased to enter into a more strict alliance with the states of the United Provinces and other neighbour princes and states of the Protestant religion, for the defence and maintenance thereof against all designs and attempts of the Pope and his adherents, to subvert and suppress it, whereby your Majesty will obtain a great access of strength and reputation, and your subjects be much encouraged and enabled in a parliamentary way, for your aid and assistance in restoring your royal sister and her princely issue to those dignities and dominions which belong unto them, and relieving the other distressed Protestant princes who have suffered in the same cause. 18. That your Majesty will be pleased, by Act of Parliament, to clear the Lord Kimbleton and the 5 members of the House of Commons in such manner that future Parliaments may be secured from the consequence of that evil precedent. 19. That your Majesty will be graciously pleased to pass a bill for restraining peers made hereafter from sitting or voting in Parliament, unless they be admitted thereunto with the consent of both Houses of Parliament. And these our humble desires being granted by your Majesty, we shall forthwith apply ourselves to regulate your present revenue in such sort as may be for your best advantage, and likewise to settle such an ordinary and constant increase of it as shall be sufficient to support your royal dignity in honour and plenty, beyond the proportion of any former grants of the subjects of this kingdom to your Majesty's royal predecessors. We shall likewise put the town of Hull into such hands as your Majesty shall appoint, with the consent and approbation of Parliament, and deliver up a just accompt of all the magazine, and cheerfully employ the uttermost of our power and endeavour in the real expression and performance of our most dutiful and loyal affections to the preserving and maintaining the royal honour, greatness, and safety of your Majesty and your posterity. End of 19 Propositions.
(1917) by Susan Hooker Whitman. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1917. In the Kansas City Star. It is long since knighthood was in flower. There are no men today who tower above their kind. The knights are dust, their names forgot, their good swords rust, we idly say. And yet in truth, the brave soul has eternal youth, like the great lighthouse rising free, whose far-flung beams guide ships at sea. God lifts above his fellow man a steadfast soul to dare and plan, a king of men by right divine, who in his forehead bears the sign. He walks along the city street, unknowing in the fields we meet, a modern knight in whose hand lies a mighty nation's destinies. Then say no more, the knights are gone, honor and truth and right live on, and men today would keep the bridge Horatius kept. From rocky ridge heroic youth would still fling down his horse himself to save the town. Columbia calls, off with your hats and lift them high. Our own, our sons are passing by. End of 1917.
A 19th-Century Jonah by Frank Thomas Bullen. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. A 19th-Century Jonah. We were gathered together in a compact group under the weather bulwarks of the old Rainbow, South Sea man, presently cruising on the line grounds, officers and harpooners of 3 ships engaged in the pleasant occupation of gamming, as ship visiting is termed among southern-going whalemen. Song and dance were finished, and with pipes aglow, stretched at our ease, the time-honoured cuffer or yarn was going its soothing round. The 4th officer of the Rainbow, a taciturn Englishman, whose speech and manner excited wonder as to how he came in that galley, was called upon in his turn to contribute. Without hesitation, as if professional storytelling was his métier, he began. "Here she white waters, blow," came ringing down from the main crow's nest of the Megantic, South Sea whaler of Martha's Vineyard, as she heeled solemnly to the steady trade on the offshore ground one lovely morning. "Where away? How fur off?" roared the skipper, while slinging his glasses he prepared to elevate his 16-stone painfully to the giddy height above him. 2 pints on the starboard bow, sir, about 5 mile off. Looks like sparm whale, sir," was the prompt reply. "All right, keep her as she goes, Mr. Slocum, and clar away boats," said the old man, as with many a grunt he began his pilgrimage of pain. There was no need to call all hands. The first cry had startled them into sudden activity. Before its echoes died away, they were on deck, with no trace of drowsiness among them. Being in a high state of discipline, each man went straight to his boat, standing ready, at the word, to lower and be off after the gambolling leviathan ahead. Silence reigned profound, except for the soothing murmur of the displaced sea as the lumbering old barkie forged slowly ahead, or the soft flap of a hardly drawing staysail as she rolled to windward. Seated upon the upper topsail yard, the old man soliloquized grumblingly. "What in the tarnal blazes is he doing of? Gall bust my gold-earned skin if ever I see such an insect in my life. I be everlastingly frazzled if 'tain't most as bad as snakes in your boots. Mr. Slocum, just shine up yar a minute, won't you?" As if unable to trust his own senses any longer, he thus called upon the mate to help him out. More agile than the skipper in his movements, it was but a few seconds before Mr. Slocum was by his chief's side, peering with growing bewilderment through the binoculars at the strange object ahead. What had at first sight seemed an ordinary full-sized bull cachalot leisurely playing upon the surface of the sea, had now resolved itself into an indescribable, ever-shifting mass of matter, from the dark centre of which writhing arms continually protruded and retreated. The golden glare lavished along the glittering sea by the ascending sun added to the mystery surrounding the moving monster, or monsters, for it, or they, lay right in the centre of that dazzling path. "Well, what yer make of it, Mr. Slocum?" queried the skipper sarcastically. Slowly, as if spelling his words, the mate replied, 39 year have I been a fishin', but if ever I see anything like that before, may I never pump sparrum whale again. Can't find no sort of name for it, sir." "Let me see them glasses again," said the old man wearily. "'Pears like's if she's a-risin' it, whatever 'tis, considerable sudden." And readjusting the focus, he glued his eyes to the tubes again for another long searching look at the uncanny sight. His scrutiny was evidently more satisfying than at first, for without removing the glasses from his eyes, he yapped, "Way down from aloft, heave to and lower away, Mr. Slocum. Guess you'll find the fish there, or thereabout." "Aye, aye, sir," promptly returned the mate, departing with great alacrity, issuing orders the while, so that by the time he reached the deck there was a whirring rattle of patent sheaves and a succession of subdued splashes as boat after boat took the water. In almost as short a time as it takes to say it, the boat's masts were stepped, the big sails bellied out, and away sped the handsome craft, in striking contrast to the unlovely old hulk that had borne them. We were no greenies. Long practice had so familiarized us with the wiles and ferocity of the cachalot that we had none of the tremors at approaching one that so sorely afflict beginners. Nevertheless, there was an air of mystery about the present proceedings which affected all of us more or less, though no one knew precisely why. Absolute silence is the invariable rule, as you know, in boats going on a fish, because of that exquisite sense of sound possessed by the sperm whale, which is something more than hearing. So we were slightly startled to hear our harpooner say in a clear undertone, "Dern funny-looking fish that, Mr. Slocum, don't you think?" But for all answer our chief growled, "Stand up, Jose." Instantly the big fellow sprang to his feet in attitude to strike, balancing his weapon, a heroic figure sharply outlined against the clear blue. Good Lord, what was that? A horrible medley of blue-black and livid white, an inextricable tangle of writhing, clutching, tearing, serpent-like arms that lashed the sea into a curious dusky foam, evil-smelling and greasy. Out of its midst grows an immense globular mass, bearing two eyes larger than barrel-heads, dead black, yet with a satanic expression that confused one's heartbeats. "Give to 'em! Give to 'em!" roared the mate, and instantly the iron flew into the midst of the wallowing entanglement, followed immediately by another from Jose's eager, nervous arms. Willing hands clutched the flapping sail to roll it up, but a shriek of agony paralyzed them all. A long, livid thing rose on the off side of the boat, and twining itself around the wretched harpooner's tall figure, tore him from our midst, his heartbroken death yell curdling our blood. Quick as thought, another of those awful arms came gliding over us, this time encircling the boat amidships. Though tapering to the slenderest of points, it was of the circumference of a man's body at its thickest, and armed with saucer-like mouths all along its inferior surface. One of these clung to my bare breast as the slimy horror tightened around us, a ring of great curved claws which protruded from it, tearing at my flesh as if to strip it from the bones. But we had hardly realized what was happening when she was going over, parbuckled, as you might turn a hand-bowl. In a moment all was darkness and struggle for breath amidst a very maelstrom of slime and stench, in the depths of which I felt myself freed from that frightful grip. It seemed like hours before, with a bound, I reached the surface again, clutching at something hard and floating as I rose. In spite of the excruciating agony of my wounds and the rushing of the air into my collapsed lungs, there was a sense of relief beyond expression, as of resurrection from the dead. Although counted a good swimmer, even among such amphibia as our crew, I lay there supine, stretched at length upon the sea, a still, white figure grasping numbly at the fragment of bottom-board. Suddenly I became aware of a whirling in the water again, but I was in a sort of stupor of the physical faculties, though mentally alert enough. Then up reared above my head an object I recognized with a long wail of terror, the tremendous lower jaw of the sperm whale, bristling with its double row of gleaming teeth. Before I could gasp a prayer, or even think what was happening, I was gliding down the vast grey cavern of his throat, with but one thought left. The descent into hell is easy. Down, down I went into utter darkness, among a squirming, fetid heap of snaky coils that enveloped me and seemed to gnaw and tear at my shuddering body as if devouring me at second hand. Then came an explosion, a dull, rending report that sent an earthquake shock through me and my unutterable surroundings. Immediately following this, there was a convulsive upheaval in which all the contents of that awful place took a rising motion, growing faster and faster, until with a roaring rush came the dear daylight again. What ensued then for some time I do not know. A sensation of heavenly peace and calm possessed me, when, as if released from some unimaginable nightmare, I found myself floating placidly as a Medusa upon a calm sea. There I felt content to lie without effort, conscious only of life. Life so sweet that I wondered dreamily whether I was still in the body, or had passed into that blissful state imagined by speculative psychologists as awaiting man after death. Gradually my mind became clearer. My limbs felt willing to obey the impulse of my brain. I began to swim, feebly at first, almost automatically, but with increasing vigor as the significance of my position became clearer to me. I had swum but a short distance when the blessed sound of my shipmates' voices greeted my ears, but from my lowly position I was unable to see them, until one of them gripped me by the arms, dragging me into the boat among them. Then I learned without surprise that I was the only survivor of my boat's crew. Every one of my fellows had disappeared before the horror-stricken gaze of the men in the other boats, who, being but a short distance astern of us, had witnessed the whole tragedy. It appeared that we had attacked a cachalot in the act of devouring one of the gigantic cuttlefish or squid upon which these cetaceans feed, and of which it is most probable no mortal eye has yet beheld a full-sized specimen, for they inhabit the middle depths of oceans, never coming to the surface voluntarily. This monster's arms, or tentacles, enlaced the whole colossal body of the whale, so that they must have been fully 60 feet or 70 feet in length. At their junction with the head, they were about 5 feet in girth, as a huge fragment lying at the bottom of the boat conclusively proved. At the time we so rashly attacked the whale, the mighty mollusk must have been in its death throes, for immediately after our boat's disappearance, the whale sounded. When, a minute or two later, he rose again to the surface, the other boat's crews saw him busily turning over and over, as if collecting the scattered fragments of his late victim. At that time they had not noticed me among the various flotsam, but it must have been then that I vanished down the capacious gullet of the voracious cetacean. Fortunately for me, they were furiously bent upon attacking the whale, and so in some degree avenging their slain shipmates. The second mate had loaded his bomb gun with an extra heavy charge, and at the same moment that the harpooner darted his weapon, the bomb was discharged also. It penetrated the cachalot's lungs, inflicting a mortal wound by its explosion therein, the noise of which was the shock that I felt while in that horrible tomb. As is usual, in his dying agony, the whale ejected the whole contents of his stomach, by means of which cataclysm I was expelled therefrom, and restored to the upper world once more. But had it not been for long and severe practice in diving, taken while pearl fishing in Polynesia, enabling me to compete successfully with Kanakas, who almost live in the water, and even to outdo them at times, I must have been suffocated. The only time I was ever before so distressed for breath was in Levuka, when mate of a schooner. Our anchor fouled a rock in 8 fathoms of water, and we could by no means persuade any of our natives to attempt its release. Rather than lose the fair chance of sailing that day, I tried the dangerous task, succeeding after a desperate struggle, but regaining the surface with blood streaming from mouth, nose, and ears. I lay back in the stern sheets of the boat, feeling cruelly exhausted, the pain of my ghastly wound becoming continually more severe. But even preoccupied as I was, I could hardly fail to notice a want of cordiality towards me among my shipmates. An uncomfortable silence prevailed, depressing and unusual. It was not due to the natural solemnity following upon the sudden loss of 5 of our number, cut off in the prime of their health and strength, for, until I had told the wonderful story of my going down into Sheol, their demeanour had been very different. I looked appealingly and wonderingly from one to the other, but could not meet any eye. They were all furtively averted, with intent to avoid my gaze. To my relief, we reached the ship speedily. I was assisted on board gently enough, and led aft to where the skipper was roaming restlessly athwart the quarter-deck like a caged animal. I was allowed to sit down while he examined me keenly as to the occurrences of the day. The gloom deepened on his face as I recounted all that I could remember of the fate of my unfortunate shipmates, until, my tale being told, he began, in curt, half-angry fashion, to question me about my antecedents. Not liking his manner, besides feeling faint and ill, I gave him but little information on that head. Then he burst out into petulant, disconnected sentences, in bitter regrets for the lost men, blame of everybody generally, and at last, as if his predominant thought could no longer be restrained, shouted, "I wish to God Almighty I'd never seen your face aboard my ship. Man and boy, I've been spoutin' for over 40 year, and never see ner hearn tell of sech a hell-fire turnout. You're a Jonah, that's what you air, and the sooner we get shed of you, the better it'll be for all hands, and the more likely we shall be to have some luck." This was such a crusher that I did not attempt to reply, nor, owing to my condition, did I quite realize the full brutality and injustice of the man as I might otherwise have done. I crept forward to my bunk to find myself shunned by all my shipmates as if I was a leper, which treatment, as I had hitherto been a prime favourite, was very hard to bear. But in the face of ignorant superstition like this, I was powerless. So I held my peace and sat solitary, my recovery being much hindered by the miserable state of my mind. The rest of the passage to Valparaiso was a time of such misery as I never experienced before or since, and I wonder that they did not land a hopeless lunatic. However, I fought against that successfully, determined to live if I was allowed to, and at last, to my intense relief, I shook off the dust of my feet against that detestable ship and her barbarous crew, thankful that their cruelty had stopped short of heaving me overboard as a sacrifice to the madness of my lost shipmates. There was a silence of some minutes' duration after he had finished his yarn. Then, from one and the other came scraps of personalia, confirming the general outlines of his experiences as to the existence of those nightmares of the sea of incredible size, as attested by the ejecta of every dying cachalot. All gave it as their firm belief that it must have been a sperm whale that swallowed Jonah in the long ago, but it was the general opinion that as a rule a man was perfectly safe in the water from a sperm whale, except under such circumstances as had been detailed, and that our friend had been the victim of a mistake on the part of the hungry Leviathan. End of a 19th-century Jonah.
Der 19. Psalm by Martin Luther. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Der 19. Psalm. Lehre von Christo, seinem Wort und rechter Buße. Ein Psalm Davids vorzusingen. Die Himmel erzählen die Ehre Gottes und die Feste verkündiget seiner Hände Werk. Ein Tag sagt's dem andern und eine Nacht tut's kund der andern. Es ist keine Sprache noch Rede, da man nicht ihre Stimme höre. ihre Schnur gehet aus in alle Lande, und ihre Rede an der Welt Ende. Er hat der Sonne eine Hütte in denselben gemacht. Und dieselbe gehet heraus, wie ein Bräutigam aus seiner Kammer, und freuet sich wie ein Held zu laufen den Weg. Sie gehet auf an einem Ende des Himmels und läuft bis wieder an dasselbe Ende, und bleibt nichts vor ihrer Hitze verborgen. Das Gesetz des Herrn ist ohne Wandel und erquicket die Seele. Das Zeugnis des Herrn ist gewiss und macht die Albernen weise. Die Befehle des Herrn sind richtig und erfreuen das Herz. Die Gebote des Herrn sind lauter und erleuchten die Augen. Die Furcht des Herrn ist rein und bleibt ewiglich. Die Rechte des Herrn sind wahrhaftig allesamt gerecht. Sie sind köstlicher denn Gold und viel feines Gold. Sie sind süßer denn Honig und Honigseim. Auch wird dein Knecht durch sie erinnert, und wer sie hält, der hat großen Lohn. Wer kann merken, wie oft er fehlet? Verzeihe mir die verborgenen Fehle. Bewahre auch deinen Knecht vor den Stolzen, dass sie nicht über mich herrschen, so werde ich ohne Wandel sein und unschuldig bleiben großer Missetat. Lass dir wohlgefallen die Rede meines Mundes und das Gespräch meines Herzens vor dir, Herr, mein Hort und mein Erlöser. End of der 19. Psalm.
Psalm 19 from the Psalms of David, translated by Sir Philip Sidney and Mary Sidney Herbert, Countess of Pembroke. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Psalm 19. Caeli Enerant. The heavenly frame sets forth the fame of him that only thunders. The firmament, so strangely bent, shows his hand working wonders. Day unto day doth it display, their course doth it acknowledge, and night to night succeeding right, in darkness teach clear knowledge. There is no speech nor language which is so of skill bereaved, but of the skies the teaching cries they have heard and conceived. There be no eyne but read the line, from so fair book proceeding, their words be set in letters great, for everybody's reading. Is not he blind that doth not find the tabernacle builded, there by his grace for sun's fair face, in beams of beauty gilded? Who forth doth come like a bridegroom from out his veiling places, as glad is he as giants be, to run their mighty races. His race is even from ends of heaven, about that vault he goeth. There be no realms hid from his beams, his heat to all he throweth. O law of his, how perfect 'tis, the very soul amending, God's witness sure for aye doth dure, to simplest wisdom lending. God's dooms be right, and cheer the sprite, all his commandments being so purely wise, they give the eyes both light and force of seeing. Of him the fear doth cleanness bear, and so endures for ever. his judgment be self-verity, they are unrighteous never. Then what man would so soon seek gold, or glittering golden money? By them is passed in sweetest taste, honey or comb of honey. By them is made thy servant's trade, most circumspectly guarded, and who doth frame to keep the same, shall fully be rewarded. Who is the man that ever can his faults know and acknowledge? O Lord, cleanse me from faults that be most secret from all knowledge. Thy servant keep, lest in him creep presumptuous sin's offences. Let them not have me for their slave, nor reign upon my senses. So shall my sprite be still upright in thought and conversation, so shall I bide well purified from much abomination. So let words sprung from my weak tongue, and my heart's meditation, my saving might, Lord, in thy sight, receive good acceptation. End of Psalm 19, read by Alan Mapstone.
Song of Myself, Section 19 by Walt Whitman. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Song of Myself, Section 19. This is the meal equally set. This is the meat for natural hunger. It is for the wicked just same as the righteous. I make appointments with all. I will not have a single person slighted or left away. The kept woman, sponger, thief are hereby invited. The heavy-lipped slave is invited. The veneralee is invited. There shall be no difference between them and the rest. This is the press of a bashful hand. This is the float and odor of hair. This is the touch of my lips to yours. This is the murmur of yearning. This is the far-off depth and height reflecting my own face. This is the thoughtful merge of myself and the outlet again. Do you guess I have some intricate purpose? Well, I have, for the 4th month showers have, and the mica on the side of a rock has. Do you take it I would astonish? Does the daylight astonish? Does the early redstart twittering through the woods? Do I astonish more than they? This hour I tell things in confidence. I might not tell everybody, but I will tell you. End of Song of Myself, Section 19.
Sonnet 19 by William Shakespeare. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by valroth. Sonnet 19. Devouring time, blunt thou the lion's paws, and make the earth devour her own sweet brood. Pluck the keen teeth from the fierce tiger's jaws, and burn the long-lived phoenix in her blood. Make glad and sorry seasons as thou fleets, and do whate'er thou wilt, sweet-footed time, to the wide world and all her fading sweets. But I forbid thee one most heinous crime. Oh, carve not with thy hours my love's fair brow, nor draw no lines there with thine antique pen. Him in thy course untainted do allow, for beauty's pattern to succeeding men. Yet do thy worst, old time, despite thy wrong. My love shall in my verse ever live young. End of Sonnet 19. Sonnet 19, When I Consider How My Light Is Spent, by John Milton. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by valroth. Sonnet 19, When I Consider How My Light Is Spent. When I consider how my light is spent, ere half my days in this dark world and wide, and that one talent which is death to hide, lodged with me useless, though my soul more bent, to serve therewith my Maker, and present my true account, lest he returning chide. Doth God exact day labor light denied? I fondly ask. But patience to prevent that murmur soon replies, God doth not need either man's work or his own gifts. Who best bear his mild yoke, they serve him best. His state is kingly, thousands at his bidding speed, and post o'er land and ocean without rest. They also serve who only stand and wait. End of Sonnet 19. When I consider how my light is spent.
Sonnet 19 by E.C. Read for the LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Public Domain Scholar. Sonnet 19. The heavens and nature, when my love was born, strove which of both should most adorn and grace her. The sacred heavens and wealthy nature scorn, with wisdom's pure infusion did embrace her. Nature lent wings to wisdom for her flight, and decked my lady with such heavenly features, as ne'er before appeared in human sight, never since hence in terrestrial creatures. Quoth wisdom, I will guide her constant heart, at all essays, with policy to relieve her. Quoth nature, I will cast those gifts apart, with outward graces that I mean to give her. Yet were they reconciled, and swore withal, to make her more than half celestial. End of Sonnet 19.
Chapter 6 of Wife Number 19 by Anne Eliza Young. Read for LibriVox 19th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6. Forsaking dear Zion, we find a new home in the far west. A new home in the west, dangerous neighbors, some very unpleasant stories, seeking a new home, preparing to depart, life at winter quarters, a lively time in the temple, little dancin' missy, bound for the Salt Lake Valley, life by the way, songs of the saints, a false prophecy, the Upper California, saintly profanity, a soul-stirring melody, the saints excited, beside the campfires, the journey ending, entering Zion, the valley of the Great Salt Lake. In the spring of 1846, our family left Nauvoo with the large body of the saints to find a new home in the West. The Mormon people had become quite as unpopular in Illinois as they had been in Missouri, and collisions between them and the Gentiles were very frequent. Sometimes it was one side that was the aggressor, sometimes the other. The saints were indignant at the treachery which resulted in Joseph Smith's death. They held the United States government responsible for it, as well as for the troubles in Missouri, and taught disloyalty to the government and personal revenge on all who molested them. The people of Illinois, in their turn, regarded the Mormons as dangerous neighbors, and getting a hint of the new doctrine of polygamy, looked upon them as grossly immoral and accused them of much greater crimes than they really committed. All sorts of horrible rumors were rife, and the indignation of the people outside knew no bounds. The Mormon people realized, very soon after Joseph's death, that they must seek a new home, and they looked with a feeling of positive relief to the unexplored region beyond the Rocky Mountains. They believed that there they would find a realization of all that had been promised by their murdered prophet. At least they would be beyond all interference and molestation, and after all they had suffered, they did not care how much space they put between themselves and the Gentile world. All through the winter of 1845 and 46, my father was very busy building wagons for the purpose of transporting the saints and their property to their new and yet unknown home, for their destination was not definitely known to any of them at the time. The Apostle Taylor advocated California, and, indeed, announced that it would be the saints' objective point when they should leave Nauvoo. He wrote an emigration song about it, and all the way from Nauvoo to winter quarters, some of the emigrating party were tunefully averring, "The Upper California, oh, that's the land for me." Yet, in spite of Taylor's prophecy and the saintly singing of it, they never reached California. It mattered little to me at that period of my existence where we went. Home was home, wherever my mother was, whether it was east, west, or camping on the prairies between. Of course, I remember but little respecting the exodus of the saints from Nauvoo. Still, there are indistinct recollections of things that happened as early as that, which sometimes cross my mind, although they are very dim. My first distinct remembrance was of winter quarters, which were then where Council Bluffs now stands. My father built a log house there, and we were comparatively comfortable. Our family consisted of my father, mother, 2 brothers, myself, and Elizabeth, the new wife. We were together nearly all the time, but when my father went into Missouri to work a while at his business and get a little money ahead to take us to our new home and settle us, he took my mother, my younger brother, and myself, leaving Elizabeth, the new wife, and my oldest brother at winter quarters. Notwithstanding the facts of the enforced emigration, the uncertainty of their future, and sacrifices they had been compelled to make, the migrating Mormons were not an unhappy party, and they managed to make their stay in winter quarters lively, if not merry. As a people, they have always mixed amusement with their religion in the most amusing manner. Dancing was a favorite recreation with them, and all their balls were commenced with prayer. That custom, by the way, is still continued, and the blessing of the Lord invoked at every dancing party which takes place in Mormondom. The temple at Nauvoo, I have heard, was used for dancing parties, and it was then given out that the exercise was a religious one. It was taught to the saints that recreation was positively necessary. Everybody dances among the saints, presidents, counselors, apostles, elders, and all, and they dance with an unction, too, that is very amusing, and frequently ridiculous. It was while on the way to Salt Lake, when I was only about 3 years old, that I learned to dance. It was when I was living in Missouri that I had my first lessons. Dancing was the common amusement there, and I remember the negroes used to play. I was active and lithe and very ready at imitations, and had, besides, a quick ear for music. I was petted by everyone, and the negro musicians took a special fancy to little dancing Missy. And they taught me several negro dances, which I used to execute to the intense delight of my sable instructors and the amusement of my friends. That winter in Missouri is one of the bright spots in my childhood, to which I am especially fond of looking back. It is, indeed, the only really happy time I can recollect. My father was busy most of the time, and we lived very pleasantly and comfortably. For that section of the country at that early day, my mother was more cheerful than I had ever known her to be, and the atmosphere of our home was peaceful. The second wife had been left at Council Bluffs, and my mother had her husband's sole care and attention, as she had had it in the old days before the curse of polygamy was thrust upon her to embitter her whole life and rob her of all that a woman holds most dear and guards most jealously. Its shadow was over her still, and she knew she could not escape from it, but she would take what comfort she could, and think no more of past or future sufferings than she could possibly help. In 1847, a party of the saints left winter quarters for the Salt Lake Valley. My parents had intended to accompany them, but my father was obliged to remain on account of business, and to assist in the final departure of the main body of the church. Brigham Young and his family went, necessarily, with the first party. Brigham was now absolute in authority, and he managed the affairs of the saints so arbitrarily that no one dreamed of interfering with him, or gainsaying him in the least. He decreed that my father should remain at winter quarters, and as a matter of course he obeyed. We were there another winter, and all the while my mother's heart was setting most strongly towards Zionward. It was the 4th of May, 1848, when at last we were fairly started for our Rocky Mountain home. The hearts of all the people were filled with eager anticipation, and they said goodbye cheerfully and heartily to the civilized world, in which were centered all the memories of their past, and turned gladly towards that unknown country beyond the wild plains and pathless deserts, in which were all the hopes of their future. My father took provisions that would last a year by practicing economy, and we had 2 wagons and 3 yoke of oxen. There were 6 of us in the family, our own selves and Elizabeth. We joined with a train of 200 wagons, which was afterwards divided into companies of 50s. I suppose the journey must have been a tiresome one to the older members of the party, but I enjoyed it extremely. I ran along, during a portion of the day, by the side of the wagons, picking the flowers by the way, and talking to the different members of the train, for I knew everybody, and was petted almost as much by my fellow travelers as I had been by my Negro friends in Missouri. It is a wonder that I was not completely spoiled. I dare say I should have been, had it not been for my mother's sensible and judicious training. I was her idol, the one object for which she cared the most in the world, but for all that, she ruled me wonderfully, and I yielded her the most implicit obedience, while giving her the most passionate, childish love and devotion. I remember her so distinctly on this journey. She occupied herself a great deal with writing, keeping a literal transcript of all that befell us on our journey, mingled with the deepest religious meditation and poetic fancies. She always wrote in a large book, which she afterwards destroyed when we arrived at Salt Lake City. I have always regretted the destruction of that book, as I should have liked it as a souvenir of that journey to the Promised Land. But she was so shy of having her feelings known, and so fearful lest it might fall into some person's hands who would not understand her, but who would jeer at her for a sentimentalist, that she put it out of the way at the very earliest opportunity. Among other things, she wrote a song which used to be sung in camp, and was a great favorite, but even that is lost. I cannot recall it to memory, and my mother will not, as she says it is much better forgotten. We rested every Sabbath, and always held services. Sometimes we stayed a week in camp, rested our tired oxen, and recruiting our own strength. It was a pleasant season of the year, and we could afford to travel leisurely, as we had left winter quarters so early that we had ample time to reach Salt Lake Valley before the weather became disagreeable, even if we made frequent stops. We had plenty of provisions, too, and there was no fear of their becoming exhausted. Brigham Young had returned from the new settlement to accompany the emigrants and show them the way. We traveled in company with him, and I attracted a great deal of his attention. The 2 families, Brigham's and our own, had lived in adjoining houses in Nauvoo, and I had known Brother Young from my birth. He blessed me in my infancy, and I was, at one time, as great a favorite of his as any child ever could be, which isn't speaking very enthusiastically of his affection, to be sure, since he is not noted for fondness for children, even his own. I little thought then what relation I should one day hold to this man, who was older than my father. My future was not foreshadowed in that summer journey in search of a home. The saints used to cheer their tedious journey by singing from some point or other in the train. I could always catch snatches of song, and on Sunday, while we were encamped, the whole body of the saints would sing their hymns and local songs together. Some of these I recollect very distinctly, and even now find myself humming snatches of them, having taken them up quite unconsciously. One of them I referred to before, by the Apostle Taylor, who at that time was a famous hymn writer for the saints. This one especially was a great favorite of the younger men in the company, and if one voice began it while we were journeying on, it would be taken up the whole length of the train and sung with great unction. I give it as a specimen of the style of hymns that was popular in the church. The Upper California, oh, that's the land for me. It lies between the mountains and the great Pacific Sea. The saints can be supported there and taste the sweets of liberty. In Upper California, oh, that's the land for me. We'll go and lift our standard, we'll go there and be free. We'll go to California and have our jubilee. A land that blooms with endless spring, a land of life and liberty, with flocks and herds abounding, oh, that's the land for me. We'll burst off all our fetters, and break the Gentile yoke, for long it has beset us, but now it shall be broke. No more shall Jacob bow his neck, henceforth he shall be great and free. In Upper California, oh, that's the land for me. We'll reign, we'll rule and triumph, and God shall be our king. The plains, the hills, the valleys shall with hosannas ring. Our towers and temples there shall rise, along the great Pacific Sea. In Upper California, oh, that's the land for me. We'll ask our cousin Lemuel to join us heart and hand, and spread abroad our curtains throughout fair Zion's land. Till this is done, we'll pitch our tents along the great Pacific Sea, in Upper California, oh, that's the land for me. Then join with me, my brethren, and let us hasten there. We'll lift our glorious standard and raise our house of prayer. We'll call on all the nations round to join our standard and be free. In Upper California, oh, that's the land for me. Another one that the saints used to sing a great deal, and one that was composed in Nauvoo to be sung in the temple before the Exodus, was set to the pathetic air of old Dan Tucker. I give what I can remember of it. In 46 we leave Nauvoo, and on our journey we'll pursue. We'll bid the mobbers all farewell, and let them go to heaven or hell. Old Governor Ford, he is so small, there is no room for soul at all. He neither can be damned nor blessed, though heaven or hell should do their best. This song, profane as it may seem, was sung not once but many times in Nauvoo Temple, and religious exercises in camp were never considered complete without it. Why these two songs stand out more prominently in my memory than any others, with one exception, which I shall presently mention, I do not know, unless it was because the airs pleased me. The first was bright, stirring, and very easily caught. The other was familiar to me in Missouri. When I think of it now, the two scenes always come to my mind. One, of a little blue-eyed girl dancing merrily under the tree, while a band of delighted negroes sang the gay tune which the tiny feet were beating out. Another, of the same little girl, running along by the side of a covered emigrant wagon, with her hands full of half-withered flowers which she had picked by the wayside, listening to the old song with the new words, which she only half comprehended, and involuntarily making her steps keep time to the music. The other hymn which I remember was a great favorite with the saints, and whenever they sang it, it had the power of awakening the wildest enthusiasm. It is of a style entirely different from either of the other two. I can't help quoting here a verse or two. It is so much a part of the memory of this portion of my life. The Spirit of God like a fire is burning. The latter-day glory begins to come forth. The visions and blessings of old are returning. The angels are coming to visit the earth. We'll sing and we'll shout with the armies of heaven. Hosanna, Hosanna, to God and the Lamb. Let glory to them in the highest be given, henceforth and forever. Amen and amen. The Lord is extending the saints' understanding, restoring their judges and all as at first. The knowledge and power of God are expanding. The veil over the earth is beginning to burst. We'll call in our solemn assemblies in spirit to spread forth the kingdom of heaven abroad, that we, through our faith, may begin to inherit the visions and blessings and glories of God. We'll wash and be washed, and with oil be anointed, withal not omitting the washing of feet, for he that receiveth his penny appointed must surely be clean at the harvest of wheat. Old Israel that fled from the world for his freedom must come with a cloud and a pillar of Maine. A Moses and Aaron and Joshua lead him, and feed him on manna from heaven again. How blessed the day when the lamb and the lion shall lie down together without any ire, and Ephraim be crowned with his blessing in Zion, and Jesus descends with his chariots of fire. We'll sing and we'll shout with the armies of heaven, Hosanna, Hosanna, to God and the Lamb. Let glory to them in the highest be given, forever and ever. Amen and amen. This hymn always stirred the saints to the very depths of their natures. It was as appealing and sonorous as a battle cry, as exultant as a trumpet note of victory. Without understanding it, I was powerfully affected by it. My cheeks would glow, my eyes flush with tears, and my little heart grow so large that I could almost suffocate. The sublime exaltation of the saints, as they sung this, was felt by me, child as I was, though I could not comprehend it. I shut my eyes now and see a large company gathered together in a fast-falling twilight on a wide plain that seems as endless as the ocean. The blue of the star-studded sky is the only covering for the heads of this company. In the dusk, the white-covered wagons look weird and ghostly. Campfires are burning. Men, women, and children are clustered together, and the talk goes back to the days and the trials and persecutions which these people have borne, and forward to an independent and happy future, blessed of God and unmolested by man. In the glow of anticipation, someone strikes up this fervid hymn, the rallying song of the Mormons, and the wide plains echo back the stirring strains. I nestle by my mother's side, awed and subdued, but content to feel the clasp of her hand and meet the loving light of her eyes. The song is over, and hosannas and amens resound on every side, and out of the blue sky the stars smile down on the wanderers with a calm, hopeful light. Never, to the very last, up to the time of my abandoning Mormonism and leaving Utah, could I hear this hymn unmoved, and even now the very thought of it thrills me strangely. I have heard it sung again and again since then, but it is, nevertheless, indissolubly connected with that journey across the plains and over the mountains. Towards the last of the journey, some of the saints began to be somewhat impatient, and begged to hasten onward. We had occupied nearly the whole summer with the journey, and probably crossed plains more comfortably, and with less trouble or loss than any train which followed us. Starting as early as we did, we could move as slowly as we liked, with no dread of winter storms overtaking us. The last stop we made of any length was at Weber River, where we remained a week in camp, fishing and getting ready for the final part of our journey. Our wanderings were nearly at an end. Only a few days more, and we should reach our new home, the Zion of the Promises, the resting place for God's people. Brigham, who did not often indulge in revelations, said the place had been pointed out to him in a vision, and in the shadow of the mountains the saints should hold their own against the entire world. The pictures of the mountain fastness, which he drew for the wandering people, and his assurances of their future safety and constantly increasing power, filled them with anticipation and exultation. Already they saw the masses of the converted from the Gentile world knocking at their doors for admission. This yet unbuilt city in the wilderness was to be the Lord's dwelling place on earth, and to him here, from every nation on the globe, sinners were to come flocking, whose future glory would add to the brightness of his kingdom here and swell his kingdom in heaven. From the stronghold in the mountains they were to reach out and grasp the whole world. The fullness of the earth was to be the Lord's through them. Like the covenanters of old, they might have sung, "For the strength of the hills we bless thee, our God, our Father's God. Thou hast made thy children mighty by the touch of the mountain sod. Thou hast placed the ark of refuge where the spoiler's foot ne'er trod. For the strength of the hills we bless thee, our God, our Father's God." In spite of all that this devoted people had passed through, they still believed they were the chosen of God, to whom it was given to build the waste places of Zion and make the desert blossom as the rose. There was general rejoicing when at last the camp at Weber's River was broken, and we were again on our way. The spirit of prophecy broke loose and fairly run riot among the leaders. This promised land was near, the city of refuge for the weary-footed saints was nearly reached, where God himself would cheer his people. The rest of the journey was accomplished quickly. Lagging footsteps hastened, and heavy hearts grew light as they neared the Mormon Canaan. It was destined not to be a land overflowing with milk and honey, but they had little care for that when, on the 20th of September, 1848, they reached the Salt Lake Valley and were welcomed to the fort by the little band who had preceded them into the wilderness. They were travel-stained and weary, but here was home at last, the Zion of their hopes. End of one chapter of Wife Number 19, read by Douglas Wood in Utah.